Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Title: Daughter of No Worlds, The War of Lost Hearts, Book 1. Author: Carissa Broadbent. Copyright 2019 by Carissa Broadbent. Cover illustration by Ina Wong. ArtStation.com, Ina Wong. Typographic interior design by Carissa Broadbent. Editing by Kate Bowie. KateBowieWrites@gmail.com. Additional editing by Noah Sky. noahsky@gmail.com. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. For my Writing on the Wall crew, this book is yours, and it would not exist without you. Contents: Prologue, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32, Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Chapter 35, Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Chapter 39, Chapter 40, Chapter 41, Chapter 42, Chapter 43, Chapter 44, Chapter 45, Chapter 46, Chapter 47, Chapter 48, Chapter 49, Chapter 50, Chapter 51, Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Chapter 53, Chapter 54, Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Chapter 56, Chapter 57, Chapter 58, Chapter 59, Chapter 60, Chapter 61, Chapter 62, Chapter 63, Chapter 64, Chapter 65, Chapter 66, Chapter 67, Chapter 68, Chapter 69, Chapter 70, Chapter 71, Chapter 72, Chapter 73, Chapter 74, Chapter 75, Chapter 76, Chapter 77, Chapter 78, Chapter 79, Chapter 80. Epilogue. Author's Note. Ashen Sun, a 4-part prequel. Acknowledgements. About the author. Prologue. It begins with two souls who find themselves suddenly, utterly alone. Evaluate, judge, act. The young man let the words echo like a second heartbeat. He did not allow himself to acknowledge the possibility that he was going to die here. Not even as he slipped on blood, stumbled over bodies, mentally counted the men and women that had followed him into the city but would not follow him out. Not even as possibility crept closer and closer to certainty. He was 21 years old. He had been in too many battles to count, but this wasn't a battle. This was a slaughter. Evaluate, judge, act. He pressed his back against the outer wall of a townhome, peering around the corner, down a narrow city street. The roads were densely populated with crooked little houses that squished up against each other. Terrified faces peered from within them. Mothers tore their children away from the sight of steel and magic and fire mingling in a terrible, deadly dance. Deep beneath his thoughts, the voice chuckled. "Shut up," he told it, and launched himself back into the fight. He flew through the streets, whispering to the flames beneath his breath, coaxing them to him. They complied eagerly, furling around his hands and up in his arms in spirals. He yanked them out of houses and off the streets, away from thin skin and fragile bones. But there was too much. It consumed his energy and his focus, so much so that he didn't even have time to evade when a sharp pain split his back. The warmth of blood melded with stinging, salty sweat. Act, act, act. He grit his teeth and spun in a well-practiced counter before the rebel could land another strike. The body hit the ground in a clumsy tangle of limbs. He didn't look at her face, grateful that it was covered by a mass of curly brown hair. As if awakened by the smell of fresh blood, the voice leapt inside of him. "Kill it," it hissed, throwing itself against the surface of his thoughts like claws gouging at a door. No. He paused a split second too long. A force collided with him, knocking him back into an alley. Instinct kicked in. His hands were already drawing his blade, poised at his attacker's throat before he even turned his head to see. "Don't you dare kill me!" A warm, familiar voice murmured against his ear. "There are hundreds of rebels here who would love to do that instead." That voice? It was, in that moment, the most beautiful thing the young man had ever heard. He exhaled a sigh of relief, dropping his dagger as he turned. "Where the hell did you go?" The young woman greeted him with an unwavering, steely gaze. Her irises were so fair that they melted into the whites of her eyes, leaving pinpoint dark pupils watching him in an assessing stare. Soot and blood painted her cheeks. Her white braids tangled and dirty. A coat hung from her shoulders that had once been blue. Now it was so spattered with red that it edged on purple, the stains crawling over the crescent moon insignia on her lapel. The sight sent his heart lurching to his throat. "How much of that is yours? How much of that is yours?" The woman grabbed him by the shoulders and turned him around. "That bad?" "Very bad." "Wonderful," he grumbled. He'd hoped the wound wouldn't be as deep as it felt. She turned him around, hands still gripping her arms, her face inches from his. "You're bleeding a lot. You don't feel that?" "Not anymore." He shook his head. The movement tilted the floor, as if the world was a ship preparing to capsize. He imagined the sun on the back of his jacket cleaved in two by whatever blade sliced his back. The halves sliding with him, separating in the sky. "Hey!" Her fingers were at his face, snapping in front of his eyes. She looked angry, but he knew her well enough to know that it only masked her fear. Just as she had been when they had ventured into the forest for the first time as children, when they had wandered around lost for hours. Wake. Up. This time she shook him too. "Stay with me." He felt something encroach at the edge of his thoughts, a brush of her presence, her magic reaching into his mind. "Don't do that," he growled. The voice chuckled something disgusting, far away. "I'm just checking on you." Her presence retreated as the line between the young woman's eyebrows deepened. "I went to the west end of the city. So many dead. So many dead." The young man blinked away the image of the little faces peering from shattered windows. "We have to retreat," he said. "There are too many townspeople here for this. I can take the fire as we go. Their leadership is here. Retreating isn't an option. Too good of an opportunity." He almost laughed, bitter and ugly and humorless. "Opportunity? No, they chose to start this here, in one of their cities," she spat. "If they want to shit in their own beds, they can lie in it." The words hit him like a strike to his gut. He wasn't sure it was her callousness or the blood loss that made his stomach clench with nausea. "These are still civilians," he shot back. "Rebellion or no, these are people. We have options. Not with what I've seen." "We have you," she whispered. One hand traveled to his face, hovering over the muscles that clenched his jaw. "We have you." A shiver shuddered through his deepest recesses. He stood there, lips parted but unable to conjure words strong enough to match his revulsion. The best he managed was, "Hell, no." Her mouth thinned. Convey excitement through warmth. not loudness. If he had been paying attention, he might have noticed her caress migrating to his temple, pushing aside strands of black hair. "We don't have a choice," she whispered. "Please, no. We're in the middle of a city. And what? And so many things, too many to encapsulate in words." Just the thought of it prickled shards of icy horror in his veins. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, "but the destruction would be, and It was probably the first time he had ever failed to do what was in the Order's best interest. But all he could think about were those little faces in the windows. She looked for a moment as if she might push further, but then something shifted, softened in her expression. Her lips twisted into a sad smile. "That bleeding heart will get you killed one day, you know." "Maybe," the young man thought. The voice whispered. There was a long silence, and then, finally, she simply said, "I am your commanding officer." He almost questioned his sanity, questioned whether he heard her correctly. "Your what?" A laugh skittered through his thoughts, jeering at the dread that clenched his heart. "Targus is dead. I saw him." She looked up at him with bright eyes. Reflections of flames glittered in their dampness, the only sign of emotion. "With him gone, I am your commanding officer, and I command you to utilize the full extent of your abilities." Her words split him in two, a pain so sharp that it felt as if someone had grabbed the top of his spine and ripped it through his skin. "Nura, I command you to do it." And that was when he noticed her hand at his temple, when he noticed her magic reaching further than that, into his thoughts, to that door that he had slammed shut, nailed shut, bolted shut. No, the word was the only thing that he could choke out in one ragged gasp, the rest dying in his throat as he felt her reach deeper into his mind. It was the one thing she swore she'd never do. He threw whatever remaining strength he had into reinforcing his mental walls, but he would never be as strong when it came to these things as she was. Her magic was born in the world of thoughts and shadows, while his were far more suited to brighter, more immediate forces, especially now, with more and more blood rolling down his back and that creature fighting desperately to get out. "Stop!" A burst of pain blinded him. He felt her pry open that door, crushing it, discarding it. Her lips formed the word, "Sorry," but if she said it aloud, he didn't hear it. "Please," the voice whispered, so near and so real that goosebumps rose on the crest of his ear. "Fuck you." His hands dropped from her arms, fingers stretched, then clenched, releasing a cacophony of cracks. If he was capable of speaking, he would have told her that he would never, never forgive her for this. But he was not capable of speaking. He was not capable of anything but hurling himself against his own mental wall, over and over again, in a desperate attempt to regain control, even as it slipped further from his reach. Even as his palms opened and he was blinded by fire and fire and fire. Across the sea. The little girl was amazed by how quiet it all was. The slavers had come in the middle of the night, yanking her little village from a deep slumber. Like most of her kin, many of her nightmares revolved around this moment. At some point, it had become an omnipresent danger, constantly lurking in the back of her mind. But the real thing was different than the nightmares. She had always imagined that there would be more noise, more screaming, more shouting, more drawn-out fighting. But the men in the wide-brimmed hats and their team of mercenaries had struck the youngest and strongest men first, hobbling them in their beds before they had a chance to cause trouble. And even the ones who did fight back were surprisingly quiet, their battles little more than muffled grunts and blunt steel, ending shockingly quickly with trembling final gasps. The girl's mother, their leader, had not spoken to her as they were woken by the sounds of horses' hooves and crying wives. Her only comfort was a quiet hand on the child's shoulder. When they had stepped outside the door, she had taken one look at her village, her people, or what was left of them after such a swift destruction, and offered terms to the slavers. The girl was no more than 13, but she knew that her mother was trying to save her people from the inevitable. She also knew that it wouldn't work. Aside from her mother's brief, hushed commands, no one said a word. That is, until the little girl stepped forward, looked up at one of the slavers and those glinting dark eyes, and said, "You can get a better price for me." The words slipped from her teeth before she even fully realized what she was doing. The slaver was less intimidating than she had imagined. He was short and fat. His long leather coat was wrinkled and strained to contain the pudgy width of his shoulders, and strained further still as he shifted to look at her. She knew that he was taking in her unusual appearance, her skin and hair that was totally white, completely sapped of color, while splotches of what would have been her natural deeper coloring crawled across her skin. One green eye, white. Streaks of dark mingling in silver hair. Behind her, she heard her mother take a step forward, as if to stop her. She didn't turn. "You can get a better price for me," she said again. It took every bit of her strength not to let her voice crack or tremble. She focused on the wobbling of the fat slaver's lower chin. One tendril of her mind reached out towards his, listening for glimmers of his thoughts. His greed smelled like sweat in the air. "Maybe, if you were complete," he grumbled after a moment. He took a strand of white hair between his fingers, then lifted her chin, turning her cheek, examining the swath of tan that encroached on the right side of her face. But this, what? Another slaver joined the first, his black hat crumpled in one hand as he wiped sweat from his brow. This one is what? Another slaver joined the first, his black hat crumpled in one hand as he wiped sweat from his brow. This one was thin, all knobby joints and gaunt cheeks. The girl forced herself to recognize how funny they looked together. Fat and thin, tall and short, like clowns, not monsters. Look at this one. She's fragmented, not a real Valtane, and too young to whore anyway. The fat slaver shrugged. By some standards. Even with her magic, the girl rarely felt even a hint of her mother's tightly held emotions. But at this, a shock of furious panic shook her like a thunderclap. Still, she didn't turn. "She's not worth anything," the thin slaver said. "Maybe if she was complete." Words tangled in the girl's throat. The men were starting to turn away from her, looking to their soldiers who shackled the men at the front of the village. In a panic, she opened her palms and a butterfly of light flew from her hands, batting through the air until it collided with the fat slaver's face. "Look," she said desperately. "Another butterfly, and another. I am a wielder. I can perform. You can get a good price for me, better than the mines." The two slavers watched the butterflies rise into the sky, disappearing against the unbroken silver moon. They looked at each other, communicating wordlessly. "She'll be pretty, eventually," the fat one said slowly. "Young, but—" "You ever buy unripened fruit at the market?" The thin slaver crossed his arms over his chest, surveying her in a way that made her skin feel as if ants were crawling up her spine. "She can cook, too. Clean, very obedient." Her mother's voice came from behind her. Suddenly, it became so much more difficult to remain composed. Now both slavers crossed their arms. The little girl's eyes flicked between them. "Fine." The thin one let his arms drop, yanking his hat back onto his head. "Take her." "Wait," the girl cried as the slaver grabbed her arm. "My mother must come too." The slaver scoffed, as if this didn't even dignify a response. "Please, I need her." Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. The thin slaver's eyes flashed, and the girl felt his anger curdle in the air like rotten milk. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, her mother was at her side, hands clutching her shoulders. "She is young and afraid," she said quickly. "She doesn't know what she's saying. I understand that I cannot go with her." Her mother spun the girl around to face her, hands still braced on her shoulders. For the first time since this horrible nightmare began, the girl allowed herself to meet her mother's eyes directly. They were bright amber green, identical to the little girl's colored right eye. In that split second, she took in her mother's familiar face, high, regal cheekbones, dark brows that framed a piercing, calm gaze. She had never seen her mother visibly scared or shaken. Even today, that did not change. "None of us can follow where you go, Tisaanah, but you have everything you need to survive, and listen to me, use it." The girl nodded, her eyes burned. Never look back, and never question stepping forward and saying, "I deserve to live." "You deserve to live," the girl whimpered. The mines were a death sentence. Everyone knew it. Her mother's face flickered, a glimmer of sad uncertainty rippling across her features. "None of that," she said, flicking away the tears before they fell. And that was all she offered, before she pressed her lips to her daughter's forehead in one final goodbye kiss. She straightened, lifting her chin as she looked from one slaver to the other, then back to her people, who lined up, bound by rope and chain. In that moment, she had never looked more a queen, noble and breathtaking, even as she offered her hands for binding. The fat trader took the little girl away, dragging her into the back of their cart, while the thin one led away the rest of her village. She sat among bags of grain and boxes of kitschy merchants' goods, back pressed to the splintering boards. Soon her friends and family were silver-dipped silhouettes in the distance. One long line, back straight, chins raised, the unmistakable form of her mother at the front of them all. Behind them, the village burned in smears of garish orange flames. She never thought it would be so fast, so quiet. It took less than an hour for her entire life to change, disintegrating into the night like one of her shimmering butterflies. "No tears for your mother, huh?" One of the mercenaries peered over his shoulder, letting out a scoff. "Cold. They're always like that," the slaver said, matter-of-factly. "Unsentimental." "You did this!" the little girl wanted to scream. "You refused to take her with me!" She wanted to shout, she wanted to sob, she wanted to let herself collapse on this dirty cart floor, pound the wood with useless fists, weep until she vomited. But instead, she was still, her back straight and her chin raised, pantomiming her mother's stone strength. She bit down so hard on the inside of her lip that warm iron flooded over her tongue. The echo of her mother's kiss burned on her forehead. "You have what you need to survive," her mother had told her. The girl had no possessions other than her sweaty nightgown, but she knew she had tools. On that long, dark ride to the city, she counted them, over and over again. She had her unusual appearance, looks that might one day turn into something worth desiring. She was a good listener and a fast learner. She had her magic, silver butterflies and pretty illusions, yes, but more importantly, she had the ability to feel what people wanted of her. And, most valuable of all, she had the gift that her mother had given her: permission to do whatever it took to survive, without apology, without regret. She would do absolutely anything, except cry. Chapter 1. 8 years later. 1, 2, 3. When I danced, I never stopped counting. The truth was, I was a terrible dancer. I wasn't sure that I believed in the concept of talent at all, but even if I did, I could recognize that I didn't have any, at least when it came to dancing. But talent, I had learned, was optional. It could be substituted with long nights and early mornings, bleeding feet, obsessively memorized footwork. No one needed talent when you had brute force. And despite my willowy size and my unassuming doe-eyed smile, I had more brute force than anyone. 4, 5, 6. Twirl. And fire. I smiled at the merchant man seated in front of me, opening my palms to let blue fire unfurl from between my fingers. The audience, Esmerus party guests, oohed and ahed appreciatively. There were several hundred people mingling about the large marble room, all dressed in their finest clothing. Lots of gold thread and floaty sheer chiffon, lots of white. Rich people loved white, perhaps because it proved that they had the money to spend on a small army of slaves to keep it clean. All of those white-clad bodies bent towards me in that moment, rapt, as I unleashed a wave of my signature translucent butterflies into the air. 4 dozen of them fluttered to the high ceiling and disappeared, unraveling into puffs of blue smoke. All except for 3. 3 fluttered to 3 separate men in the audience, circling their necks, flitting against their cheeks before they disappeared. Every one of the men flinched as the butterfly approached, then laughed with varying degrees of enthusiasm when they realized they felt like nothing but air. Their gazes had been glued to me this entire time, and I could tell that they were itching for the opportunity to throw coins in my direction, if I used what I had correctly. I focused on the youngest one first, a merchantman, perhaps only a few years older than myself. He had something to prove, new money. I danced closer to him, and as my fingers reached out to flirtatiously touch his shoulder, my mind did too, tasting the air for his thoughts, his preferences. This one, it turned out, had no preference for me at all. In fact, I could feel his attention being constantly pulled towards Sorel, one of Esmerus' handsomer bodyguards, who lingered in the far corner of the room. That was fine. He didn't have to want to screw me to serve my purposes. If anything, it made things easier for me. He would be overly eager to prove his viral interest in a scantily clad dancer like myself, rather than a scantily clad guard like Sorel. And he wouldn't try to get me alone once the dance ended. The strings of the harp plinked on, but there might as well have been no music at all. My dance was memorized. My feet didn't stop moving as I coiled my arms around the merchant's neck. "I left something over here," I purred, pulling my fingers from behind the edge of his jaw and revealing one of my twinkling butterflies. "She likes you. Would you like to keep her?" The young merchant smiled at me. He was handsome, with curly brown hair and big amber eyes framed by lashes so long that they made me jealous. He and Sorel would make a beautiful couple, really. "I would," he said, staring at me too intently, even though his thoughts told me that he had no interest in keeping her at all. What he did have an interest in was showing that he could hold his own in this room of wildly rich and wildly successful people, even against Esmerus himself. He lifted a hand as if to take the glowing butterfly from me, but I twirled backwards, smirking at him coyly. "What will you give me for her?" I caught a glimpse of Esmerus over the young man's shoulder. He was clad in a shock of color, bright red, which stood out in a sea of white. He didn't need to prove his wealth or status, after all, with his choice of clothing. But even beyond the shade of his shirt, there was still something about him that separated him from the crowd. A certain cool, authoritative air, like he strode through the world expecting it to bend to him. It usually did. He was engaged in a conversation with one of his guests, looking vaguely bored. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. His hair, black but streaked with gray, was bound back in a low ponytail with one unruly strand that he kept sweeping behind his ear. Mid-movement, he glanced up to meet my eyes. Our eye contact lasted for a fraction of a second before he looked back to his guest, unconcerned. Good. He wasn't usually possessive, but better to be careful. "You already have my admiration," the young merchant said, and it physically pained me not to roll my eyes. "Valuable indeed," I cooed instead. "But so is she, isn't she?" The butterfly's wings trembled against my fingertips. I closed my fingers around it, and when I opened them, a little glass version of my illusion sat in my palm. For a moment, I couldn't help but admire it, proud of myself. This was a new addition to my routine. The merchant's eyebrows arched, and I felt his impressed surprise rippling the inches between our faces. "For you? That is incredible." The man's pleasant smile split into a full-on grin. In that awestruck gaze, I could see what he might have looked like as a child, enthralled by some circus acrobat or shiny bauble. When those beautiful eyes met mine again, we shared a moment of genuine connection. And then he reached into his pocket. "For you." He took the glass butterfly from my hand and in its place dropped 5 gold coins into my palm. 5 gold! I blinked down at them, momentarily speechless. I wasn't a fool. I knew that there was a reason why he dropped the pieces so loudly into my hand, why he was doing this while everyone's eyes were on us. It was bold, even rude, of him to give me money without so much as seeking a glance of wordless permission from Esmeralda. Never mind money like this. Many did not like their slaves to have money at all, and more still did not like that money to come from other men. In both of these ways, Esmeralda was quite liberal, but 5 gold was skirting the bounds of respectability by any measure. 1,002! I wasn't expecting to hit that number that night, or the night after, or after that. I was lucky if I left one of Esmeralda's parties with 10 silver pieces. 1,002! 1,002! "Thank you," I choked out, forgetting to be coquettish. I closed the coins in my palm, relishing their weight as I slipped them into the tiny silk purse at my hip. "Thank you." The man smiled and nodded at me, oblivious to what he had just done for me. Excitement and elation bubbled up inside of me. For a moment, I was lost in it. Then the sound of the harp came roaring back, and I realized that I almost missed my cue. I wanted to jump up and down and spin around and laugh, but I had hours of performing left to do. So I began to count again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Before I twirled away, I ran my fingertips along the merchant's cheek, through his admirable thick curls, and I smiled and smiled and smiled. As I cascaded across the marble floor, Cyril caught my eye from across the room and cocked his head, asking me a silent question. In response, I only grinned. Perhaps he would know what it meant. 1,002. 1,000 gold was the price of my freedom. Chapter 2. 1,000. Cyril echoed the number that had been circling my thoughts all night, letting out a whistle of amazement. He ran a hand through blonde hair, pushing it away from his face. "You did it! How did you even manage that?" 8 years, I murmured, mostly to myself, because a part of me still couldn't believe it. 8 years of work. I folded my hands over my stomach, blinking up at the ceiling. Cyril and I laid splayed out on the floor of my modest bedchamber, exhausted. The party had gone on until the small hours of the morning, and while Cyril had clearly been ready to retreat to his own room and crawl into bed, I dragged him to mine. I had to tell someone, and Cyril was the only one I trusted enough. I wouldn't sleep that night, I already knew. I was so excited that my hands still trembled now, hours later. It killed me that I couldn't meet with Esmeralda tonight, dump that pile of gold on his desk, and walk away. It would probably be another day or two before he had the time to arrange a private meeting with me. "He never told me I could buy my freedom," Cyril grumbled. "I asked him." "Of course you did." Well, demanded, I suppose. Of course you did. I let out a small chuckle. Esmerice had owned me for perhaps a year at that point, and I recalled feeling rich the first time I performed at one of his parties, where guests tossed a few silver coins at me here and there. Over the course of the year, I hoarded them until I had a grand total of 50 silver pieces, half a single gold piece. To me, a little girl from a village that dealt mostly in trade, that was a mind-boggling amount of money. The moment I got my 50th piece, I marched up to Esmerice, thrust the pile of coins into his hands, and announced that I was buying myself back from him. Surely this is a good price, I had told him, careful to sound much more confident than I felt. I had already learned by then that everything in this life needed to be a performance. I was lucky. That stunt probably would have gotten me whipped with any other owner. Now I look back and cringe because I didn't even realize how lucky I was. Lucky that Esmerice was, and has always been, genuinely fond of me. He had looked down at me then with a smile twitching at the corners of his mouth, even as his dark gaze remained typically sharp. "You are worth far more than 50 silvers, Tisaanah," he had said. 75 then, I countered, and he had sat back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. "You are worth 1,000 gold, he told me at last. That can be the price of your freedom. At the time, I couldn't even comprehend that kind of wealth. Even all these years later, that was still a struggle, even now that I physically had it in my possession. I watched the slave trade closely in the years since. I now knew that 1,000 gold was actually grossly overvalued for what I was. I had seen real Valtane, with uninterrupted albino skin and pure silver hair, go for 900. No matter how hard I worked at my magic or my dances, I was still fragmented. That one green eye and splotches of golden skin reduced my value significantly. But I wanted my freedom more than anything, and if Esmerice wanted 1,000 for that, well, then I would just have to make it happen. And I did. Somehow, I did. He was handsome, Cyril mused, that guest. You should have found him afterwards and thanked him. He caught my eye and winked. I scoffed. That was all for show. He was more interested in you than me. Really? Cyril sat up, shocked. Why didn't you tell me earlier? That never happens. You don't want to get tangled up in that. Yes, I do. Fine, I'm sorry. I was distracted. I turned my head to meet his tired, blue-eyed stare. At least now you know for next time he's here. He probably won't be invited back. After that display, he sighed. What both of us knew but didn't say aloud was that it was probably for the better. Dalliances with the wealthy were extremely risky for people like us. I had learned that the hard way, once, and was rewarded with a broken heart and 10 lashes to the backs of my thighs. I could still count every individual strike in the scars. If Cyril was ever caught with a wealthy man, death, no question. There was a long silence. I had thought that Cyril had finally dozed off until he asked, quietly, "So, what now? The orders?" I nodded. "The orders." "I'll be honest," he whispered, "I never thought it would happen." Neither did I wanted to say, but as a rule, I didn't dignify uncertainty out loud. "I'm proud of you, T. If anyone deserves it, you deserve it. All of us deserve." Deserve? I hated that word, even though I had spent so much of my life clinging to it. "We'll get there." He said it so simply, so matter-of-factly. I sat up, swinging my legs beneath me, looking down at him as he lay there with his head behind his head. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. It was always so easy for him to assume the best in people, in life. At first, I had thought it was a mask he slipped on, the way I slipped into my flirty dances and practiced my confidence until it was a begrudging part of me. But soon I learned that he really meant it, really believed it, even though his story was just as bloody as mine. I had recognized that kindness in him the very first time I saw him. I had traveled with Esmerice on a short business trip to a neighboring city, and I had sat behind him and watched as rows of slaves were marched through the marketplace. It was awful. The pain and terror in the air was unbearable, tearing through my head and my muscles as if I were experiencing the worst day in the lives of dozens of people, all at once, and on top of that, vividly reliving mine too. But even through that tangle of emotions, Sorrel had caught my eye. He had stopped to comfort a young girl beside him, younger than I was when I stood in their place. And even though it had earned him a shout and a vicious lash from the slaver, he had still offered that child such a genuine smile. Sorrel was tall and muscular, but all I could see were those big, watery blue eyes, those features that were so kind and delicate that they were almost childlike. If Esmaurice did not purchase him, he would have been bought by a mercenary faction. He would have become one of the men that yanked my family from their beds that night, years ago. And I couldn't bear to see that happen. "What about that one?" I had whispered to Esmaurice. "He is just what you're looking for." If Esmaurice had given thought to why I had such an interest in this one handsome young man, or had any assumptions about why that might be the case, he didn't show it. After a moment of thought, he raised his palm, and Sorrel was his. I had spent a long time in his bed that night, as if he expected compensation for ceding to my request. But it was worth it, because Sorrel quickly became the best friend I had ever had, before slavery or after. Now I watched my friend with a lump rising in my throat, suddenly emotional for reasons I couldn't explain. For a moment, the idea of giving him my money, buying his freedom, crossed my mind. He was better than I was, deserved it more. "I'll come back, I murmured, "for all of you. I'll have connections, I'll have resources." He reached up and patted my knee, as if he understood the guilt churning through my stomach. "I know you will." Eventually, poor Sorrel couldn't take it anymore and wandered back to his own room to get some much-needed sleep, leaving me alone in mine. I was exhausted, but I knew there was no use even trying to rest. Instead, I paced. This was a slightly dizzying endeavor, considering that my room was only barely larger than my bed. Still, it was clean and well-kept, with nice furniture and a few decorations. Esmaurice sometimes brought me little gifts from his travels, which lined the shelves around my room. But my most treasured possessions were the ones that came from Ara. Ara, a little island thousands of miles away, primarily known as the home of the twin orders, the Order of Midnight and the Order of Daybreak. Ara, the place I would be going the minute I purchased my freedom. That thought, or the pacing, or exhaustion, or all three, began to make me nauseous. I dropped to the floor, yanking a worn wooden box from the bottom of my bookshelf. In it were some pieces of junk, a stone from Ara's beaches, a few pieces of paper with circular markings scribbled on them, and several books. I pulled out the one with the plain blue cover, unmarked other than the silver moon and gold sun insignias foiled on the front, the symbols of the orders. I threw it open and flipped through its pages. My fingertips traced over the pictures, the raised ink, the still unfamiliar writing, as I practiced my Aran beneath my breath. I paused at one sprawling illustration that covered a set of facing pages, a drawing of founders of the Order of Midnight and the Order of Daybreak, Rosira and Arite Shalane. Blues and purples swirled around Rosira, framing her white hair against a moon silhouette, while fire circled Arite. Their palms touched across the seam of the binding. Rosira represented the Voltane, magic wielders with albino skin and white hair, who comprised the Order of Midnight, and Arite represented the Solari, non-Voltane magic wielders who comprised the Order of Daybreak. Their magic complemented each other, even as it contradicted, like two sides of the same coin. The book, along with all of my trinkets from Ara, had been a gift from Zareth Aldris. He was a traveler from Ara and a high-ranking member of the Orders who would stay at Esmaurice's estate as a guest for a few days at a time, I was immediately fascinated by him. I had never met anyone who looked anything like me before, even though, unlike me, his colorless skin and white hair were uninterrupted, a full Voltaine. I took to following him around like a lost puppy, but he was kind to me and seemed to enjoy indulging my curiosities. I would listen to him for hours as he would tell me in fractured Toureni about the orders and their history. And then, during the days, I watched as Zareth mingled with Esmaris and his nobles. I observed the way people smiled at him, deferred to him, looked at him with the same fearful respect that many reserved only for Esmaris himself. Something had clicked into place then. Then, as a member of the Order of Midnight, Zareth had resources, he had support, he had protection, and most importantly, he had power. Everything I needed to make my survival worth what it cost my family. Everything I needed to become something. Could I become a member of the orders? I had asked Zareth later, eyeing my hands and the splotches of sand-colored skin that crawled across two of my fingers. Certainly, he replied, giving me a dazzling smile that made my 14-year-old self melt. Fragmented or no, you are still a Voltaine. Well, that was all the encouragement I needed. I threw myself into it from that day on. I researched the orders obsessively. I practiced Aran and whispers at night, teaching myself what I could of their strange, frustrating language. Zareth would visit several other times over the years, and with each return he would bring me little gifts from the orders and put up with my incessant questions. He had promised me that if I made it to Ara, he would introduce me to the orders. I hoped he was ready to make good on that promise. A shiver ran through my body, and I looked down to see that my hands were trembling around the yellow pages. No sleep tonight, that was for sure. Instead, I stayed awake until the beginnings of dawn seeped through my curtains. I read every book Zareth had given me, cover to cover. I practiced every Aran phrase I knew, and repeated ones I didn't until they sounded secure on my tongue. I filled my brain with plans until there was no room left for fear or uncertainty. Hours, only hours remained before everything I knew would change. I hoped they were ready for me. I hoped I was ready for them. Chapter 3. One would think that after all these years I would have stopped finding Esmaris so breathlessly intimidating. I had lived with him for 7 years, and I had perhaps seen him in more, one could say, compromising positions than likely anyone else had. But still, sometimes I would walk into a room and be momentarily stunned by him, by the way that it seemed like all of the air in a room bent towards him. This was one of those moments. I watched his back silhouetted against the window of his study. Like the night of the party, he wore red, though this time his jacket was a deep burgundy brocade. His hands were clasped in front of him, the line of his shoulders perfectly broad and square. The man never slouched. He didn't look at me. I told myself that I had nothing to be nervous about. This was a straightforward business transaction, nothing more, nothing less. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Sorel was stationed outside the door as Esmaris' favored bodyguard, and I clung to the memory of the brief, encouraging smile he had given me as I walked into the room. Still, my palms were drenched in sweat. "Say something," I willed Esmaris. 1,000. As if he heard me, he still didn't turn around. That is significant. Significantly more than the 50 silver pieces I offered you the first time, I replied lightly, letting my smile seep into my voice, but to my relief, none of my anxiety. Indeed. Esmaris turned at last, surveying me with sharp, dark eyes. That single, unruly strand of peppered black hair hung on front of one eye. It was the only thing out of place in his appearance. Everything else, from the fit of his clothing to the edge of his cropped beard to the smoothness of his bound hair, was impeccable. He had to be nearing 60 by now, but he had the stance of a much younger man. I reached a tendril into the unspoken words between us, feeling for his reaction, his thoughts. He was always difficult to read, stony and unyielding. Still, I could occasionally catch glimmers from him, especially when he was pleased with me. Now, nothing. I actually have 1,002, I added, but I'm willing to give you the extra since you've done so much for me. Riding the line between a joke and the truth, flirtation and gratitude, stroking his ego and reminding him why he liked me. No reaction. A hurt that I didn't want to examine too closely flitted through me. A small part of me that, for whatever reason, had wanted him to be impressed. You have it? He jerked his chin toward the bag I had brought with me, which rested near my feet. It was surprisingly heavy. It turned out 1,000 gold coins was a lot of metal. Yes. Show me. I did as he asked, bringing the bag to his desk and opening it. As soon as it touched the table, he yanked it upside down in one movement, dumping the coins over the desk. If I had closed my eyes, they might have sounded like bells. Some tumbled off the desk and onto the floor. We stood in agonizing silence until those twinkling sounds finally quieted. "Should I make you count them?" he said. "I will if you wish. It's all there. This is a significant amount of money. How did you earn it?" How didn't I do? I did whatever I had to, whatever I could. I made myself valuable wherever possible, I said, and look at what I did. Even the moments I weren't proud of were worth it for this. A pleased smile crept to the edges of my mouth. "And what?" Esmeralda hissed. My smile promptly disappeared. "Shit. I learned from you," I said, smoothly, pacing forward. "Business is just a matter of you hoard for this money." His revulsion, his fury, split the air so violently that I felt like I had been slapped across the face. The ugliness of the word, the way he hurled it at me, left me momentarily speechless. I had never even said it that way to myself. It hit harder than I thought it would. No, only once. I pushed away the whisper, reminding myself that I had no regrets about what I had done. You and I both know that I am not stupid. You could not have gotten this money any other way. I worked for it. Who would hire me? Danced, conjured, scrubbed floors. That was the truth. I did work for it. And only 100 of those coins came from that single night. The rest of it was hours and hours of sweat. Coppers, maybe. But this? He let out a scoff so violently that I felt flecks of spittle dust my cheek. I let you earn your silvers for dancing, but I never allowed you whore for it. To embarrass me that way. I would never do that to you, I replied, acting insulted at the thought. 1,000 gold pieces should have taken you 15 years, he shot back. 20, even. 15 years. I realized in that moment that Esmeralda had never intended for me to earn his absurd price, at least not until I was either too old for his tastes or he was too old to make use of me anyway. His anger pounded in my ears, my head, beneath my skin, but it was slowly being replaced by my own. I met your price. You can buy a real Valtine with that money if it suits you. Slaves don't have the luxury of bargains, and I don't need your money, Esmeralda snarled. You forgot what you are. My stomach fell through my feet. Are you aware of how well I treat you? He straightened, eyes narrowed, clasping his hands behind his back. Silence. He expected an answer, but I suddenly didn't trust myself to open my mouth. I don't need your money. I had one plan, one goal. He had kicked out the foundation, and I felt that at any moment my soul would topple. Are you? Yes, Esmeralda. And yet. His voice lowered so slightly that the change was barely audible. You've gone through such lengths to leave. All at once it hit me. The air stank of it, the hidden undercurrent twining with Esmerist's anger. Hurt. We stared at each other. I watched the single wrinkle between his eyebrows, the one sign of guarded vulnerability. This was the man who gave me so many scars, who took away my freedom, who crushed me and bent me and beat me. But he was also the man who remembered my favorite color, who once stayed up with me for hours after a bad nightmare, who had smiled down at me with an odd sort of pride the day I had demanded my freedom from him. I leaned forward until my palms pressed against his desk, those cold gold coins sticking to my sweaty skin. And I just said one word, please. He looked at me for one long moment, and I could hardly breathe. Please, do this for me. If any part of you has ever cared for me, please. Then I felt a door slam, a blanket of ice silencing Esmerista's tenuous conflict. Get off of my desk. Kneel. I don't need your money. Gods, what was I going to do? On your knees. I dropped so hard that the polished wood floor bruised my knees. I don't need your money. His voice and the shattering of my goals echoed so loudly in my ears that I could hear nothing else. I didn't hear Esmerista's boots walk across the room or return, standing behind me. I don't need your money. I didn't hear the lethal snap crack through the air. But even through my haze, I certainly did feel the pain tear across my back, splitting me in two. My throat released a gasp, a whimper. Crack. 2. Crack. 3. And it kept going and going and going. Crack. Crack. 5. 10. 12. 16. I don't need your money. What was I going to do? I refused to allow myself to scream, to cry, even though I bit so hard on my lip that it drew blood. Just like I had that night, years ago. The night when I had abandoned my family, my mother, because she believed I could do something more, be something more. Crack. 20. But she had been wrong, because Esmerist was going to kill me. This thought solidified slowly into certainty through the fog of my fading consciousness. He was going to kill me because I had made a critical miscalculation. I had naively thought that his twisted, confusing affection would help me escape. Instead, it would crush me, because Esmerist only possessed or destroyed, and if he couldn't do one, he would do the other. I wondered if Sorel could hear this through that thick door. I wondered if he would try to help me. I hoped he wouldn't. He'd be punished for it. Crack. 25. Esmerist was going to kill me. That bastard. A fire lit within me. As I heard the whoosh of Esmerist raising his arm over his head, I flipped myself over, ignoring the agony that ignited as my back touched the ground. If you want to murder me, I spat, you're going to look me in the eye as you do it. Esmerista's arm was above his head, the whip slicing the air behind him, a cruel stone wrinkle of disdain over his nose. My blood flecked his shirt, melting into the burgundy brocade. Something barely visible wavered in his face. His eyes lowered from mine. Look at me! I didn't make it this far just to flick out in the night like a stifled candle. I'd haunt him. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Look at me, you coward. Look at my eyes. Look at the eyes of the little girl that you met 8 years ago. The little girl you saved and then destroyed. Esmerist only sank further into his sneer, as if he could silence me by wiping me from existence. Crack. 26. I brought my arms up to cover my face, but didn't blink, not even as that barb nearly tore the tip of my nose. Look at me. You will see my eyes in the darkness every night, every time you blink, every time you look at the girl who will replace me. 27. My forearms were on fire. Darkness blurred the edges of my vision. Look at me! And then everything stopped. Esmeris's chin snapped towards me. His arm froze. That dark gaze met mine in one jerking movement, as if pulled by a string that I held twisted around my finger, as if I had reached out with a pair of invisible hands and forced him to see me. I realized with surreal amazement that I could feel his mind perched within my grasp. And for a single fractured second, I saw something raw, felt something raw in his gaze. There were a million moments that I might have seen in his eyes then. Moments that I shared with a captor, or a lover, or a father, or some warped combination of the three. Maybe I might have felt something. But instead, I just thought about how fragile he felt beneath my invisible grasp. How sweet his fear tasted on my tongue as he realized, as we both realized, that I was capable of more than little butterflies. His fear transformed into rage. His arm broke free from me, the whip lifting, the barb slicing. And before I realized what I was doing, I yanked on that thread between us as hard as I could. A deafening crack split the air. I cringed, thinking that it was the whip, but the pain never came. A crash. I opened my eyes to see Esmeris stumble over a chair, toppling to his knees in front of me. I pushed myself upright as he fell, nearly colliding with him. His extended hand almost swiped my cheek, but instead grabbed a fistful of long silver hair, clutching it with a strength that eluded the rest of his body. I was numb as he yanked me down to the ground with him, my palm instinctively bracing against his chest. "Look at me," my command echoed. We both obeyed. I didn't blink, didn't look away, as I watched the fury drain from his face, leaving behind a raw sadness that stripped my flesh more viciously than those 27 lashes. "Tisaanah!" I hardly heard Cyril's gasp. When I raised my head, my friend was standing in the doorway, hand on the hilt of his sword, gaping at me in horror. I must have been quite a sight, soaked in blood, my back shredded, holding the dead body of the most powerful man in Threll. Chapter 4. Banished gods, what did he do to you? Cyril's hands were at my shoulders. I didn't hear him. I was still looking at Esmeris's lifeless eyes. They stared through me, past me. "Look at me, Tisaanah. Look at me. Look at me." Warm, calloused fingers tilted my chin. Cyril's big, watery blue eyes were the opposite of Esmeris in every way, and the sight of them was a gulp of fresh air that rattled through my soul. I said the only thing that came to mind. "He's dead." Cyril flicked his gaze to Esmeris. He didn't ask me what happened. Perhaps the scene, the pile of coins on the desk, my blood, the whip, the crash that had drawn him into the room, told him everything he needed to know. But he didn't so much as flinch at the sight of the body. Sometimes I forgot that my sweet, kind friend was no stranger to death. "Can you stand?" I nodded but didn't move. Esmeris's clenched fist still tangled in my hair. With shaking fingers, I pulled it free. His hand was so warm that I thought he could grab me at any moment. I killed him. I killed Esmeris. Me. The terror hit me like a wave, knocking the breath from my lungs. Cyril helped me stand up. The movement set my back on fire, and I let out an involuntary whimper. Tears stung my eyes, though I refused to let them fall. "I know," Cyril murmured, voice clenched. "I know." "What am I going to do?" I whispered. I always had a plan, always had a goal. Even in the darkest moments of my life, I could count my options. Now, I couldn't even think, couldn't breathe. I would never have my freedom. Esmeris was dead. They would know that I killed him. I would be executed. And so, my eyes shot to Cyril. You shouldn't be here. They'll know. They'll... Shh, he murmured, a small, comforting noise. He was looking from Esmeralda to me to the whip, mouth drawn into a tight line. Think, Tisaanah, I willed myself. Think. This isn't where it ends. It can't be. But my thoughts were mush. I just kept seeing the look in Esmerissa's eyes as he fell. That whisper of betrayal. I was so consumed that I didn't realize what was happening as Cyril drew his sword and plunged it through Esmerissa's chest. The sound it made wrenched me back to reality. A sickening, wet crunch that I knew even in that moment I would never be able to forget. Cyril, what? The blood could be his. Anyone could have killed him. Now they won't know who. Cyril yanked his blade from Esmerissa's body. More blood spurted onto the floor. I gagged, swallowing acrid bile. Cyril picked up the whip and coiled it tightly, hanging it at its place inside the closet as if it had never been touched. The puzzle pieces began to assemble in my mind. I realized what he was doing, what we were doing. I caught Cyril's vest, my fingernails digging into his skin. This is dangerous. You shouldn't be here. Of course I should. We are going to fix this. He offered me a smile that, despite the blood on my back and the body at our feet, managed to be so effortless, so genuine. It boggled me. Then he looked me up and down. Your clothes. You need something else. If you stay here, I'll go to your room. I looked down at myself, realizing that I was practically naked. The shredded silk of my dress barely held together. Blood ran all the way down the backs of my legs. I have some jackets here, in his closet. What I didn't say, please, please, please don't leave me here with him. Cyril nodded. He went to the closet and selected a coat that would be long enough to conceal most of my body, and, hopefully, thick and dark enough to hide the blood. Esmeralda had kept my clothes in his office alongside his own. Another strange intimacy. I barely held off the urge to vomit again. Cyril stood behind me, coat in hand. For a moment, he surveyed me in silence. I'm going to have to bandage your back, Tisaanah, and then I'll put this on you. The pained, apologetic tone of his voice said that he knew exactly the scale of what he was asking of me. Oh, gods. Just the movement of putting my arms behind me knocked the breath from my lungs, made my vision go white, and that was just moving, just slightly. Never mind sliding that stiff fabric over whatever was left of my skin. Never mind pulling bandages around it. I can't. I never, ever uttered those words, but all that damned fabric almost broke me. Just do it, I muttered instead, bracing myself against the edge of Esmerissa's desk. Sorry, Cyril's whisper was punctuated by the tearing of fabric, and then pain. It took everything I had in me not to scream. My knees buckled, but I clung to the stability of that desk as Cyril wound his makeshift bandages around my torso. Arrah, I reminded myself. The orders. Freedom. You will do this. You have no choice. The agony was so intense that I almost didn't hear Cyril when he told me, what felt like ages later, to straighten. I swayed as I extended my arms so he could slide the stiff fabric of the jacket over my skin. I was going to vomit. I was going to collapse. I was certain I would do at least one of those things, or both. By some miracle, I didn't. You did it, Cyril whispered at last. You did it. If I could do that, I could do anything. I still thought I might faint, but I forced myself to focus on standing straight. My eyes fell on the coins, still piled on Esmerissa's desk. Well, need some of those, I said, hoarsely. At least they wouldn't go to waste. Cyril complied, grabbing a couple of handfuls of gold and putting it in my silk bag. Then he knelt down at Esmerissa's body and unfastened the brooch at his lapel. A silver lily, his sigil. Smart, I wheezed, swaying. That pin served as Esmerus' blessing in his absence. He would give it to slaves or servants to represent his approval when they needed increased access. Sorel shot me a concerned glance. "You all right?" "Yes. Maybe I could will it into truth. Just a little longer." He straightened, but for a moment he didn't move, staring down at Esmerus's body. "Sorel, one thing." A sneer cracked the bridge of Sorel's nose as he lowered his chin and spat. The spittle rolled down our former master's, cold, unmoving cheek. "Now we can go," he said. And together we slipped out the door. I was not normally the type to unquestioningly follow, but I had no choice but to trust that Sorel knew what he was doing as he led me through the familiar halls of Esmerus' estate. Simply remaining upright consumed all of my focus. "Do I look normal?" I whispered to Sorel after we nodded a greeting to another passing slave. "You're doing great." I felt blood rolling down the back of my legs. I wondered how long I had left before it began to pool in my steps. "Hurry," I said, and we quickened as much as I could bear. Soon I realized where Sorel was taking me, the stables. One of Sorel's fellow bodyguards, Voss, was stationed at the entrance. He grinned a greeting as we approached, which I returned as enthusiastically as I could muster. Voss was a friend, and I prayed that our relationship would be enough to distract him from how suspicious I surely looked. "We have some terrific news today, Voss," Sorel said proudly. "Tisaanah is leaving us. She just bought her freedom." What a good actor he was. I, on the other hand, only barely remembered to hold my smile. Voss' entire face lit up. He'd always been like that. His emotions took over every feature with breathless enthusiasm. "Really? You finally did it?" I nodded, faking a beam. "Told you I would." "You sure did. Wow." Voss shook his head, visibly amazed. His happiness for me twisted a knife in my guts. I wondered if he would be punished when it was discovered that Esmerus was dead and that Sorel and I were missing. "That's wonderful news," he said. "You'll be missed." "You too," I replied, meaning it. The world tightened. Sorel's fingers tightened around my shoulder, disguised as an affectionate pat. A breeze pressed my clothes to my body, and I realized that dribbles of blood were crawling down my calves. I couldn't stand here much longer. "I need to go before sunset," I said to Sorel, who immediately got the hint. "Yes, she's too good for us now." Sorel held out his palm, showing Voss Esmerus' silver lily. He said, "One of the lesser horses is fine, not the pure breeds, of course." Voss barely looked at the sigil. Of course. Just go talk to the stable master," he said. Then looked at me and grinned. "Congratulations, Tisaanah. Good luck out there." "You too, Voss. Good luck." He would need luck. I tried not to think about what Voss' back would look like if he was punished for letting us go. What his body would look like hanging from the gallows. "Pull yourself together," I hissed at myself. That isn't helping anyone. We didn't see the stable master, of course. Instead, we went straight to the stalls where the workhorses were kept, the ponies and mutts that no one kept a close eye on. It was empty. Late in the day for a lot of stable hands to be around. It turned out, in a twist of bitter luck, I had picked a terrific time to accidentally murder my master. I steadied myself against the wall as Sorel selected a horse and threw a saddle over its back. After he bridled the animal and quietly opened the stall door, I held out my hand. "I'll hold him as you get yours," I whispered. Sorel paused for a fraction of a second before nudging me out of the way. "I can't go, Tisaanah," he said, as if he were rejecting an invitation to lunch. He and the horse continued down the hall, but I froze. "What?" "Shh." Sorel looked at me over his shoulder. "You don't have time to waste. Of course you're coming." I wasn't about to leave him here. That was simply not an option. I hobbled after him, struggling to catch up until we were standing at the back door of the stables. I glanced outside. at the palms and ferns, giving way to an unbroken blue sky tinged with the beginning of sunset. Glimpses of rippling golden grass peeked through the leaves. The famous Threlian plains. Miles and miles that way, beyond the grasslands, there was the sea. And then, across that sea, was Ara, the orders. I turned back to Sorel, who was tightening the strap over the horse's ears. "Of course you're coming," I said again, definitively. "Everyone knows that you wanted to buy your freedom, but I have drills in an hour. If I'm not there, they'll go looking for me. It's not enough time. Besides, we've now established that I escorted you here, leaving Esmerus temporarily unguarded. I'll go back and discover him. He had so many enemies. I could claim I saw anything. That will never work. It will work better than us both making a run for it. Someone would realize what happened within hours. This way, they might not even look for you. If they do, I can buy you at least a day." Buy me a day? At what price? Just like Sorel, always believing the best, even in the face of a much harsher reality. Stop being a martyr and get on the damned horse. You don't have time for this. You're right, we don't. You deserve every possible chance to make it. I'm not going to ruin that. I'll be fine here, I promise. Deserve. I hated that word. Sorel was not the type to raise his voice. Every word he spoke was always light and calm, and these ones were no exception. But I felt his resolve, a solid wall between us. "Please," I begged, pulling his fingers into my palm, clutching them. I couldn't never let them go. I can't. "I'm going to put you on the horse. Ready?" I wasn't, but he did it anyway, gently lifting me by my waist. My hand felt cold where his skin used to be, and my body writhed in pain from the movement. By the time I was on the horse, the world was spinning. "Here." He handed me his sheathed dagger, strapping its belt around my waist. Then his hand squeezed mine. "If I find out that you died in those plains, I'll kill you." I looked down at him, at those clear eyes, more striking than ever now as they glittered with tears that wouldn't quite overflow. I thought of the day I met him for the first time. I knew now what that little slave girl must have felt like, how precious that gift of bittersweet, gentle comfort was. There were so many things I wanted to say to him, so many that the unspoken words strangled me. "You've got to go," he said, and pulled my face toward him, pressing his lips against my cheek. "Say hello to Ara for me." I can't. He sent my horse cantering, yanking me away before I was ready. The tangle in my throat released just enough for me to choke out, "I love you," but the words were lost in hooves and wind and almost sobs that I smothered in my lungs. I would wonder countless times if he had heard me. If he, my friend, my brother, knew all that he meant to me. His kiss burned on my cheek, joining the one my mother had left on my forehead all those years ago. Twin scars, branding me as someone who left behind the people most important to her. I pushed through the ferns and the grasslands opened up in front of my vision, blurring and rippling from blood loss. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Otherwise, I would turn around. Even as it was, a powerful part of me was dragging her fingernails into the ground, trying to crawl back to Sorel, screeching in my ears, "You can't leave him! You have to go back! You can't leave him!" But the hoofbeats quickened. It would be worth it. I would make it worth it, make myself worth the sacrifice, not just to Sorel, but to everyone. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And I inhaled the tears that clawed at me before they reached the surface. I had everything I needed. I had a handful of gold coins in my purse, enough to buy or bribe my way to Ara. I had a power within me that was strong enough to kill one of the most feared men in Threl. I had 27 fresh scars that would never let me forget what I was capable of surviving. And I would survive. And, most powerfully of all, I had a debt to repay. I would do whatever it took, except cry. Chapter 5. My name is Tisaanah Vitezek. I am from Threl. I am friend of Zareth Aldris. I must speak to him. I practiced those words obsessively, rolling the round Aran sounds on my tongue over and over again. I whispered them to myself as my horse and I galloped across the plains in a frantic attempt to outrun the sunrise and my blood loss and the constant looming possibility that Esmerus's forces would come searching for me. I muttered them under my breath as I fought fever dreams, when I was at risk of collapsing, tucking myself beneath rocks and into tiny caves that hardly fit my body. My name is Tisaanah. I am from Threl. I am friend of Zareth Aldris. They echoed from the plains into the forests, where my poor horse tripped and snapped a leg, and I was forced to put the beast out of its misery. I ate what I could of it that night, apologizing to it profusely the entire time. They circled through my brain as I staggered through the forest on foot, pressing myself to trees at any sound of voices or footsteps. I repeated them as a distraction, a reminder, during nights when I would stare at the blood on my fingers with growing concern, binding my bandages tighter and tighter to quell the bleeding. And they shouted in a cry of triumph when I finally, days or weeks later, dragged myself out of the forest to see the beautiful, vast, powerful sea for the first time. They were momentarily quieted as everything inside of me went still at the sight. I am friend of Zareth Aldris. I must speak to him. Those words lingered in the back of my mind as I stumbled through awkward interactions with nearly every sailor at the docks, trying to find someone who could take me to Ara. They spoke a different dialect of Thureni than I did. If it wasn't so frustrating, it would have been funny that I could understand them better if they were speaking Aran. My name is Tisaanah Vitezek. But then they danced like a song when I finally boarded a boat, as I watched the Threlian shores shrink into the distance and let the salty air comb my hair. I practiced them between bouts of vomiting when I grew relentlessly seasick. I comforted myself with them when I dreamed of Sorel, of the betrayal in Esmerus' dying gaze, and woke up in sweats. When those sweats grew hotter, when a fever overtook my thoughts, plunging me into delirium. My name is Tisaanah, and I have abandoned everyone I love, and I am a killer, and I am going to die before I make it to Ara. But I didn't die. I was close by the time that ship docked in Ara's harbors. I only vaguely recalled dragging myself out of the boat and staring up at those glistening glass towers, one of silver, one of gold, in awe. I must have barely made it to the order's gates. I'm told I collapsed when the door opened, that I choked out in raspy, fractured Aran. My name is Tisaanah. I am from Threl, friend of Zareth Aldris. I must speaking him. I remember the way the woman's silver hair caught in the waning sunlight, how I let out a weak, shuddering cry when she touched my back. But that's all. Chapter 6. Chattering. The sound circled around me, like bells twinkling the rise and fall of music. I opened my eyes to see a silver brocade pattern through streams of light. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust enough to realize that I was looking at a patterned wall. Gods, my neck hurt. I was lying, mercifully, on my stomach. My body was cradled by white blankets that were thicker and softer than anything I had ever felt in Threl, though then again, in Threl, it was so hot that we would have no need for such things. I blinked. A groan creaked from my lips. The sound stopped. It was only when a plump woman's torso, clad in a simple blue blouse and a long, billowing skirt, entered my vision that I realized it had been a voice. I lifted my chin, ignoring the stiff pain in my neck, just as the woman bent down to look at me. She was perhaps in her mid-30s, with white skin and silver hair that was piled messily on top of her head, leaving some curly tendrils hanging around her round cheeks. A Voltine. All at once I realized that I must be in Aura, at the order of midnight. The woman said something to me in Auran, but she spoke so quickly, and my mind was so fuzzy that I let her words slip through my fingers without translating them. The woman smiled at me, her eyes crinkling with concern. "Tisaanah," she said. Her voice was high and light. No wonder it sounded like bells. "Your name?" She spoke slowly, emphasizing every word in a manner that might have been patronizing if she hadn't seemed so aggressively kind. I nodded. Yes. Her smile broadened. She placed her palm on her own chest. "Willa." "Hello?" I whispered. "Hello. Duh. Duh. Duh." I prodded my brain, searching every Auran word I'd ever read. It was so much easier in writing. Slowly, it clicked. Duh. Dear. Term of affection. I could do this. The corners of my mouth turned up. This small sign of comprehension was, apparently, all the encouragement that Willa needed to launch herself back into a chirpy onslaught of words. I had to force myself to follow her sentences. "Been out for quite some time. I needed to come in here to heal you 3 times a day at first. You had a bad infection." She shook her head. "Very bad. Infection. New word." But I could gather what it meant. I moved my arms, bracing my hands to push myself upright. I expected the movement to be met with a wall of pain, but it wasn't. Soreness, yes, but nothing compared to what I had endured for the last few weeks. Incredible. I'm sure that still hurts. I looked up to see Willa staring at me with a wrinkle between her eyebrows. "Not bad," I replied. "Thank you." She made a small sucking sound with her teeth, something caught between sadness and disapproval. "You poor thing, your back was awful." A slight cold breeze drew my gaze to the right side of the room, which was essentially a wall of glass windows, floor to ceiling, selectively covered with layers of dusty blue chiffon curtains. One window was cracked open slightly, allowing the sea air to slip in. The room was small but impeccably clean. The only furniture was my bed, a large mirror, and an armoire. All of them were simple in construction, but clearly expensive, crafted of deep mahogany with silver hardware. That hardware, in fact, was the only decoration. Each piece, every knob or pull, was a little silver moon. Another breeze. I shivered, clamping my arms around myself. It was only then that I realized, to my embarrassment, that I was shirtless. My sheepishness must have shown on my face. "Don't worry, naked bodies are nothing new to me," Willa said. "But I do have some clothes for you. I assume that you don't want that anymore." She gestured to the armoire, where my jacket hung from a hook on one side. My tattered, dirty, bloody jacket. A jacket that could have only been worn by someone who was close to death, someone who had seen and experienced terrible things, who had closed her eyes every night, wondering if they would open again in the morning. I shuddered. No, I did not want it. I did not want to even look at it ever again. But now, the sight of it reminded me with a tight pit at the base of my stomach why I had come here to begin with. Made me wonder what Sorel was going through right now. If I could speak to Zareth, maybe he could help me rally the support of the orders and go help him. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I can't imagine they would stand for this, and with their firepower, I need speaking to Zareth Aldris, I told Willa, who had opened the armoire and was rummaging around inside. She peeked out, holding a blue cotton dress. Her lips thinned. "Oh, yes," she said, almost as if to herself. "They did say that, didn't they?" She hung the dress on the side of the armoire, covering my dirty jacket. Here, not the most stylish, but let's keep it loose for now so we don't irritate your wounds. I only understood roughly half of that sentence, but I was too impatient to care. Is Zareth? Yes, yes. While you get dressed, I'll go get someone who would like to speak to you. Willa went to the door, her skirt floating around her feet. Even though she was short and relatively squat, she moved with a grace that I watched with faint envy. My dancing had been crafted out of practice and sheer force of will. Willa's movements were all natural poise. "Willa," I said, as her hand touched the door handle. She paused to look at me. "Thank you." She gave me a little, warm smile. "You are very welcome, my dear. I'm sure I will see you again soon." And then she floated out the door, leaving me alone in the Tower of the Order of Midnight, a place I had dreamed about for years. I still didn't quite know how, but I had made it. I slipped out of bed and wandered a circle around the room, taking a moment to peer out the window between those light flowing curtains. When I looked down, the floor seemed to tilt beneath me, and my throat released an involuntary gasp. I was probably hundreds and hundreds of dizzying feet above the ground. Only glass separated me from the sky. My window overlooked the famous Aran Cliffs and the thrashing sea beyond them. If I tilted my head and pressed my cheek against the glass, I could barely see the Tower of Daybreak, headquarters to the Order of Daybreak, standing beside this one. It was identical to this tower, except its glass was lined with burnished gold instead of silver. Fitting. Beyond it, perhaps a mile away, the palace loomed against the cliffs. It wasn't nearly as tall as the towers, but it sprawled against the curvature of the earth. The gold that lined its every angle glittered beneath stormy sea-tinted clouds. Peaks accented with violent spires stabbed the sky. A lump formed in my throat. The ink drawings in my books and Zareth's descriptions did not do any of it justice. I turned around and went to the armoire, grabbing the dress that Willa had produced for me. 3 layers of straight, loose cotton, dusty blue like the curtains, with billowing sleeves that hit to the elbow. My nose wrinkled. Is this what Aran women wore? Did they like to pretend they didn't have waists, or... Well, I wasn't here to be beautiful. I unhooked the dress and turned around, and in that movement I caught a glimpse of myself in the full-length mirror. I had to stop myself from dropping the hanger. Gods, was that me? My hair hung in dirty tangles over both shoulders, my cheeks sunken, ribs protruding. 2 angry pink scars sliced across my chest and abdomen. They cut across my forearms, too. If I held my arms the right way, I could see the unbroken lines that the whip had sliced in my flesh when I shielded myself. But when I turned, my back was completely covered in deep, ferocious gouges. Some still bled, some had scabbed, and some were stitched together like a hideous patchwork quilt. No wonder I had been in such agony. I practically had no skin left. And it was already clear that magic, healing or no, these scars would mark me forever. Crack. 27. The image of Esmerissa's dying face flashed through my mind. And for the first time, the thought of it didn't inspire even a hint of guilt. I was glad he was dead, and glad I had gotten to kill him. For one fractured moment. Then I thought of that sadness that had stripped his features. That whisper of betrayal. The guilt followed like a wave crashing on the shore. I shuddered, turning away from the mirror and slipping into that ghastly, shapeless dress. I felt another ache at my wrist, and when I looked down, my brow furrowed. Strange. There, on the inside of my wrist, was a crimson-splotched bandage. It was clearly fresher than my other wounds, small and neat, and very deliberate-looking. How had that... The thought was interrupted as I heard the door open behind me. I turned to see another Voltaigne woman standing in the doorway. She was a little younger than Willa and much sliver and taller. Her clothes were entirely white, blending with her skin and hair and flattening her to a colorless silhouette. She wore tight pants and a stiff coat that buttoned up to the neck, following her lithe body until it nearly touched the floor. I looked down at my dress, relieved that this was not, apparently, what all Aran women wore. "I'm glad to see that you're awake." The woman closed the door behind her. The movement revealed a large dark gray moon emblem across her back. "We were all worried about you." "I am much better." "Good, good." She stepped into the room, hands clasped, and flicked her hair behind her shoulder. It was long, nearly reaching her waist, and braided into countless tiny strands. She regarded me with an icy, stripping stare. Gods, those white eyes were so disconcerting. I felt like she was staring straight through me. I met that stare, matching her intensity. "I need to speak," I reminded myself. "I need to speak of Zareth Aldris." "Can I ask? What about?" I hesitated. "If you get him, I will tell you both." An echo of a smile quirked the edge of her mouth, as if something about this was amusing. I didn't know what. And I could feel nothing from her, not a hint of thoughts or emotions, or even the nebulous shape of her aura. When I reached out with my mind to find hers, try to sense something that might help me adjust my strategy, I was met with nothing, just a blank wall. "Zareth isn't here right now," she said. "Actually, he's in Threll. Maybe you two passed each other in your travels." Threll! My mouth went dry. I wondered if Zareth would have stopped at Esmerissa's estate, like he always did during his visits to the area. "I received this letter from him last week, actually." The woman lifted her hand, and suddenly a piece of parchment appeared between her fingers. She held it up, reading. "As planned, I stopped at the home of Esmeris Mikolev, only to find out that he was, in fact, dead. He had been murdered mere weeks before I arrived. His city, needless to say, had fallen into turmoil." She looked at me and raised her eyebrows. "Do you need me to translate that for you?" Translate, as if to imply that she knew Tyranny and chose not to speak it. I knew a power play when I saw one. Besides, I understood enough for my mouth to turn to ash at the word turmoil. I knew that word. I had read it in the books Zareth had given me, in descriptions of war and brutality. I understand. Do you also understand why it might seem slightly suspicious that a Threllian girl with a whipped back collapsed at our doorstep just after Esmeris Mikolev was killed? I bristled. "I left because I purchased my freedom," I said. "Fair. The truth, if an extremely partial one. It's not my place to care whether you killed him or not. I saw what your back looked like. I wouldn't blame you if you did. However," she dropped the letter, which disappeared into a lazy spiral of smoke, then crossed her arms over her chest. Strangely enough, she reminded me of Esmeris. Those same commanding, uncompromising movements. "The orders are politically neutral. If the Threllians find out that we have knowingly harbored a wanted woman, we might ruin our relationship with them. Or worse, start a war." "New, trull, harboring." I filed the words away, along with my murky understanding of their meaning. "We need to send you back to Threll," the woman said, slowly, as if she saw me struggling. My fingers curled at my sides. "Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I went through all this, dragged myself here, and she was trying to tell me that they were going to send me back there? She saw what that place did to me, and she wanted to send me back? No, that was not how this worked. I am not Thrunian," I said. The Voltane woman opened her mouth to respond, but I cut her off. "I am not Threllian. I am Nizrenes. My nation was destroyed by Threllian lords when I was very small, my people killed and enslaved. And 8 years ago they caught me too. They murdered my family and took me. I was beaten, whipped, raped. Others had worse. I nearly died to come to here. I had prepared for this moment. I had specifically learned the errand terms for all of those awful things, condensed my life into little terrible words, because I knew I would need them. I opened my palms and sent a stream of silver butterflies rising to the ceiling. If you send me back, I said, you send me to death. Zareth said me that I could join the orders, even though I am fragmented. I turned the butterflies to glass. They fell, shattering against the marble floor. The woman didn't flinch. Nice, she said, flatly, eyeing the shards on the ground. This is why I come, because my people need me, and for helping them, I need the orders. The woman and I stared at each other. Her expression shuddered. I mentioned your arrival in my last letter to Zareth, she said at last. Then she opened her palm and produced another letter, reading aloud. I have met the fragmented girl many times. She is intelligent and driven. She may be ill-trained and inexperienced, but she has undeniable potential, and it would be a deep shame to see that wasted. She glanced at me. I assure you that Zareth doesn't always provide such praise to young women who collapse at our door mumbling his name. A warm satisfaction unfurled in my chest. I may not have needed Zareth's help to cross the sea, but I had needed it in this room. Silently, I thanked him for it. I will give everything I have to the orders, I said. I would be best wielder it has seen. I opened my fingers and whispered to the shards of glass, calling them to me. They slid across the floor and rose to my hands, where I closed them in my fists. When I opened them again, the glass had become a frosted, mottled circle, the moon. For the first time since our conversation began, a real expression crossed the woman's face, a bemused smirk clinging to the corners of her mouth. That's a tall commitment from someone fragmented, but I can appreciate the sentiment. She opened the door. Walk with me. And I didn't introduce myself. My name is Nora. Nora walked fast and didn't appear to notice or care whether I kept up. Still, I matched her pace step for step. It felt good to be able to move again, despite the tugs of sharp pain across my back. Whatever Willa had done for me had worked. Zareth was right. There is no rule against fragmented Voltane joining the Order of Midnight. It's not common, but Nora shrugged, lazily raising her palms. I have no objection to that. This was actually happening. I craned my neck as we glided down the halls, taking in the tall ceilings, the white floors, the silver accents doused in sunset light through enormous windows. A few other Voltane passed us, some giving me curious looks. I tried not to gawk back at them. While most wore some kind of moon insignia somewhere on their jacket, none were as large as the one on Nora's back, and no one else dressed entirely in white like her. I wondered if she held a higher rank. We do have one problem, though. We took a sharp turn, arriving at a circle of cerulean blue carved into the floor, surrounded by a delicate silver gate. Nora stood in the center and motioned for me to join her. When I did, she placed both hands on the rail. The platform shuddered. I let out a tiny gasp as I felt the floor begin to lower beneath me, resisting the urge to jump away from the edge. Nora shot me an amused glance. There are many uses for our magic. Imagine how long it would take to climb these stairs. So she was doing this? Lowering us and the floor? I watched floor after floor of the tower pass as we dropped, smearing glimpses of bustling activity. You do, however, have a problem, Nora said. Apprenticeships were assigned 6 months ago. There are not as many Voltane as there are Solariae. I don't believe we have anyone to train you. Apprenticeships. I didn't understand that word, but I did understand her last sentence. I do not need training. Nora snorted, as if this was a ridiculous thing to say. Yes, you do. Every wielder, Valtane or Solarier, must complete an apprenticeship to join the orders. No exceptions. Apprentice? Apprenticeship. Young wielders train with a teacher for 6 years. 6 years? I do not have that time, I blurted out. People in Thrall do not have 6 years for waiting for help. Nora glanced at me, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. I desperately wished I could sense her thoughts. And what kind of help, exactly, do you want us to provide? Send small group of wielders to Thrall, with me. I didn't hesitate. I had thought this through many times. Give me 20 men and order protection to go to Esmaris Makav's city and, I stumbled for the errand equivalent of the word negotiate, groping through my mind to no avail, and discuss for the freedom of the slaves there. Give me money or power for making deals for their release. And if this does well, we can go further in Thrall. But for now, I only ask of you 20. The platform came to a stop, touching the ground, but neither of us moved nor spoke. The silence was agonizing. You're ambitious, Nora said. I don't know if that's a realistic plan, but we'll see what we can do, maybe, after you complete some training. Nothing I do can get around that requirement. She stepped off the platform, continuing down the hall and waving me along. Follow me. The ground floor of the tower was more open than the spiraling hallways above, and so blindingly bright that I had to squint. The lobby was bustling with activity, full of people who looked like they all had very important business to attend to. Valtane with their white hair and albino skin, and Solarier, who looked like any other human but wore the sun emblems of the Order of Daybreak. My gaze ran to the other side of the room and then stopped. The mural that adorned the back wall was so intimately familiar and yet so different from the version of it that I knew. The massive painting of Ariach and Rosira Shalane was the same image as the ink drawing in my well-worn book, the two of them framed by the sun and the moon, their palms touching. And right there in the center, where their hands met, the building itself changed, accents turning from Rosira's silver to Ariach's gold. The Tower of Midnight and the Tower of Daybreak shared the same ground floor, and I didn't realize that I had stopped walking until Nora paused beside me. Do you know the story of our founding? She asked. Yes, very well. I traced their faces. Ariach's tilted down, his eyes looking straight at the viewer, while Rosira's gazed out over the sea through those great glass windows. I wondered if she had dreamed of my world the way that I dreamed of hers. If she had, she may never have gotten to see it. 500 years ago, the world had been without magic, and its resurgence was so chaotic and unpredictable that it threatened to destroy everything. As the stories were told, she and Ariach had given pieces of their very souls to mold magic into something sustainable. And then they had founded the orders to be a beacon of stability in a new world of dangerous power and great possibility. I swallowed a sudden swell of emotion. That was at least what they had always been to me, a beckoning promise. I was so entranced that I almost didn't notice when Nora began striding away. "Come," she said, and waved me along. I followed her into a smaller room lined with desks and bookcases that smelled strongly of the comforting scent of paper. Willa sat behind one of the desks in the corner. On the other side of the room, a woman and a man shuffled through papers. They wore gold sun insignias on their lapels. "Solari, you're moving well," Willa said, giving me a grin I could not help but return. "Willa, we need to find a teacher for Tisaanah." The moment Nora opened her mouth, Willa closed hers, giving her undivided attention. Yes, Nora had to be important. Probably not the arch-commandant, the leader of the orders, but certainly highly ranked. Willa frowned, shuffling through a few pieces of paper on the desk. "I'm afraid that no one who is open to taking an apprentice is free now, since the assignments happened months ago." She squinted at me. "How old are you, dear?" 21. 21? Willa arched her eyebrows, looking to Nura. She's 3 years older than apprentices are when they complete their age. Age has nothing to do with it. If she wants to join the orders, she must complete at least some training. The laws are clear about that. Nura crossed her arms, tapping impatiently with her index finger. I know we have to be unconventional. A wrinkle formed on Willa's forehead. She pulled out a scribbled stack of bound parchment and began flipping through it. Look up where Maxantarius Farlione is living these days, Nura said. Willa stopped mid-movement. Really? I told you we were going to have to be unconventional. But are you sure that he's the... Look it up, please. A pause. Willa looked like she might retort, but instead she flipped through her books, produced a small piece of paper, and handed it to Nura. Thank you. Nura glanced down at the parchment. And how much longer do you think Tisaanah needs to recover before she can begin? Recover? I didn't need to recover any more. I wouldn't let them force me to train for 6 years, that I knew for sure. And that meant I had no time to waste. If I could drag myself thousands of miles while on the cusp of death, I could certainly put up with whatever this Maxa whoever could throw at me. I want to begin now. Willa looked startled. Tisaanah, dear, you're still... I have waited 8 years to come here. I am recovered, and I want to begin. But we can't falter impatience. A tiny smile curled at the edges of Nura's mouth. She likes to get things done. I can respect that. Respect wasn't quite what I saw in the amused gleam of Nura's pale eyes, but that was fine. I'd been given my chance to earn it, and a chance was all I needed. Let's go then. Nura looked down at the paper Willa gave her, then flipped it over. She took a pen from the desk. Hold on to my arm. I obeyed as I watched her draw a circle, then add lines and shapes winding through its center, and then, suddenly, I was no longer standing in the Tower of Midnight, but blinking into a blinding midday sun. Nura. A strained male voice. What, exactly, do you want? Chapter 7. The earth shifted and slid beneath me, and I struggled to stay upright. It took me too long to realize I was still, embarrassingly, clinging to Nura's arm. Tisaanah, this is Maxantarius. I tore my eyes from the bright sun, blinking at our surroundings. Nura and I now stood in one of the largest gardens I had ever seen. It sprawled in all directions, flowers and greenery consuming every inch of earth. Nestled in the middle of it all was a little stone cabin, and there, crouched among wild white rose bushes, was a man who stood to meet us, sharp features pinched beneath the shadow of tousled black hair. Black hair! He wasn't a Valtane. This had to be a mistake. Now I understood the confused wrinkle on Willa's forehead. Maxantarius? Really? He rolled his eyes, letting out a scoff. His purple silk jacket, which struck me as horribly impractical clothing for gardening, rippled under the sun as he crossed his arms across his chest. His gaze settled on me. It was the brightest, iciest blue I had ever seen, so unnervingly stark that it edged on inhuman. Can you tell me why you're bringing strange girls in nightgowns to stomp my irises? I looked down at myself, forcing myself not to be embarrassed by this shapeless cotton thing. Then looked down further, to the little blue flowers crushed under my toes. To be fair, it would have been impossible not to crush something. Nura only answered, icily, You haven't shown up to the towers for any mandatory appearances. Maxantarius lifted one long, straight finger. 1. That isn't your concern, is it? Then another. 2. As you know, I am retired. You're still a member of the orders. He uncrossed his arms, jerking his sleeve up in one sharp movement, making a show of examining the inside of his right wrist. I caught a glimpse of a small gold-colored tattoo. The sun. I've been meaning to get rid of this thing. Nura didn't react, save for a small tightening of the muscles around her eyes. so slight that I would have missed it if I wasn't desperate for signs of communication, desperate to latch on to something other than the Aran words that I struggled to understand. She gestured to me. "This is Tisaanah. She has been assigned to be your apprentice." I armed myself with the most dazzling, bright-eyed smile in my arsenal, inclining my head in a greeting. Maxantarius's eyes danced from me to Nura and then back to me, black eyebrows raised ever so slightly, sharp words dangling in the air. And then he laughed. "That's ridiculous. You didn't take one 6 months ago, so here you are, retired. That was the agreement." And his arms dropped, gesturing to me, then flailing into something like a shrug. I mean, honestly, do I have to say any of this? During that last question, his gaze flicked over me with an incredulous disgust that made my teeth grind together. "What are your reservations?" Nura retorted. "What are my reservations? You bring me a fragmented Valtane who's practically geriatric and ask me what my reservations are? Ge-ri-actric. I didn't know what it meant, but I was sure it was an insult. I steeled myself with a face of charming, earnest pleasantness. "It would be honor to train with you. I didn't even know how to approach attempting to say Maxantarius's name. Instead, I awkwardly cut myself short, offering a doe-eyed beam in its place, before turning to Nura. But maybe better if I could find Valtane." He arched a brow, unamused by my practiced charms. "And she's foreign. What is that, Thereni?" "There are no Valtane in the Order of Midnight who are available to apprentices right now," Nura snapped. "You are Tisaanah's only option." Gods! Well, that was just terrific, if it was even true. Maxantarius and I glanced at each other, and in that moment I was certain that we had to be thinking the same thing. He snorted. "As much as I love being a last resort, this is ridiculous. How old are you anyway?" Before I could answer, he shook his head, turning back to Nura. "I won't bother. This doesn't even justify a response. You know it, I know it, and I'm sure she probably knows it too. You already know where I stand on involvement with the orders." I glanced from Maxantarius to Nura, reading the taut hostility in their stances, the sharp edge in the way that they looked at each other. And I tasted the thread of tension in the air that lingered between them, one that seemed drawn from something deeper than this conversation alone. There was history here, old rivals maybe. Or I watched their unbroken stares, heavy with that distinctive blend of familiarity and resentment. Or former lovers, perhaps. I took this theory away. Knowing these kinds of things about people always turned out to be useful one way or another. Details aside, one thing was certain. I strongly suspected that this argument was about more than just me. "It's been 8 years, Max," Nura snapped. "It's time to do something with your life. Your concern is touching, but I've given you an answer. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. You are a member of the orders, whether you like it or not. I wasn't asking you for an answer, of course. Holding true to pattern. Silence." Nura and Maxantarius looked at each other with combative stares that were only barely shy of outright glares. The sound of birds flitting through the trees was suddenly deafening. "I'm not doing this," he said at last. "I'm sure you've just been itching for an excuse to put me in my place. But it's wrong for you to use her to do it. That's not. I already told you." Nura straightened, letting out a puff of exasperated air through her nostrils. She turned to me. "He's just being a child. He's more than capable of teaching you." "I am not," he retorted. "Don't lie to the poor girl." I looked at Maxantarius's stubborn, steady gaze, then Nura's set jaw and icy eyes equally immovable. I wasn't sure exactly what I had stepped into, but I knew that if I brought up finding another trainer, Nura wouldn't give in, not after this whole argument. I could do this, I told myself. I was an expert in making stubborn men do things that they didn't realize they wanted to do. I wrapped Threlian lords around my fingers like they were made out of putty. And how different could this petulant Solari possibly be? Besides, I didn't actually need training. I could teach myself anything I needed to know. All I had to do was appease the Order's technicalities, force myself through their requirements as quickly as possible, then convince them to help me get back to Threll. Hopefully, before Sorel. I didn't let myself finish the thought. "He'll come around," Nura said to me, quietly, then turned to Maxantarius, who had crouched down to observe his roses. "Don't you dare leave her here," he said, without looking up. I hoped she was leaving. Every minute she spent arguing would make my job more difficult later. "It's time to do something, Max. You're too young for this." A faint, tenuous warmth stretched in her voice, far beneath her words. It was only just audible enough to make him glance up, the wrinkle above his nose softening only slightly. Oh, definitely former lovers. My suspicion became a certainty. "Good luck," Nura said to me. "I'm sure I will see you soon." And before I had the chance to stop her, before I had the chance to ask any of the dozens of questions thrashing in my lungs, she scribbled 2 jagged strokes onto her little scrap of parchment and simply disappeared, leaving me here. "Damn it, I told her not to do that," Maxantarius grumbled. A breeze rustled the garden, making the flower petals tremble like butterfly wings, pressing the fabric of my ridiculous dress to my back and offering a sharp, jarring reminder of my wounds. Whatever pain relief Willa had given me was starting to wear off. At least the ache sharpened my thoughts. I watched Maxantarius, who diligently ignored me. Docility was probably not the best option. I could already tell that approach would neither endear me to him nor help me make any progress. Normally, I would take a more flirtatious approach, but that seemed risky too. He had only scoffed at my attempts at charm before. Eager protege might have potential, maybe. I just needed to figure out what I had to work with. I watched Maxantarius's back, mentally reaching into the space between us, searching for any faint whiff of his emotions, his thoughts, his preferences. A sharp, startling pain rang out in the back of my head, as if my fingers had been slammed in a door. Maxantarius whipped his head around to glare at me. "Do not," he hissed, "do that to me, ever." My jaw snapped shut, and I swallowed a rush of embarrassment. Nura had clearly shielded her mind, hiding it from my abilities. As a Valtane, she would have a mastery of thoughts that would allow her to do such things. It hadn't occurred to me that a Solari could do the same thing, though now it seems obvious that such protections would be necessary. I started. But Maxantarius rose without so much as looking at me. "Fucking Valtane," he muttered. "Sneaky bastards." He strode to the door of the little stone cabin. I started to follow him, but he whirled around in the doorway, blocking it and sneering at me down the bridge of his nose. "I'm not participating in this," he said. And before I could respond, the door slammed so forcefully that I felt the wood reverberate at the tip of my nose. I shivered. My back throbbed. Maxantarius had not opened the door again after slamming it in my face. For a while, I had paced around the garden, mulling over my options. The way things looked from where I stood, I had very few. At first, it had been difficult to curb my anger, which grew more and more potent with every passing minute. I dragged myself across the plains, across the ocean, to get here. I hunted and bartered and hid. I nearly died. And, in a thought that still clenched shuddering guilt in my chest, I killed. All of that so that I could be discarded outside the locked door of some petulant teacher who refused to train me. Gods, he wasn't even a Valtane. I didn't know much about Solari wielders, but I knew that even though they could, theoretically, do most of what Valtane could do, The way they used their magic was very different than the way I used mine. But I breathed in my anger and exhaled resolve. If they were going to force me into this situation, then fine. I'd make everything I could of it. I wasn't sure what Maxantarius expected to happen, but I didn't leave. Instead, I sat down just outside the door, crossing my legs, waiting. He had to come out eventually, and when he did, I'd be here. Besides, it wasn't as if I had anywhere else I could go. Minutes passed, 30, 40, 50, then hours. I watched the flower petals grow brighter and brighter under the waning sun, then reflect the warmth of sunset, then curl and fold on themselves in dusk. It was cold. Threll didn't get cold, and I didn't particularly enjoy the unfamiliar sensation. The flower leaves gently curled, like an animal getting ready to sleep. I wondered if he had put some sort of protective spell on them to shield them from the chill. My teeth chattered, and then, finally, the door opened. I jolted so abruptly that my back screamed. Maxantarius stood in the doorway. "You look freezing," he said, matter-of-factly. Yes, I saw no point in denying it. "Are you planning on going anywhere?" "I have nowhere for going." I tried to sound very pitiful. He sighed. "Figures she'd leave you here on the coldest spring night we've had in years," he grumbled. Then he stepped back from the door, eyeing me warily. "I'm inviting you inside, but only because if I let you freeze out here, I'd have to relinquish my moral superiority." I didn't understand what any of that meant, except for the important part. I pulled myself to my feet, wincing slightly as my back straightened and offering my most charming, grateful smile. "Thank you, Maxantarius." I was very proud of myself for correctly stringing together all of those syllables out loud. He rolled his eyes as he stepped aside, holding the door open for me. "Max, please, otherwise we'd spend half our damn lives saying that ridiculous name." Thank the gods. I had never seen so many things packed into so small a space. I stepped through the door and immediately stopped short. It took palpable effort not to let my jaw drop. My eyes didn't even know where to look first. Mac's home was tiny, but every single wall, every one, was lined with shelves that held trinkets and tools and art and sculptures and little strange whirring metal things. One shelf was devoted completely to what looked to be a very wide variety of sizes, shapes, colors, and types of wine bottles. 4 different rugs covered the floor, all overlapping each other at various angles, each a different color and texture. A fireplace bathed all of this in flickering orange light, reflecting off little metal pendulums and curious circling devices. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. A couch and 2 armchairs sat near the fire, none matching, and a dining room table with 5 different styles of chairs occupied the middle of the room. Around a corner, I caught a glimpse of a small kitchen and a narrow hallway with a few closed doors. "These are all very useful and important things," Max said, somewhat defensively, as if he saw my eyes widen when I walked in. I nodded, sure. There was no possible greater opposite to Esmerist's vast minimalist estate. At least it was clean in here, cluttered but clean. "Are you hungry?" Max disappeared into the kitchen. As if answering for me, my stomach rumbled. Yes. He emerged with a bowl of soup and a teacup, which he placed at the table, motioning for me to sit. I did, and he slumped into the chair across from me. He replenished a mostly empty wine glass from a bottle that was also mostly empty, and leaned back in his chair. I sniffed. The soup Max had given me was different than anything I had ever eaten before, thicker and heavy with the still unfamiliar smell of the ocean. I would have inhaled it even if it was disgusting, but it was good, spicy, but good. "Thank you." I was so ravenous that I barely remembered to say it. Max had shifted to leaning on the table, his chin propped against his knuckles, watching me in silence. I returned the favor, regarding him warily between bites. He was younger than I might have expected, perhaps late 20s, though there was a certain sharp, observant quality to his expressions that made him seem like he could be older. High cheekbones doused in flickering firelight, a flat, straight nose, delicate, upturned eyes beneath creaseless lids that only emphasized their unnerving, cloudy blue. Up close, they looked even more strange. I knew an old man in Threll who had cataracts that looked a bit like those, though certainly not in such a striking blue. Somehow, I doubted that Max had eyesight problems, though. His gaze seemed too deliberate, too piercing for that. "So," he said, at last, "you're from Threll? And how old are you?" 210. I realized my mistake too late and corrected myself. 21. 21, he echoed under his breath, shaking his head as if this was a ridiculous answer. Apprenticeships are complete at 18. Do you realize how peculiar this entire situation is? I tried not to let Max see that I didn't understand, but apparently I failed, because he added, "Strange, unusual." Enough. To be clear, all of this is very, very strange. Nora said of me that I cannot join orders without training, even though I'm too old. I didn't bother to hide my irritation. A smirk flitted across Max's mouth. "I'm glad you have enough sense to be frustrated by that bureaucratic stupidity. I did not come here to be sent back away. Here, to Ara, or here to my house? Both." He let out a breath of a chuckle, as if this answer were simply an amusing joke, and finished his glass of wine. Poured another. "Sorry, how rude of me." He lifted the bottle. "Would you like some?" "No, thank you." My gaze flipped to the walls and the empty wine bottles that lined one of the shelves. Noted. But I needed more information about this man if I was going to understand what he wanted, if I was going to figure out how to make myself invaluable. I put my spoon down and took a sip of tea. Even that was spicy, making my nose burn. "How are you knowing Nora?" I asked with calculated casualness. "Is she a friend?" Max snorted. "She's the second highest ranking member of the orders. Everyone knows Nora." Ah, I did hear that bitterness. I smiled slyly at him. "You know her another way, I think." "We fought together during the war, if you must know." Max straightened, narrowing his eyes. "But you're awfully bold for someone who dumped herself at my house and refused to leave." "I can't leave." "What war?" I knew very little about Ara's recent history. But Max ignored my question. "You can leave. You can do anything you want." I paused. All at once, it hit me. For the first time in my life, that statement was true. But then that realization drowned beneath an onslaught of images. Esmer's dying face, Cyril's goodbye eyes, the incriminating burn of his departing kiss on my cheek. Guilt clenched in my stomach. No, I wasn't free, not really, not yet. "I need to join the orders," I said. "Nura says I must be here for doing this, so no, I cannot leave." Bad goal. For 2 reasons. Max raised a finger. 1, because you shouldn't join the orders. I wish I hadn't. Another finger. And 2, because I'm not going to train you. It's not personal, it's just a matter of principle. Beneath the table, my nails clenched against my palm. "I can help you in other ways. I can clean or cook." Max let out a choked laugh, brow furrowed. "Are you implying that I look like I'm in desperate need of domestic help?" I glanced around the cluttered house and refrained from following up on that particular line of conversation. There must be. I don't need to be harassed in my own home. Max stood up, stretching, then took my empty bowl and teacup. "You can stay here for tonight. Just tonight, and then tomorrow we'll figure out what to do with you." I stood too. Exhaustion sank into my eyelids, my bones, my muscles. Whatever Willa had done to heal me was miraculous, but she had been right. I was still not fully recovered. "Washroom?" I asked, and Max's arm waved from around the corner of the kitchen to gesture me down the hall. That was a relief, at least. I had no idea how common such things were in Ara, And during my journey, I had relieved myself in enough disgusting or embarrassing places to last a lifetime. I splashed some water on my face and then looked at myself in the mirror. It was an unusual piece, clearly very old, framed with tarnished gold that twisted into a morass of little creatures. Bugs, dragonflies, lizards, snakes. My face reflected in the middle fit in far too well. Just another thing that looked like it would be rolling around in the dirt. I grabbed a handful of my knotted hair, which I had still not managed to fully untangle. But in that touch, all I could feel was Esmerus' hands clutching it, dragging me down to the ground with him. Suddenly, the sight of it made me ill. I peered out into the hallway, where Max was shuffling around the living room. "Do you have, I racked my exhausted brain, searching for the right Aran word. I held up my 2 fingers, bringing them together, making snap snap sounds with my tongue. "This thing?" Max gave me a look of deadpan confusion. "Huh?" "It says snap snap," I repeated, frustrated, bringing my fingers together again. He stared at me like I was insane. The Therini word, of course, was screaming in my ears, even as the Aran one was nowhere to be found. "Oh." Max snapped his fingers in realization, then opened a drawer and held up a pair of gold shears. "Scissors. I'd try to remember that and save myself some humiliation next time." I took them and returned to the mirror. And I did not hesitate, not even for a second, as I hacked my hair off in handfuls between my chin and shoulders. I had kept it so long, after all, because Esmerus liked it that way. I didn't have to care about that anymore. And by cutting it all off, I could release myself from his final touch. Cleave away the last place he grabbed me. A satisfied smirk curled the corners of my mouth. "You're going to wish that you left it a little longer." Another handful. I disregarded Max's statement. It felt good to have the ability to disregard the opinion of a man. I shook my head, feeling the lightness, watching my shortened hair bounce above my shoulders. "Is good this way," I said, handing the scissors back to Max. He shrugged. "You're going to have a hell of a time keeping it out of your face. Long is fine, short is fine. It's this in-between stuff that gets you into trouble." He tucked the scissors into his pocket and jerked his chin toward the basin. "Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Not my problem, though, as long as you clean all that up." I did as he asked, and I had never seen anything so beautiful as the fireplace flames, claiming those tendrils of black and silver, shriveling them, reducing them to ash. Chapter 8. Bright midday sun flooded through the curtains by the time I opened my eyes. I was once again awoken by that musical, chattering sound. This time I recognized it instantly as Willa's voice. That got me out of bed quickly. I threw my single, shapeless dress back on uncomfortably. It had to sleep naked simply because I had no other clothes. I hurried out into the living room, where Willa and Max stood somewhat awkwardly. There was a new, nervous tinge to Willa's voice. "And you know how it is. Things are just so tense with the invasion of Tyern and all the hostility in Vernaya. Ascended only hope it won't go to war." Oh, Willa stopped short. 2 sets of eyes turned to me. "Tisaanah, good morning." "Good afternoon is more accurate," Max said. "How are you feeling?" "Oh, your hair." Her voice trailed off. I wondered if it was good or bad that my shortened hair was enough to reduce Willa to silence. "Good morning," I said. "I am much better, thank you. I meant to make it here last night, but with—" She let out a breath, her small, plump mouth thinning. Something was off. "What?" I asked. "Our oh-so-great Queen Cesar's paranoia cost a lot of people their lives last night," Max said. "Paranoia?" Willa's brow furrowed. "These are difficult times, Max. We can't dismiss it as paranoia. She's doing the best she can under the circumstances." Parnoia? I knew nothing about the Queen of Ara until now, not even her name. The most recent history that my books covered was more than 2 decades old at this point. Still, I understood what Willa was saying before I walked into the room. War. War could destroy all of my plans. Or it could be a chance to advance faster than I would otherwise. That thought put a nauseous pit in my stomach, and I hated myself for considering the possibility. I was very young when the Threlian lords conquered Nizirine, but some echo of my memory still recalled the smell of the capital burning, the chill of the night as my mother and I fled. War destroyed my home, scattered my people to the plains, sent me into slavery, but it also presented an opportunity. I didn't have the luxury of ignoring that. Before I could ask more, Willa shook her head as if to clear the unpleasant thoughts and spoke again. Anyway, that's not what I came here for. I wanted to bring you some clothes and take a look at those wounds again since you left so suddenly and all. I wasn't really expecting her to take you away right then and there, if I'm being honest. That's not normally how things are done. Don't bother, Max cut in before I could respond. She's not staying. In fact, this is an excellent opportunity for you to take her back to the towers. Ugh, I didn't understand why he had to be such an ass about it. Willa's fingers played around each other. Max, I realized, made her nervous. Interesting. Max gave her a deadpan stare. I'm serious, Willa. Well, this poses a problem. The only problem anyone should be talking about is the fact that I already told Noura no. He threw up his hands. How come no one ever discusses that problem? I don't care who trains, I said, growing increasingly irritated with this discussion. I will train with anyone. I only want to join the orders. See? Anyone could do it. Willa picked more ferociously at her fingernails. Apprenticeships were assigned 6 months ago, Max, and with everything happening right now, there's no one else available who... There's no way that's actually true. Willa looked so startled at being outright accused of lying that I felt bad for her. It is true. I checked. Shit. I had still been holding out hope that Max wasn't actually my only option. If you don't do it, she went on, then no one can, at least not for another 5 months when the current crop of senior apprentices. Then she can wait for 5 months. I shook my head fiercely. I cannot wait 5 months. Both of you need to calm down. Willa's voice took on a tone that sounded as if it was meant to soothe cranky children. I spoke to Noura about this before coming here. Tisaanah, because of your unusual situation, we're willing to let you do your first round of tests early. The other apprentices have their evaluations in 5 months. You test with them, and from there we can see whether you're fit to move forward more quickly. If this was supposed to be good news, it didn't feel like it. I nodded and tried not to show how tight my jaw was, or the way my fingernails dug into the flesh of my palms. Who knew where Serafina would be in 5 months? Where any of my friends would be by then? And that was only the start. Calm down, I told myself. You'll prove it to them. You'll find a way. You always do. This still doesn't change the fact that I won't train her. Gods, I wanted to throttle him. After 5 months, Willa said, somewhat pleadingly, we can see about switching things around. I told Noura no. Well, Maxantarius, as you know, she continued to fidget, her voice halting, as if she was very much dreading saying what she was about to say. You are still beholden to the orders. You know what the penalties are for failing to uphold your duties, especially because of your... Max raised a palm. Fury seeped into every line of his face, drawing harsh wrinkles of tension around every feature. Right, I see where this is going. You're saying I don't have a choice? All of us have obligations, Willa said apologetically. He let out a scoff, then turned those inhuman eyes on me. They picked an unusual battle in you, didn't they? I returned his glare with a sweet, accommodating smile. I will be excellent apprentice. Max crossed his arms and went outside without another word, leaving Willa and I staring at each other. I picked up her bag. "Thank you," I said, then grabbed the skirt of my shapeless dress. I'm glad to rid this thing. That was good news, at least. Willa stayed for a while longer, helping me unpack the clothes she had brought. In this case, unpacking simply meant trying to find a clear surface upon which to place them, but I didn't mind. I was just thrilled to be able to get out of this hideous dress. Instead, I changed into a pair of close-fitting trousers, paired with a blouse that wrapped around my body and tied around my waist, both rendered in shades of dusky blue. Simple, but worlds better than that awful chiffon thing. Before she left, Willa looked at my wounds and seemed pleased with how they were healing. She had me lay on my stomach while she hovered her hands over my bare back, muttering under her breath. Whatever she was doing itched but didn't hurt, even when she touched open wounds directly. Could all Valtane do this? I asked her. No, just some of us, she chirped. Everyone's abilities manifest a bit differently. Certainly, it is a useful skill to have. Then, before she left, she took my wrist and removed the bandage that I'd noticed when I first arrived, revealing a tiny, neat wound. "I'm sorry, dear. This will sting." I winced as she took a small knife and opened the wound just enough to coax forth a few drops of blood, which she captured in a glass vial. I resisted the urge to pull my hand away. "What is this?" I asked. "Just for tests," she said, as if it were nothing. Then she replaced the bandage. There. Now, what's left? Max didn't come back inside at all during this entire encounter. Before she departed, she pulled me against her in an unexpected embrace. "Don't worry," she whispered into my hair. "Everything will come together." "I know," I answered, if only because I wouldn't allow myself to consider any other possibility. And then Willa was gone, leaving me alone again in this house where I was clearly so unwelcome. But there were worse things than unwelcome. At least now I had a goal, a plan, and a teacher who, at the very least, couldn't kick me out. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I found Max out in the garden, clipping dead blossoms from a shrub. He didn't even look at me as I approached. This would be so much easier if I could sense his thoughts. Still, I didn't need magic to feel the anger that surrounded him like a cloud, tainting the air. "Why do you hate the orders?" I asked. "Because they're archaic and controlling and power-hungry." He didn't look up. Clip. A blossom fell to the dirt. "I only need for you to tell me what I need to know for the test. Only this." Clip. Max laughed. "Only this," he repeated, shaking his head. "Please," I said, making my voice small, sweet. "I need your help." Men loved that voice, all tiny and helpless. Over the last 8 years, I'd honed mine to perfection. Max's eyes flicked to me only briefly, with a removed coldness that told me he was neither fooled nor moved by my performance. I went through a lot to gain my freedom from the orders. I'm not about to turn around and hand it right back to them. I don't want to get myself thrown into Ilizath, so I'm not kicking you out, but make no mistake, I don't plan on making this easy for them. Ilizath? It's a prison. That's beside the point. Clip. Max scooped up a handful of browned, wilting blossoms. He didn't even look down as fire rose from his skin to consume them in his palm. It took me a few seconds to find the Therini translation for prison stored in my mind, but when I did, I wondered what Max did to be in such precarious standing that I could get him locked up. "You can do what you want," he said, "but I'm not participating." I stood up, crossed my arms. "Fine. I'm glad we understand each other." He did not look at me. I didn't need him anyway. I had 5 months. That was more than enough. Chapter 9. I began by raiding Max's bookcases, sprawling the tomes all over the floor and chipping through words I hardly understood. Something in here had to help me, or at least give me a hint as to what would impress the orders. But reading them felt like wading through sludge. Aran words blurred in front of me, little more than a tangle of letters. Tucked between books were pieces of parchments with circles scribbled on them, similar to the ones I'd seen Nora draw, but I had no idea what they did. The books didn't help with that either. Max regarded me through all of this, ignoring me except to remind me not to touch something or to clean up whatever I had misplaced. I refrained from pointing out that cleaning up was an awfully relative term in this house. Eventually, he went into the kitchen, and soon aromas that made my stomach rumble filled the house. He emerged with 2 plates, motioning for me to sit. I slid into a chair, not even really bothering to look at what I was eating before inhaling it. I was that hungry. Max eyed the pile of books at the center of the floor. How far did those get you? They're not exactly easy reading. I pushed my rice around my plate. Before I could find a way to tell him exactly how far they didn't get me, the door swung open. I looked up to see a man standing in the doorway, tall and straight-backed, hands tucked into the pockets of a well-fitting bronze jacket. He was perhaps Max's age, with dark skin, cropped black hair, and quiet eyes that slowly moved from me to Max and back again. Max looked over his shoulder. "You should knock. One of these days you're going to walk in on something that you don't want to see." The newcomer's brows rose, just slightly. "Is that what I'm doing now?" "Not that kind of scandal, sadly." He shot Max a questioning look, then took a step forward and leaned over the table, extending a hand to me. "Samaran, whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?" His voice was low and smooth, deep but inviting and gentle. It took me just long enough to be awkward to realize that I was supposed to grasp his hand. This was not a common greeting in Threll. "Tisaanah. This is my apprentice," Max said. He hadn't stopped eating through this exchange. "At least, so they tell me." Samaran straightened, his eyebrows jumping. "She's your apprentice?" Every single word in that sentence was emphasized in a different way. "She's your apprentice?" Translation: "She's a Valtine and a fragmented one for good measure." "She's your apprentice?" Translation: "She's way too old for this." "She's your apprentice?" Translation: "They got you to take an apprentice." It was oddly comforting, the way these things transcend language, and that I could hear those little nuances in Aran just as I did in Therini. Max sighed. "Yes, apparently." Samaran seemed stunned by this, his brow wrinkling thoughtfully. Then it smoothed as offered me a small smile. "It's lovely to meet you, Tisaanah. I'm sorry that you've been saddled with such an unpleasant mentor." I liked him. Max jerked upright, leaning to peer around Samaran's body at the doorway. "What did I tell you? No apprentices allowed in the house." "You just said that," a wavering, lisped voice replied. I craned my neck to see a boy standing behind Samaran, perhaps 12 years old, chubby with a mopped head of curly blonde hair. "This one won't leave, so it appears that I'm stuck with her. But if she broke as many of my things as you did, I'd banish her too." "I'm sorry about the spyglass." It was. Samaran looked down at the boy. "Why don't you go outside and practice today's lesson? I won't be here long." "But Moth!" The patience in Samaran's voice was so threadbare that it sounded within seconds of tearing. The child sighed. "Fine," he huffed, then retreated into the garden. Samaran shut the door behind him, letting out a low, exasperated breath as he sank into a chair. That boy. You have no idea. I have some idea, I thought. 5.5 years left. Samaran eyed the bottle of wine. Max poured him a glass and slid it across the table. Samaran straightened as he turned back to me, as if he was trying to shake off his frustration. "So, Tisaanah, tell me about yourself." He was so soft-spoken that I found myself leaning closer in order to hear him. I wondered if this was intentional. "Nora just left her here yesterday," Max grumbled. "My question was not directed at you." Samarin gave Max a withering look, then turned a much more pleasant gaze to me, waiting politely. Yes, I decided, I definitely liked him. I must apprentice for joining the orders. Max is the only one who can do it. So, I am here. A flicker crossed Samarin's face, gone before I could identify it. Then, "You aren't from Ara, are you?" Oh, he was pretending that my accent wasn't that noticeable. Very cute. "I came from Thrull." "That is a long journey." I nodded. Samarin's fingers hovered at his chin, thoughtfully brushing his cropped beard. "And you came just for the orders?" I nodded. "I met a Valtine, Zareth, who teach me about them. He said he would introduce me." But Max exchanged a look. Max sat up straighter, suddenly attentive. "Zareth Aldris?" "Yes." I flicked my eyes between the two men across from me, my own interest piqued by theirs. "You know him? What was Zareth doing in Thrall?" Max asked. He said, "Order things." I tried not to look too interested. "Why?" Silence for a second too long. "We're just curious," Samarin said. "How do you know him?" "It's a long story. Samarin, I don't mean to interrupt you," but Max stood up, peering out the window. "Your apprentice has set my rose bushes on fire." Samarin jumped to his feet, muttering a word that I didn't understand, but was spoken with the violent enthusiasm of a curse. "That boy. You have no idea." I have some idea, I thought. 5 years, 4 months, and 26 days. Samarin paused at the door, his voice softening into a honeyed tone that, I suspected, was reserved only for attractive young women. "It was lovely to meet you, Tisaanah. And you." I unleashed my most well-practiced, charming smile. I wondered if Samarin would be open to taking a second apprentice. He seemed far more agreeable. "What about me?" Max said. "Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Was it lovely to see me, Samarin?" Samarin placed a sarcastic hand over his heart. "Always, Max." Then he slipped out the door, leaving it to slam behind him. In the distance, we heard his voice. "Moth, by the Ascended, what are you doing? You can't just wander around throwing those sparks." The voices stopped abruptly. I wondered if they had disappeared, like Nura had when she brought me here. Max and I sat in silence for a moment, looking at each other. "You could have that apprentice," I said at last. A smile quirked at the corners of Max's mouth, though it looked like he was fighting it desperately. "True," he replied. And then, at the same time, we both chuckled. Chapter 10. 2 weeks slipped by, and Max still refused to train me. This was especially frustrating because I wasn't even asking much of him. I only needed him to tell me what would be on the order's evaluations. Those tests, I figured, were my best chance to prove to Nura and the rest of the orders that I was capable of membership, and not only that, but to convince them of my cause. And to do that, I had to do more than pass. I had to be remarkable. Max's books, as he seemed to suspect they would be, were unhelpful. The language was too archaic for me to understand, and more philosophical than instructional. So I did what I could. I tried to force my body physically back into prime shape, rising at dawn to run as far as I could force my legs to carry me, pushing my lungs until my breaths came in shaky, ragged gasps. I was so weak. I used to be able to dance for hours on end without letting my flirty smile waver. Now my body sputtered at a fraction of its previous capability. Max would watch me as I returned, gasping and heaving, usually leaning back in a chair with a book in his hands or crouched among the gardens. "That looks hard," he would remark, and I glared at him as I panted and shoved another pin into my hair, as he had, frustratingly, been right about the length. "Would be less harder if I knew what to study," I snapped, between gasps. "Running around in circles is probably not on the order's evaluation." I practiced every scrap of magic that I knew. Conjuring, bending the breeze around my hands, sucking droplets of water from the earth. I even tried drawing some of those circles on the ground, mimicking the ones I had found in Max's study. I didn't know what they were intended to do, which, I supposed, could have gone very poorly. But for me, they did nothing at all. Once, while I was copying what had to have been my 15th circle, Max stood behind me and peered over my shoulder. He remarked, cocking his head, before wandering away. That one sound made me want to snap him in two. At least I was doing something, unlike Max, who seemed fairly committed to doing absolutely nothing ever. On a particularly cold day, he stepped outside, shivered, looked up at the sky, and declared, "I'm not made for this," before wandering back into the house. I quickly learned that Max was apparently only made for an exceptionally narrow set of environments, temperatures, activities, and interactions. I wished Samarin would come back. Maybe I could have gotten more help from him. But the weeks passed, and it was just me and Max, mostly ignoring each other. I never let him see anything but determined, steadfast confidence. But at night, curled up in my small bed in that ridiculously cluttered room, sleep taunted me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the betrayal in Esmerissa's dying face. I saw the affection in Cyril's goodbye, felt his kiss on my cheek. I heard Nura's voice reading Zareth's letter. And I had the same dream over and over again. In a terrible way, it was funny. When Esmeris beat me, I had vowed to haunt him, cursed him to see my eyes every time he closed his. Now I was the one who saw him in every shadow. "You forgot what you are," he had spat at me. Well, I never forgot now. Every time I came close, there he was, reminding me of everything I had left behind and everything I would carry with me forever. The days ticked by. And then, one morning, Willa returned to look at my wounds. She was friendly and chipper as she informed me that everything was healing nicely. For a while, it was nice just to be around someone who was at least relatively pleasant. Then I asked her, "Do you have any new letters from Zareth? About Threll?" Willa's silence plunged my heart into ice water. "He says that things are a bit—" Her voice trailed off, the musicality flat. "Things are a bit complicated there." My fingers tightened around the bedsheets. "Complicated? I suppose, with that lord dead, there's been some struggles." Willa coughed. I wanted to yank the words from her. "But it's just a period of change. Things will calm down." I did not trust myself to open my mouth. All I could think about were Cyril's sweet eyes and the sound that his sword had made in Esmerissa's chest. A crunch, a squelch, a reminder of how soft and breakable a human body really was. It didn't matter whether it belonged to the most powerful man in Threll or a slave boy with a kind, gentle smile. Chapter 11. That night, I collected every scrap of paper I could find that had those circular symbols scribbled on them. I lined them up outside, looking at them. Every single one was different, the markings going through their center in different shapes and orientations. I still had no idea what they were or what they did, other than that Nura used one to bring us here, and that they were the most concrete example of something important that I didn't know how to do. So, for whatever reason, perhaps simply because I needed a solid goal to latch onto, I channeled all my energy into understanding them. I copied every single one, imitating each stroke with exact accuracy. In some cases, I even layered the paper and traced them, stroke for stroke, line for line. Hours passed. The sun set. I lit lanterns. I wouldn't go inside because I didn't trust myself not to slap Max if he snickered at me. I repeated those symbols over and over again, the same way I had practiced my dancing steps for hours and hours, forcing them, hammering them, shattering them, and myself until we were melded together. I would do the same damned thing with these stupid symbols. I had to. I wasn't sure how late it was by the time I heard the door open behind me. By this time, I was surrounded by paper, stacked up all around me in piles, like a gate locking me in. Not that it's my business, but do you plan to stay out here all night? I heard Max ask. I didn't turn around. My steady hand did not waver as it traced another circle. Calm, methodical. I had a system, combining each symbol with each type of ink. If I must. I'm exhausted just looking at you. I had no response to that. Anger simmered deep beneath my skin. Do you even know what those are? He said. My fingers tightened so hard around my pen that I nearly snapped it in two. No, and I think you probably will not say. The words came out in a low snarl. The orders probably won't ask you about them. Before I could stop myself, I jumped to my feet, whirling to him, the pen still clutched in my hand. I know, I need to. The errand words eluded me, driving my frustration to thrash up against my surface. I glared at Max, who leaned against the doorframe. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to ask who has ruined you so badly that you can't do anything but stand in the way of people who have actual important things to do. Why do you feel such a pervasive petty need to shove your petulance in the orders' faces? And why the hell do you need to bring me down with you too? Instead, the errand words that came out sounded something like, "What so many hates do you have?" Huh? His confusion, understandable as it was, infuriated me. I let the pen drop violently to the ground. I hammered every errand word home, slowly. Why do you hate the orders? Why do you hate me so many? What is wrong with you? I don't hate you, Max replied, which made me even angrier. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. That is not true. I shook my head. That is not true. I don't care if you hate me here. I touched my heart. It was the only way I could think to convey what I was saying. Or hear. I pressed my fingers against my temple. But you hate me in what you do. Why? What wrong did I do to you? It's not about you. Something shifted, softened in Max's expression. But I was past looking for scraps of kindness. It is about me. This is my life, not only yours. I blinked, and all I could see was Esmerus' body, Cyril's face, hands and skin of every man I danced for to earn the money to leave. I was slave in thrall. Did you know? He didn't answer, just stared at me, with one deepening line in his brow. Did you? No, he said quietly. I did many things to come here. I killed for coming here. My friend, I didn't have the vocabulary to describe what Cyril had done for me, given for me. I left my most important people. They need me. I cannot fail them. To help them, I need this. I thrust my open palm down to the piles of drawings. I have nothing without the orders, no power. I need this. They need this. I didn't make myself all of these terrible things, a whore, a killer, a traitor, just to be ignored and discarded before it could be worth something. Max's mouth thinned. I couldn't read him, and I did not try. I was long past caring what he thought. In that moment, I didn't care what any of them thought. All of these people who, my entire life, had used me as a part of their stories, had assumed that I was a set piece in their lives, like Esmerus did, like every lord I seduced, like Nura, using me to get under Max's skin. And now, like Max, who saw me as a representative of some petty grudge and not an actual human being. This is not only yours, I spat. So tell me, what is on stupid test? Silence. My rage receded, slightly, like a wave falling back after crashing on the shore. In that brief reprieve, I cursed myself for losing my temper, wondering if I had forever ruined the ability to mold my relationship with Max by showing him something so raw and impulsive. He just stood there, staring at me. "You were a slave," he repeated. I paused, taken aback by the look on his face, still exhaling the remnants of my fury. "Yes," I answered at last. "And your plan is to join the orders and then use their influence to help the other slaves in Threl?" "Yes." He tucked his thumbs into his pockets, letting out a breath that was too long and slow to be a sigh. The unforgiving hardness of his features cracked, shifted, just slightly. "It won't work. I will make it work. That's not how it goes. It's not that simple. I do not care. They aren't going to make this easy for you." I scoffed. "That was certainly already clear." "I know. The orders are—" He paused, shaking his head. "They aren't good. Maybe once they were used to accomplish great things, but now they're a tool used and run by very flawed people." Those bright eyes went far away, as if lost in the past. As much as I wanted to deny it, I was sure that in some ways he was right. Perhaps the orders were not the benevolent organizations that they once were. But I needed them, and maybe, in a way, they could need me too. Maybe I could make myself into something valuable. Perhaps they could do great things again, I said. A bitter laugh slipped between Max's teeth. "Maybe." He didn't sound convinced. "I have no other choices." He looked down at his feet, hands in his pockets, and there was a long, long silence. When he lifted his head again, his gaze met mine with a stronger determination, fragile but fierce, like a sheet of cracked glass. "You're really going to do this? Force the orders to do something worth doing?" "Yes," I replied without hesitation. I don't know why I believe you, but I could see in his face, in that eggshell hope, in the near invisible bob of his throat, that he did. "Well," he shook his head, then turned to the stacks of papers. "These are stratagrams. They're used to direct magic for more complex spells, kind of like instructions." I looked down at them, rustling in the breeze around my feet. "I've seen them only one time, on Valtine's slave. Complete Valtine, not like me, on her arms." I extended my forearm, demonstrating where I had seen the marks tattooed up and down the woman's albino skin. I had tried to talk to her then, excited to meet someone else like me, but she had only looked at me with dead eyes. A muscle twitched at the bridge of Max's nose. If she was a slave, it was probably meant to cripple her power, direct her magic away from being anything useful. Imagine tying a cow's head to its tail. But as a tool, they're more commonly used by Solari, since our magic is so much more external than yours. When we looked at each other again, the corners of his lips were curled in a confident smirk, as if that brief a flicker of vulnerability had never existed. "But these are very advanced. We won't start here. We won't start here." My heart leapt. I nodded eagerly, so grateful to have an ally, any ally, that I didn't even care that he was overriding my plans. "Come inside. Get some rest, if you're done littering up my garden anyway." He opened the door, stepping aside for me. "We'll have a long day tomorrow." I went to the doorway, then stopped before I entered, turning to Max and regarding him in silence. Shadow doused the hard panes of his face, but his features were so sharp that they sliced through the dusk, meeting mine with equal determination and wary curiosity. We stood only inches apart, each allowing the other to peer into a rare, guarded honesty. The urge to thank him lingered at the tip of my tongue. "Don't thank him for doing what he should have done," a snide, colder part of me hissed. "I don't know why I believe you," he had said, but I knew. He believed me because he wanted to believe me, wanted to believe in the possibility of something better, however unlikely it was. And that was something that sank into my soul like water after miles and miles of parched, desperate desert. "Thank you," I said. and went inside. Chapter 12. That's it? That's what you've got? Max sat cross-legged among the tall, rippling grass, watching my silver butterflies rise into the sky. That's it? I echoed. I mean, that's it? It was impossible not to be insulted by this reaction. Not only these, I said, gesturing to the butterflies. There was also fire and sparks. Honestly, it's just all very performative. I know thoughts also, I offered. Right, no need to demonstrate that. I saw that one firsthand. His teeth clamped down on the end of his pen, looking down at the stack of papers he had brought with him. And when you do that, what do you typically do, exactly? What do I do? Do you speak or just listen? I stared blankly at him. His eyes flicked up at me from the parchments. What I mean is, how closely can you understand what people are thinking? Words or just feelings? And how much do you control them? Control? It came out like a gasp. Could Valtine do that? Max let out a humorless chuckle. Ascended? You really are new to Ara, aren't you? This is why you need to be careful here. I shook my head, putting aside that line of questioning for later. I hear what they feel, I said. Not words. Just... I couldn't decide how to explain it in Aran, so I placed my hand over my heart. Big things here. He nodded, as if he understood this perfectly. My thoughts shot to Esmerus, the way his mind felt withering and suffocating beneath my own, the look on his face as he fell to the ground. But I said nothing about that. Fine. Good. Max placed the pile of papers on the ground, staring down at them. I was fairly certain that he did not sleep last night. When I went to bed, he was scribbling frantically at the table, not bothering to so much as look at me as he bid me good night. And he was in exactly that same place when I got up again in the morning, except surrounded by substantially more paper and with eyes bracketed by darkness. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Still, he was exceptionally energetic when he greeted me and almost immediately whisked me outside to begin. No objections from me. In fact, this was the most encouraged I'd felt in weeks. No one taught me. I learned what I must. The word eluded me. I settled on to dance. Dance? Yes. I snapped my fingers as the word I was searching for came to me. Perform. Threll. It took a moment for understanding to flood across Max's features, dimming some of his enthusiasm with a shade I couldn't quite identify. I see. It makes sense that you would be self-taught. He grunted as he pushed himself to his feet. I did the same, if only because I didn't like the idea of him staring down at me. More than anything, he said, the orders care about control. That was why they were founded to begin with, to make sure that wielders weren't going to accidentally wreak destruction simply because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And to the Order's credit, they fulfill that role very well. When wielders wreak destruction, it's usually because they want to. Unless we're talking about Moth and my roses. Max glowered at the scalded flowers for just a moment before turning back to me. You seem to like conjuring, so let's start there. And there's potential with that. That thing you do, turning the butterflies into glass, that's impressive for a Valtane. They struggle with physical things like that. I must have looked pleased with myself because he raised a finger. Don't get too full of yourself. Your accuracy is still a mess. He picked up a flower, a little yellow one with layers and layers of tiny long petals. Let's start with this. I want you to make me a copy of this flower. Easy. I began to smile, but again he raised that finger. No. Get that cocky smirk off your face. I'm not asking for what you think this flower looks like. This exact flower. Every little detail the same. I looked from Max to his raised hand to the little yellow flower, all of those layers and layers of petals. I was sure I could do it. But was it really any more impressive than my own tricks? People liked performances. They liked to be dazzled. And I would certainly need to dazzle the Orders to accelerate myself. This will really help me impress in tests? I said, skeptical. Are you implying that I'm leading you astray? The look on my face must have betrayed that I knew almost none of those words. Max let out a breath through his teeth. Listen, many people believe that fragmented Valtane are less capable. The idea being that Valtane magic bleaches hair and skin, so by that logic, someone like you, someone like me, would be inherently less powerful. I nodded, glancing down at my hand and my 2 tan fingers. Those patches of gold had hurt my value as a slave, and now they hurt my value as a Valtane, too. It's not proven. The point is, many people, especially full Valtane, will be expecting you to fail. They'll be looking for reason to prove that you're not capable of doing this. We'll make sure that you knock their moon-obsessed robes off, absolutely. But when you do it, you need to be technically perfect. We'll make sure. Apparently, there was a we now. I had to admit, I was pleasantly surprised, if somewhat perplexed, by how quickly Max had gone from trying to drive me away to being so deeply invested in my success. I will be, I said. You'd better. I have other things I could be doing. Make it worth it. Max handed me the flower. Remember, exact. It turned out that my little assignment was harder than I thought it would be. My first flower came easily, hovering, silver and translucent, between my hands. But Max took one look at it and shook his head. What did I tell you? That's not this flower. It's a flower. Or worse, what you think a flower looks like. There's nothing real about that. It took only one more long look at what I had created to realize that he was right. My creation was too perfect, formed in rows of tear-shaped, identical petals that looked real from a distance but revealed themselves to be eerily fake up close. I nodded, letting the flower dissolve into the air, then tried again, and again, and again. Too big, too small, too perfect, too symmetrical. You're duplicating petals, Max pointed out. I know, I muttered. I didn't mean to duplicate, but it was so hard not to. My mind felt too thick and clumsy to create all of that detail. My head pounded. But I offered no objection, no complaint. Hours passed. My conjurings began to take longer and longer, flickering and writhing in the air like smoke. Soon, Max and I both had to squint into blinding sunset light. We can stop for the day, Max said, rising to his feet. Even experienced wielders would struggle with this. You don't have to get it tonight. But I didn't look away from my translucent flower as I replied, No. What? No. We do not stop. He paused mid-step, looking perplexed. This isn't typically the context in which I'd like to hear that. But my answer is the same. He turned back around, slumping back to the ground, quirking one eyebrow at me in a skeptical challenge. If you can do it, I can do it. Oh, I could do it. So we resumed, me creating flower after flower, and Max telling me all the ways in which it was wrong. By this point, I knew before he opened his mouth exactly how it was lacking, and I was already letting it dissolve by the time the words left his lips. By then, all final dregs of sunlight had long ago disappeared beneath the horizon. Max opened fire in his palms and placed it on the ground, where it hovered in an eerie, self-contained ball. Could I do that? I asked, without looking away from 5 trillion flower. I don't know. Can you? I flicked me eyes to the fireball. Fire had always been difficult for me, like it was speaking a language I didn't quite understand. Sparks, really, Max had called it. He wasn't wrong. But I said, casually, I'm sure, as if it were nothing. He chuckled. Flowers and flowers evaporated into the night. Max's responses grew slower and less enthusiastic. Eventually, he stood up and stretched. All right, I'm done. Sleep. He said it as if he couldn't conjure the energy to create more complete sentences. You go. I will stay. A brief, surprised pause. Are you sure? Yes. Ramming your head against the wall will probably get less effective over time. I don't know what that's meaning. It means don't kill yourself. But then again, I'm in no position to judge, I suppose. I heard the door open, even as my eyes were unwaveringly focused on the petal I sculpted. Good luck. A bitter smile twisted the edges of my mouth. I do this so I don't need luck. I can't decide if that response is charming or terrifying. And with that, he closed the door, leaving me in silence, singularly focused on my work. It was comforting in a way to have something to fight for, to push myself beyond the shadow of talent and forge my success out of something stronger. There was a certain meditative quality about throwing myself against a stone wall again and again, chipping away at it. I could feel it cracking beneath my fingers, even as I felt it cracking me. At the end, one of us would be left standing, and I wasn't about to let myself break. I eventually began conjuring each petal individually, figuring out how to hold the others in my mind as I moved on to the next, and the next, and the next. And then, after that, I forced myself a step further, figuring out how to turn it into glass without letting all of those separate petals slip through the grasp of my mind. The sounds of the nighttime bugs and creatures faded. The sky turned purple. My vision blurred. My head grew leaden, throbbing behind my eyes, ears, temples. Tisaanah! It was Esmerissa's voice at first, accusing and pleading all at once. Tisaanah! The murkiness dripped away, peeling back the memory of my former master's face, his betrayal. I opened my eyes to see a bright sky, tree branches and green leaves encroaching on the edges of my vision. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness, and a pair of angular, bright blue eyes looking down at me from beneath perplexed brows. I had fallen asleep. "I told you that slamming your head against the wall wouldn't work," Max said. My head sure felt like it had been slammed against something. It throbbed so intensely that the colors of my vision grew brighter and dimmer with every rhythmic beat of pain. I reached to my side, my fingers groping in the dirt, closing gently around something hard. It didn't? I smiled at him as I opened my fingers to reveal a glass flower, every petal different, perfectly imperfect, an exact replica. I'd never tasted anything sweeter than the quiet, muted surprise on Max's face as he took the flower from me, turning it around in his fingers. "Good," he said, finally. There was a hint of a question mark at the end, as if he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. I let my throbbing head fall back into the grass, allowing the flowers to hide my grin. Gods, I forgot how wonderful it felt to exceed expectations. Chapter 13. The fish burned my throat. I'd never really had much of a home, so I, perhaps naively, thought I would be immune to homesickness. Not true, it turned out. There were many things I missed about Threl, even about the Mikov estate, the only home I had known for my adult life. Near the top of that list was food that didn't hurt to eat. Ahrens apparently confused taste with pain, or at least Max did. He kept turning that glass flower around and around in his fingers as I ate. To my delight, he had nothing bad to say about it. "Now you just have to learn how to do that in seconds instead of hours." "I will," I replied, even though the prospect of it seemed dizzily daunting. "We will continue after eating." I said this very casually, even though my stomach clenched at the thought. The floor felt like it was shifting beneath my feet, like I was back on that wretched boat with my infected back. Max scoffed. "Like hell we will. You need at least a few hours to rest." "I feel fine." Untrue. But I had no time for rest, and besides, the thought of lying there with nothing to occupy myself but my thoughts seemed far more intimidating than forcing myself through exhaustion. Max gave me a narrowed stare that pierced my lie. You pushed yourself too hard. Wielding expends a lot of energy, and you've been doing it non-stop for the last 20 hours. It worked. This time. You won't always be so lucky. He shifted in his chair, opening his mouth as if he were about to speak. But before he could, the front door swung open and Samarin stood there. Thank you, as always, for knocking. So very polite. Max cast a glance over his shoulder, though Samarin offered no response other than a smirk and a delicate shrug. Did you bring our favorite apprentice-sized ball of destruction? Because if so, he's not allowed in the house. Or the garden. I suppose he can sit very, very still in a corner somewhere, touching nothing. Moth is visiting his mother. Samarin slid into the chair beside Max. Thank the Ascended. And you choose to spend your precious freedom with us? How sweet. Limited freedom. I have a client soon. Samarin's gaze settled on me, pausing for a moment. I wondered if he heard it too. The us. How are you, Tisaanah? You look a bit. I'm fine, I replied, at the exact same time that Max said she spent all night making this. He handed Samarin my glass flower, who examined it thoughtfully before glancing from Max to me. Good work. Thank you, I said, at the exact same time that Max remarked, it's acceptable. Samarin looked from me to Max back to me. I was not typically one to be self-conscious, but I had to resist the urge to squirm beneath the assessing weight of his gaze. Client? I asked. Samarin is a healer, Max said. Frankly, it was a relief to hear that answering for others was not just something he did to me. Like Willa? Not quite, Samarin said. The result is the same, but the process is different. Voltaine are internal, Solari are external. Max said this as if it was a self-contained explanation, but I was left turning those syllables around against my tongue. Internal. External. What does that mean? I finally asked. I hated the taste of every word, suddenly too aware of the thick tang of my accent. Voltaine are, Max chewed, thinking for a moment. When Willa heals you, she is, in a sense, talking to your body, encouraging it to grow and heal, feeding your life force from within. He jabbed his fork toward Samarin. When Samarin does it, he's physically moving flesh, patching it together and melding it at a small level. The end result is similar, but the approaches are massively different. Samarin's way hurts much more. But it's far better for serious injuries, like broken bones, Samarin added, with a faint tinge of defensiveness. And faster. When things get particularly nasty, Max said, it's best to have both. I wondered if he knew from experience. I see. At least I somewhat did. The boundaries would become more clearly defined, I was sure, the longer I spent in Ara. I had met a Solari only once, a beautiful raven-haired woman who had attended one of Ismaris' parties. She was the wife of a lord, but was unusually kind to me for a noble, enhancing my performances with conjurings of little dancing lights and making the gold statues undulate as if they were moving with me. It was clear to me then that she used magic differently than I did, but I didn't fully understand how. Anyway, with that little lesson, Max stood up and started down the hall towards the washroom, leaving Samarin and I in awkward silence. I chewed the final forkful of my scalding fish. Samarin spoke first. It looks like his attitude has changed since I was last here. No choice. There was no one else. I said this matter-of-factly, as if we both already knew it was far from enough to change Max's mind. It takes a great deal to convince Max to do something, Samarin said, stroking his beard. But when he does it, he does it. For example, he gestured at the window, and I followed his gaze. I realized that he was referencing the gardens, sprawling out from the cottage in every direction. He made the whole thing? I asked. Planted every single flower. It was obsessive, But he does nothing halfway. He could be good teacher. I paused, then added, purely out of pettiness, maybe. Samarin shook his head slowly, his eyes crinkling with an intrigued smile. There is no could. Max will be the best teacher you can find anywhere in Ara. He leaned back, head paused in a thoughtful tilt. Curious. Max, did you know that there's a beautiful woman asleep in your house? I snapped my eyes open to see a mass of curly golden hair hovering over my face, fingers sweeping my hair off my forehead. I let out a wordless yelp, jumping up in bed. A stunning young woman, bright face framed by wild golden curls, perched at the edge of my bed. She smiled at me in unfettered admiration. Holy gods, was I dreaming? My window revealed a sky that was only barely tinted purple, the room hazy with the dusky light of almost dawn. I had crawled into bed early that night and fallen into a sleep so deep that it seemed only a shade away from death. It did not seem out of the question that I was having some sort of strange waking dream. "Hello," the woman said. Her fingers traced my cheek, following the edge of my patch of tan skin. A Thoreni greeting sat at the tip of my stunned tongue, tangling with the word hello, but I was too shocked and disoriented to spit out either one. I thought living in the middle of nowhere meant that I didn't have to lock my doors. What did I ever do to make my house so welcoming? Max's voice, rough with sleep, approached from the hallway. I really tried to be as unpleasant as possible. He appeared in the doorway, and I glanced at him before quickly looking away. He stood there leaning against the frame, patting hair that stuck up at the back of his head. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Crumpled linen pants rested low on his hips, and he was shirtless, lean muscle shifting across his stomach and chest as he yawned. He looked different than I would have expected, considering that his main hobbies appeared to be drinking and enthusiastically doing nothing. I noticed this, and then promptly tried to unnotice it. "Max!" The woman's voice was a gasp of amazement. She moved from my bed to the doorway, where she ran her hands through Max's hair. Her simple white dress floated around her ankles. She was barefoot. "You look beautiful! A lover, perhaps?" Somehow that didn't seem quite right. "Thanks, Miracel." His voice was flat. He winced, pulling away from her hands. "Haven't seen you around here in a while." Miracel didn't even appear to hear him. Instead, she looked back at me with the amazement of a child, pressing her palms together. "Look at her! Isn't she lovely? A lover, perhaps?" Somehow that didn't seem quite right. "Thanks, Miracel." His voice was flat. He winced, pulling away from her hands. "Haven't seen you around here in a while." Miracel didn't even appear to hear him. Instead, she looked back at me with the amazement of a child, pressing her palms together. "Look at her! Isn't she lovely? Look at that eye! It's the same color as the sun through the leaves. Did you notice that she's two different colors?" Max and I glanced at each other. I pulled my knees up to my chest and wondered if I should be alarmed that he was so unalarmed. I did, in fact, notice that. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Where have you been?" "I traveled the coast all the way to the capital. I told you that wasn't a good idea." Miracel spread her arms out. "The wind just took me, Max." Every word she spoke was a sing-song note, breathy and amazed. It seemed off. And the more I watched her, the more something seemed strange about her stare, as if it looked past me, past Max, past everything that touched her delighted gaze. Max sighed. Then he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, nudging her out the doorway. "It's not even sunrise yet. Let's go." They padded down the hall. I slid out of bed and followed, too curious to remain in my room. When I reached the living room, the door was already open and Miracel swooned against it, face tilted to the garden. "Oh, how I missed the flowers here!" Rightfully, Max said. They're worlds better than the fussy terraces you saw in the capital. A lovely smile spread across her face. I missed you, Max. You are so nice. I always loved that you're such a nice person. If I hadn't been so perplexed, I would have laughed at that characterization. Thanks, Miracel, he replied, unaffected. And then she spun to face me. And you're just so lovely, Tisaanah, truly beautiful. Thank you, I replied, because I wasn't sure what else to say. It took me a moment to realize that I had never told her my name. Don't get into trouble, Max said to her, but by then Miracel had floated out the door, transfixed by the flowers. He closed it behind her and let out an exasperated sigh. Ascended. What a way to wake up! What is wrong of her? What makes you think anything is wrong with her? I gave him a look that silently reprimanded him for having the audacity to think I'm stupid. She's harmless, he said. She just wanders around. She's a little strange, but I suppose that makes sense since she wasn't always human. Wasn't always human? What was she? I asked, immediately fascinated. A hummingbird. I blinked blankly at him. He picked one of the many gold figurines off the mantel and tossed it to me, like this. I looked down at the image of the bird in my palm, the pointed wings and long beaks. We had them in Threll, too, though of course the Threni word was different. My nose scrunched up. A hum-ing-bird? I repeated, practicing the word. I got the distinct feeling he was teasing me. Yes, Max replied, a little too casually. She wanted to be a person, so I made her into one. You made her? Yes. You can yes. I glanced at the figurine, then at Max, who looked far too pleased with himself. You are lying, I said. Making joke? Me? Never. I'm thoroughly humorless. He yawned. Anyway, I'm sure we'll see her here more often. She likes the flowers. Understandable, I suppose. Roughly 3/4 of me was sure that he was messing with me. The other quarter thought that he was, at the very least, heavily exaggerating. It's too early. I'm not made for this. Max began slinking back towards his bedroom. Hopefully, I can get a few more hours of sleep without anyone else wandering into my house, since that is, apparently, the fashionable thing to do these days. I stood in the living room for a few minutes longer, the bird figurine still in my hand, thinking about the emptiness behind Miracel's features. Then I rose my gaze to follow Max's bare back sauntering down the hall. A long, angry scar slashed across it, starting at his right shoulder and following all the way to his left hip, slipping beneath the waistband of his pants. Interesting, interesting indeed. Chapter 14. Samarin was right about one thing. When Max did something, he did it. We launched into training with a zeal that could only be described as ferocity, and every second of it delighted me. I found a certain euphoria in the exhaustion that came with relentless pursuit of my goal. And I knew that Max enjoyed it too. He didn't show it, at least not as openly as I did, but a life in servitude had taught me how to see between the cracks. Max's were few and far between, but the energy that seeped from them fed my own. We rose every morning at dawn to begin work. Max insisted that I relearn everything that I already knew, despite my protests. You can't give those bastards any opportunity, he pointed out, constantly, so your basics need to be flawless. And though I had been skeptical at first, I soon had to begrudgingly admit that he was right. After a lifetime of self-teaching, I had learned to cut corners that I didn't know existed. So I sculpted flower after flower, shaving minutes off at a time. I ended every day with a throbbing head, trembling fingers, and usually some clipped, sparse words of praise from Max. But, though I relished the fact that he approached our training sessions with enthusiasm that matched mine, our partnership was still far from perfect. Outside of our lessons, we did not talk much, mostly because I never wanted to be outside of our lessons. I pushed him constantly, another hour and another and another. One more set of lessons, one more round of practice. Sometimes he indulged me. Other days he would roll his eyes, loosen some vaguely insulting quip, pour a glass of wine, and disappear into his room. No matter. I would practice on my own until I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. When they finally shuttered, I would be greeted with the same images every night. Esmerie's face, Searle's eyes, the crack of the whip, the smear of blood on my fingers. I always knew somehow that it didn't all belong to me. I tried to avoid sleeping whenever possible. It was, I told myself, a waste of time anyway. And for all Max scolded me about the necessity of rest, I knew he hardly slept either. Too often, when I crept from my bed in the middle of the night, I saw the soft glow of flickering light beneath his bedroom door. Sometimes I would see his silhouette out in the garden, pruning dead blossoms in the middle of the night. Surely he must have seen me too. But I was relieved that he never approached me. There were certain things I was not ready to let him see. And he seemed equally uninterested in indulging my curiosities. Only one time, in those weeks, did he acknowledge me. It was a particularly brutal night for me, and I was plagued with nightmares so vivid that they curdled the blood in my veins. I couldn't practice, I couldn't study. Instead, I escaped out into the garden, pacing wide circles around the cottage, desperate to slow my racing heart. Eventually, I grew so agonized and frustrated that I let my knees buckle beneath me, near tears. You forgot what you are. The words looped over and over again, and all I wanted was for my mind to be quiet for just 1 minute, 1 second. I sat there, kneeling in the damp soil, head bowed, for what felt like hours. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And when I finally lifted my head, I caught a glimpse of a pair of blue eyes peering at me through the curtain. My cheeks burned. Embarrassed, I dragged myself up, dusted myself off, and went back inside. I resumed my studies until, finally, mercifully, sleep took me over my books. Let's try something different today. Max sipped his tea, his back to me as he stared out the window. It had taken me a few minutes to scrape up the courage to even look at him the next morning, embarrassed that I had unwittingly let him see me in such a state. But once I did, I was careful to be a perfect picture of my typical everyday self. I paused, my fork halfway to my mouth. Different? I echoed. I have some errands to run in the city. You've never been there, have you? The city? The capital? I shook my head, even though his back still faced me. No, I had seen it from a distance during my brief stay in the Tower of Midnight, but that hardly counted. I had read about Ara's capital city, and my books had made it sound so alive, so grand. A small part of me, fine, a large part of me, was eager to find out whether it was everything I pictured it would be. But when will we do today's training? Finally, Max turned. He took another sip of tea, giving me a long look that I returned with equal steadiness. I think, he said at last, that you've been doing plenty of training. Self-consciousness prickled at the back of my neck. I only have 5 months, I said. I cannot waste time. He let out an exasperated sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine. We will go to the capital for a few hours this morning, and then we will continue with a lesson this afternoon. Does that satisfy your compulsive productivity standards? I paused. Just one morning to think about something other than my upcoming evaluations. One morning to see the city, and not just any city, but the capital of Ara, a place I only dreamed I'd witness with my own eyes. A few hours will be all right, just this once. A smile yanked at the corners of my mouth without my permission. I think maybe that will be fine." Max gave me a little reluctant smirk, raising his teacup. And thus, our Threllian princess has spoken. Chapter 15. After we finished breakfast, Max led me outside and I took his arm as he unfolded a little piece of parchment. "A stratogram?" I asked. "Yes. It would take all day to travel there otherwise." "When will I learn this?" He arched an eyebrow at me. "I'm starting to think that you have a terribly one-track mind." "My mind has many tracks," I retorted, as if I knew what his insult meant. Clearly. I watched his hands as he drew a circle, then one line and another. My heartbeat quickened in my chest, and my fingers tightened of their own accord. "Is it amazing?" I murmured, the words slipping from my lips without my permission. "Oh no, it's horrible," Max replied. "You'll love it." He drew the final line of the stratogram, and the world snapped into 1,000 pieces. I was expecting it this time, but when we landed in the capital, I still found myself clutching Max's arm much harder than I had when we left. I staggered against his shoulder as the ground seemed to rise up and slam against me. For a few horrible seconds, my senses smeared together in shades of gray. They returned one by one. Sound came first. Specifically, the sound of Max smickering at me. I released my grip. "You all right?" he asked. "Yes," I shot back, too quickly. We stood in the corner of a bustling cobblestone square. Buildings lined narrow streets, packed together like mosaics. Decorations adorned even the smallest ones, stone lions peering over doorframes or delicately carved vines creeping across windowsills. And the people? There were people everywhere. People in all styles of dress, wearing anything from torn-up work clothes to floating chiffon gowns. People of every color, every age, all so densely packed that their shoulders brushed each other. If the crowd bothered anyone, no one showed it. I raised my eyes further to see the palace looming over it all, those knife-like peaks more striking than ever from down here, slicing into the faint mist of the hazy coastal sky. Just beyond it, the dual towers lifted all the way into the clouds in two ethereal columns of gold and silver. My lips opened, but I had momentarily lost my grasp on my new language. Words dissolved somewhere between my awe at the scale of it all and the panic that rose in my chest at the muchness. I had never been so close to so many people at once. Ever. "I know," Max grumbled, reading my face. "That, and in a city of a few 100,000 people, it's only a matter of time until you run into someone you don't want to talk to." His eyes lingered off somewhere in the crowd, and I wondered if he had already found one such person. There were probably a lot of people that Max didn't want to talk to. "I'm not made for this. Let's get out of here." Ascended? I don't remember this square being this bad. He started off through the crowd. As we moved through the sea of people, I smoothly slid my arm through his. I had done this for purely practical purpose, but the startled look he gave me was just so delightful that I pushed a little closer just because I wanted to see how he'd react. It was possibly the first time I had seen an expression on his face that went beyond either deadpan grumpiness or cocky satisfaction. "What?" I smiled at him. "If I become lost, I will never be found again." To my disappointment, that startled expression melted away as quickly as it had appeared. He merely narrowed his eyes and said, "Sometimes you're unintentionally poetic." "Nothing unintentional," I replied coolly. Untrue, but he didn't have to know that. The crowd let up somewhat as we skirted along the edge of the square and glided down a side street, so narrow that we disappeared into the shadow of the buildings on either side. The buildings changed as we walked, growing slightly less pristine and slightly less straight. The type of people we passed evolved too. Those elegant gowns were fewer and fewer, replaced by men in sloppy clothes leaning over easels or women in bright colors tending to potted flowers. One man that we passed wore a long emerald green coat that nearly touched the ground, and a parrot the exact same shade of green. A parrot! At that, I whipped my head around to look at Max, my face splitting into a grin. "Did you see? It's not the strangest thing you'll witness in this city today." A little amused smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. He extracted his arm from mine. I was a little surprised at how much I missed it as my hands dropped to dangle awkwardly at my sides. "Here." Max turned to a little storefront. At first glance, it looked closed. Dusty drapes covered the wide glass windows, the sign above them empty. Still, he didn't so much hesitate as he opened the door. The heels of my boots echoed on the dim wooden floor, the sound bouncing up to caress the rafters that cut across the tall ceiling. Light streamed through large, dirty windows, catching the dust that hung in the air like mist. The space was large and mostly empty. At first I thought it was unoccupied. That is, until my gaze fell to the far corner, where all of that emptiness and cool shadow gave way to a splash of warmth. Ostentatious couches and armchairs sat at haphazard angles, spattered with patches of color. In between them stood a long, dirty wooden table, which was covered with glittering metal pieces. Scattered throughout all of this furniture were various canvases and sculptures, faces and hands and eyes that stared blankly back at us. And there, among all of this, were two figures. One of them, a short woman in a loose, paint-spattered white top and plain trousers, turned to us as we entered. Her eyes fell to me first, and she looked as if she were about to tell me where to go. Nowhere good. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Then Max wandered in beside me, and her expression brightened. "Max, I've been wondering where you've been. Was starting to think I'd be better off selling off everything I've saved for you. Fun things or work things?" As Max and I approached the living area, it grew harder and harder to pry my eyes off the sculptures that surrounded us. They were grotesque and beautiful. One consisted of dozens of gnarled, bodiless hands, all reaching to some unseen point. A few of the less disturbing ones reminded me of some of the figures lining the shelves of Max's house. The woman grinned, tossing a strand of long auburn hair over one shoulder. Everything about her appearance looked lazy, like she could have rolled out of bed looking just as she did now. And yet, she was undeniably captivating. Not traditionally beautiful, exactly, but her features were strong and sharp, nearly as striking as her sculptures. White powder covered her hands, which left smears in her hair as she pushed it behind one ear. "Both," she said. "This must be Tisaanah, the famous apprentice." I tried to decide whether or not I liked being described in this manner. One of Max's eyebrows twitched, asking an unspoken question. "Samarin told me," the woman said. "What a gossip," Max muttered. "Tisaanah, this is Via." I greeted her, though I was still visibly distracted. I looked at the chunk of marble beside her, the one presumably responsible for the white dust smearing her hands and face. The bottom half was a pristine square, while the top chipped away to reveal a woman's head, chin lifted, face raised. "You made these?" "Yes, though sometimes I'm not sure how I feel about taking ownership of them." She looked at her work in progress and scrunched her nose. "I'm not sure about this one. It's plebeian." A man who had been lounging on one of the couches swung his legs out, standing beside Via and placing a hand around her shoulder. He looked like he put a lot of effort into being extremely handsome, and even more effort into not showing it. He was good at both, but 8 years at Esmerissa's estate made me an expert in spotting that kind of thing. "You're capable of better," he went on, "something more raw, soulful." Via made a small, non-committal noise, then waved a hand at him. "This is Philip." Philip gave Max a smile that was more of a baring of teeth and completely ignored me. Anyway, Via slipped from Philip's grasp and began striding away, motioning for us to follow. "Come to my workshop." This wasn't her workshop? She led us into a shadowy corner where a single plain door stood nestled into the darkness. "He's awful," Max muttered as Via opened the door. "Oh, Max," she gave him a mischievous smile, stepping into a dim golden light. "Would you judge a squirrel by its ability to swim? I don't need to know where this metaphor goes next. What I mean is, he's no great conversationalist, but he's excellent at climbing trees." Max groaned. I didn't need to understand the specifics of Ophelia to understand her gist, and I chuckled. But only for a moment, because I stepped through the door and into stunned silence. This room was the opposite of the dusty loft we had come from in every way. Meticulously organized, with two smooth, clear tables in the center of the room perched atop neatly ordered shelves. The walls were lined with weapons, swords, knives, spears, scimitars, daggers, and many others that were unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They were all undeniably, lethally beautiful, their silver and gold and steel glinting in the flickering golden firelight. Via shut the door behind us and began rummaging through a cabinet in the corner. "He's awful," Max muttered as Via opened the door. "Oh, Max," she gave him a mischievous smile, stepping into a dim golden light. "Would you judge a squirrel by its ability to swim? I don't need to know where this metaphor goes next. What I mean is, he's no great conversationalist, but he's excellent at climbing trees." Max groaned. I didn't need to understand the specifics of Ophelia to understand her gist, and I chuckled. But only for a moment, because I stepped through the door and into stunned silence. This room was the opposite of the dusty loft we had come from in every way. Meticulously organized, with two smooth, clear tables in the center of the room perched atop neatly ordered shelves. The walls were lined with weapons, swords, knives, spears, scimitars, daggers, and many others that were unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They were all undeniably, lethally beautiful, their silver and gold and steel glinting in the flickering golden firelight. Via shut the door behind us and began rummaging through a cabinet in the corner. I paced the walls, examining the weapons. Some, I noted, seemed oddly and intentionally incomplete. I paused at one sword that had a hollow center, delicate spiraling patterns cut into its blade. Decorative? Or perhaps they held some kind of purpose. "Why is it like this?" I asked, pointing to one of the hollow swords on the wall. She gave me a smile as sharp as her blades. "So wielders can have more fun with it." So the space in the center was for magic. Interesting. I leaned closer, squinting at the designs. "You like?" "It is beautiful, an undeniable truth. But beautiful is not enough. It needs to be both." The word eluded me, but Max provided functional. "Yes," I agreed, "beautiful and functional." Via laughed, low and smooth. "Trust me, my work is always functional." When I turned around again, Max was leaning over one of the workbenches, picking up the half-finished weapon on top of it. "You're taking contracts?" He did not hide the disapproval in his voice. Via emerged from the closet with her arms full of bottles, nudging the door closed with her elbow. "I so deeply enjoy when you come here and criticize everything about my life." "Put that down. It's not finished." He obeyed, but continued to stare down at the weapon with a wrinkle of distaste over his nose. "The guard commissioned these? I've got to make my money somehow." My eyes settled on some stacked crates in the corner. The lid on the top one was askew, revealing piles of glinting steel. There were probably close to 100 weapons in those crates alone, if they were all full. Max followed my gaze. "And business is good?" "Business is mine alone." Via gestured to the small glass bottles on the table. "Now, do you want these or not?" I joined Max beside the table. All of those little vials held black liquid, and yet they were so oddly colorful, catching a glint of blue or purple or orange when the light flickered just the right way. Max observed them for a moment. Then he chose 3 bottles. One that was so black it seemed to swallow the light completely. Then one that shimmered with a sheen of purple. And, lastly, one that sparked orange, as if it were reflecting flames, even when it wasn't. "Pick one," he then said to me. "What are these?" "It will be more fun if you don't know." "My fun or your fun?" Via laughed. "Smart question." Max smirked, his eyes glittering. "Depends on which one you pick." I looked down at the table. My gaze settled on deep burgundy that flashed with brighter red. It reminded me of the spatters of my blood on Esmerissa's deep crimson jacket, so much so that the sight of it brought a whisper of anger to my skin. But anger was good. Anger was better than guilt. Anger was a reminder of why I was doing any of this in the first place. This. I handed Max the bottle. He held it up to look at it for a moment, furrowing his brow, but offering no comment as he tucked it into his jacket. "That's all we need," he told Via, who then packed the vials away and returned them to the closet. She led us out of her workshop and back to the front door. Max dropped a handful of coins in her palm. "Too much," she said, pocketing it anyway. "Do fewer contracts." Idealistic, as only a rich man can be. She winked at him, and then her gaze slid to me. "Wonderful to meet you, Tisaanah. I'm sure our paths will cross again." And then she disappeared back into the dusty shadows of her apartment. Max and I strode back down the street the way we came. We once again passed the man with the green coat and the parrot. This time I couldn't resist. I stopped short, turning around and backtracking to him. He turned a calm, bespectacled gaze to me, and I offered him my most charming grin. "I must ask," I said, "did you get the coat to match bird, or the bird to match coat?" The man nodded seriously, as if I had asked him an extremely important question, and his voice reflected this grave nature as he bent down to whisper the answer in my ear. I felt both enlightened and satisfied as I quickened my steps to catch up with Max, a smile tightening my cheeks. "What did she say?" Max asked, but I just placed a finger over my lips. "Is only for me to know." We took a different route back. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I could see the golden stairs leading to its entrance in the gaps between buildings. Marketplace booths lined the sidewalks, hawking fruit or trinkets or gaudy jewelry. It was less crowded here than it had been where we first arrived, but I still struggled to adjust to the sheer number of people in my vicinity. "Are you looking for something?" I asked Max, who paused to observe an extremely old-looking book at one of the stalls. "Not particularly." I brushed my fingers across a jeweled dagger. Beautiful, but even I could tell it was practically a toy. Nothing like the elegant tools we had seen at Via's shop. "The bottles," I nodded towards Max's pockets. "Are they weapons?" "Not exactly." "Is Via making so many weapons for war?" "Let's not talk about that here." Max's eyes darted from one side of the street to the other, looking deeply uncomfortable. But before I could respond, horns cut through the air, drowning out even the loudest voices in the crowd. Nearly everyone on this packed street silenced at once, all turning their heads to the palace in unison that bordered on eerie. "Shit," Max hissed. I turned to look at the golden stairs leading up to the palace gates to see a procession of figures making their way down to the steps. Curiosity seized me, and before I could think, my feet were carrying me forward. I knew nothing about Aras politics, and I would have to remedy that. Whatever was happening up there, it looked important. Tisaanah! But I didn't even hear Max as I slipped through the crowd, pushing my way to the front of the group with my eyes drawn up to the stairs. I got there just in time to see the first figures descend. There were 8 of them, all entirely in black, tight-fitting pants, long jackets, hoods that covered their hair. The darkness was punctuated with shocks of gold in the buttons of their uniform, the thick belt that encircled their waists, and, most noticeably, in the long, sharp spears that each of them held crossed over their bodies. Every single one of them, I realized, was a woman. Ascended, Tisaanah. I jumped, startled, as Max emerged in the crowd beside me. What happened to, "If I become lost, I will never be found again"? He was lucky I was too distracted to be offended by his imitation of my accent. "Well, you found me," I said, dismissively. "I almost didn't. This place is a disaster. Let's go." One of those hooded faces jerked towards me. She moved like a bird with uncanny, abrupt leaps. When she turned to me, I had to strangle a gasp. At first, the shadow of their hoods had obscured their faces so much that I didn't notice. But now, "They have no eyes," I rasped. Nestled into her eye sockets were only two neat pink scars. And yet, she looked directly at us. We saw those, the Aran word for spear evaded me, those pointed things. At Via's workshop, she made them? I turned to look at him, to see that Max looked so shockingly pale that I stopped short. "Are you all right?" "Yes, but let's just—" A shudder of murmurs ran through the crowd, and I felt their excitement, their fear, lurch into my bones. It crashed over and flooded my own thoughts, momentarily drowning me. I had to fight back to the surface of my own mind, forcing myself to observe every detail of this procession. A smear of gold and blush descended the stairs, long sun-colored hair, and a pink dress that trailed long behind its wearer. Disbelief stunned me, but there was no doubt who I was looking at. If any remained, the delicate crown atop that cascading hair put them to rest. "That is the Queen?" I gasped. "Yes, she's a child." "That she is," Max muttered. Queen Cessary could not have been older than 13, at most. Her round cheeks were completely still, enormous eyes unblinking, giving her the appearance of a porcelain doll. Her dress overwhelmed her tiny frame, swaddling her in layers upon layers of chiffon and gossamer. Beside her stood a Valtane man dressed in a fine but simple white suit. He stopped just behind her, flicking a plait of neat silver hair over his shoulder and regarding the crowd with flat stoicism. The 8 hooded soldiers parted, and a finely dressed, portly man was forced to his knees on the steps. "Shit," Max muttered, under his breath. "She's doing this publicly now?" The tension in the crowd intensified, and for one terrible moment I forgot who I was, swept away by the overwhelming emotions of others. I nearly doubled over, then snapped back into my own head so quickly that I felt like I had walked into a wall. "Focus, Tisaanah, focus." The Queen opened her mouth, and silence fell over the crowd like a suffocating blanket. "Lord Savoy, you are here to testify before your people. Do you look into the eyes of those you betray and continue to insist your innocence?" "I have no traitorous intentions, my queen," the man said. The slight waver at the end of his sentence was the only sign that he was afraid. But I could taste his fear, feel it seeping into my own skin and melding with the trembling tension of the crowd. The Queen turned to look at the Valtane who stood beside her. He shook his head in one small movement. "You are lying," she said to her prisoner. "You keep lying." "I do not lie, my queen. I do not. I will die. I will die. I will die." My finger shot to my temples, a rough exhale escaping between my teeth. "Are you all right?" Max's breath on my ear beckoned me back to my own head. I nodded, even though I was leaning against him. "You do lie," the Queen barked. "You're lying to all of us. Such traitorous intentions killed many more people than just my father. I'm sure your kin remember." She gestured to the crowd. and I felt the memories ripple through them, and through me. Flashes of blood and steel, the iron tang of panic. The hooded, eyeless guard's face turned toward us again. Max's other hand gently gripped my shoulder. "Let's get out of here." The guard leaned over at the waist and whispered into the Queen's ear. I nodded, turning away with Max to push our way back through the crowd. But then the Queen's voice rang out, "Maxantarius Farlione." Max froze. Fuck. Chapter 16. My stunned gaze snapped to Max. Why would the Queen? "Step forward, Maxantarius." He muttered a string of curse words beneath his breath. Then he released my shoulder and pushing through the front of the crowd. I watched him with my heart lingering at the base of my throat, unable to shake the feeling that a dangerous shadow loomed over us. It was only as I watched him approach the steps that I noticed Nora standing near the bottom of the stairs, hands behind her back. Beside her stood several other members of the orders, each bearing the insignias of the orders of midnight or daybreak. I saw only the smallest hint of surprise glimmer across Nora's face. The Queen smiled at Max. "I remember you. I have very good memory, you know." Gods, she was such a child. Max offered no response. I watched the stiff line of his back, shoulders square, with his hands clasped in front of him. "Do you know who this is, Lord Savoy?" I do not, my Queen." The man peered over his shoulder. "I am familiar with the Farlione name, but Maxantarius Farlione is nearly solely responsible for the end of the Great Rivenai War, specifically our victory at the city of Sarlazai." No one made a sound, but the emotional response that tore through the air was so explosive that for one moment I forgot to breathe. As if I was being ripped in two, torn between stunned admiration and acid revulsion. I clenched every muscle to keep myself upright. I could have sworn I saw Max's shoulder shudder. The Queen gazed down at him admiringly for a moment, and I recognized the look on her face, that adoring doe-eyed smile that I had practiced in the mirror many times at her age. Then it soured. "You were invited to the palace to be honored after the end of the war. But you didn't come, Your Queen." "I was only 6 years old then. I thought it would likely be past your bedtime." A collective gasp. Mine joined it. Stupid, stupid. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. In Threll, such blatant disrespect could cost a man his life. The remnants of the smile withered at the corners of the Queen's mouth. "You will address our Queen with respect," one of the eyeless guards barked, her fingers tightening around that spear. I vividly remembered the sound of Cyril's blade piercing Esmerist's chest, and my blood turned to ice, imagining that same wet crunch as the spear impaled Max. I desperately, so desperately, wanted to grab him and yank him back into the crowd. Max's face turned just slightly, only enough for me to see the edge of his profile over his shoulder. "I was merely providing an explanation," he said to the Queen, who frowned. Then she looked at the Valtane, who, in turn, stared at Max with a wrinkle between his brows. "Don't even think about it, Tear," Max hissed. But the wrinkle on the Valtane's forehead only deepened, and Max's fingers curled at his temple. When the Valtane glanced at the Queen and nodded, she let out a visible breath. "You only have lenience," she said, voice wavering, "because of all you sacrificed for my father." Then, to Lord Savoy, who still kneeled on the steps, "Do you wish to look into the eyes of such sacrifice and lie to him too, Lord Savoy? I'm sure you heard the fate of the Farlione family. After everything he did for this country, he lost his kin to traitors like you, just as I did." It took me a moment to fully translate the words. When I did, my heart clenched. Lord Savoy looked down at Max. "I do not lie," he said, pleadingly. Queen Cesri turned again the Valtane, who shook his head, his expression stone. Her delicate hand curled into a fist. "You do lie. Why? After what such lies took from me, from heroes like Captain Farlione. Firstly, I'm not Captain anything anymore." Max's furious voice sliced through hers. "I am no longer a member of the military. And secondly," the girl's face went blank, stunned. "You will not. Secondly, my queen," he spat, "what happened to my family was a tragedy, not a political statement. And this is not what they or your father died for. He would be ashamed to see you using his death to justify this circus." For one split moment, I was certain I was about to witness Max's death. That is, until Nura darted from her designated place in the sidelines, sliding in front of Max and dropping into a kneel. "Please, forgive him, my queen. The things he witnessed and lost during the war still linger, and his mind has never been the same. He does not know what he says." I could only imagine the face he was making at that implication. "I know exactly what I say," Max snarled. "The insane always think they do," Nura said to the queen, ignoring him. "I know exactly what I say, and I will face the consequences for it if necessary." No one needed my particular gifts to hear the dare in that statement. Nura looked at Max as if he really was insane, and frankly, I was beginning to wonder too. The hooded guards' graceful bodies shifted in minuscule, lethal movements, like coiling cats. The queen's lips were pressed tightly together, her doll-like eyes glistening, fists trembling at her sides. For the first time, her Valtane companion moved. He stepped forward, placing one hand on her shoulder, as if to silently say, "Don't." But she looked only at Max. "You cannot talk to me that way. I am the queen. My father would be proud of what I've done to avenge him. Your father would—" "Enough!" "You—" The Valtane's hand tightened at her shoulder. He leaned forward to whisper in her ear, then stepped back, leaving Queen Cesri standing there with her chest heaving, a furious internal battle warring across her face. "I know you saved my father's life," she said at last. "So, in his memory, I grant you mercy, once." I choked out a strangled breath. But the queen was not done. She whirled around, lips curling into a furious sneer. "But you," she pointed at Lord Savoy, who knelt on the steps, "you are a liar, you are a traitor, and I will not repeat my father's mistakes." "Please, my queen." Lord Savoy touched his forehead to the stone ground. His whole body shook. When I looked at him, a terror that did not belong to me flooded my veins. My vision was beginning to blur. "I know you lie. I know you conspire." "I do not. I know you do." Tears glided down her cheeks. "I am young, but I am not naive, and I am not weak." "Please." Max jolted forward, a hand outstretched. But then so quickly that their movement made time feel like it had skipped forward, two of those hooded guards drove their spears through the cowering man's back. The world went silent as his blood spilled over the palace's golden steps, dripping down in syrupy waterfalls. It pooled around Max's feet. One of the guards used her boot to remove Lord Savoy's twitching body from her spear, kicking it down the stairs. "Let this be proof," the queen said, but I doubt anyone heard her. We all stood in silence as she and her soldiers and her Valtane ascended up the steps, that long blush gown trailing behind her. As soon as they disappeared behind the gates, I leapt to Max, who stood perfectly still as he watched the blood soak into the soles of his boots. I felt it soak through mine, too. Still warm, like Esmerus had been, like mine had been. Before I could speak, Nura whirled to us, fire glinting in her colorless eyes. "If you want to die so badly," she spat, "hang yourself like every other sorry bastard. I won't put myself in that position to save you again." I was surprised at how quickly a barbed defense lurched to the tip of my tongue. I had to catch in my teeth, reminding myself that I needed Nura's favor. Max hardly reacted. "You're right, Nura," he said, flatly. "It must be hard to be so fucking selfless." His hand slipped into his pocket and retrieved a piece of parchment, which he slowly unfolded. Lord Savoy's lifeless face, just a few steps away, stared somewhere over my right shoulder. Behind us, the crowd began to dissipate. Max, I wasn't even sure what I was going to say. I had so many questions, but I felt too ill to untangle them. All of my energy drained into separating my own thoughts from the fog of others. Max's gaze fell to me, and something in it wrenched, a wrinkle of concern forming between his brows. "Let's go home." He tore two vicious lines through the paper, and the world began to wither and dissolve around us. I clutched his arm, tightening my fingers as I realized with a start that he was shaking, or maybe that was me. The gentle, melodic silence of the garden was almost eerie as we arrived back at the cottage. Max didn't say a word as we began striding to the house. The world was still spinning, and I think he knew that because he didn't try to extract his arm from mine. I wanted to ask him if he was all right, but that was a stupid question because it was obvious that he wasn't. I wasn't sure that I was either. So instead I said, "You were right." Tired blue eyes slid to me. What? The man with parrot. Not the strangest thing. Max hissed an angry, humorless laugh, and we barely spoke again. I had discarded my bloody boots and bathed several times over, but that night I still could smell nothing but death and see nothing but that lifeless face pressed against the golden steps. The sound had been exactly as I imagined it, too. Flesh and bone. Max's history in the war, then, was more than I had thought. And his family. His family. Now some things made more sense. Max's isolation, his cynicism, his bitterness. I knew how tragedy like that, no matter the circumstances, could so easily become a core piece of your being. Mine had. I just set it on fire and let it fuel me. It just as easily could have eaten me alive. I slid out of bed and paced my room, peering out the window to watch the moonlight nestle into the delicate folds of flowers. I looked down at my hands, willing shutters of cool blue light to ripple from my fingertips. It folded into a butterfly before I even had to tell it to. Pretty, but too delicate, too fragile. Whatever had happened at the city of Sarlazai had been polarizing. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I had never felt such strong disgust, such hatred. Whatever Max had done there had won the crown there wore, yes, but it had come with a heavy price. But then, that was the nature of war, wasn't it? I barely remembered the worst of the Threlian Wars, but I knew that even Nizrani's victories left so many mourners. My most vivid memory of the time before the fall of the Nizranese Senate was peering into my parents' bedroom at night to see my mother weeping, wrapped in the arms of an aunt or family friend that I no longer remember. I don't even recall who had died. But above all, I remember my distinct confusion. That day had been full of celebrations, more food than we'd been afforded for months, and the Stratogassi himself climbing upon the Capitol balcony to speak of our valiant and crushing victory over the Threlian armies on some battlefront or another, to praise our honor and our hope, to assure us that peace and victory were imminent. I was 5 years old. I was just excited to drink milk, to eat pies baked with real sugar. I did not notice my mother's silence or her forced smiles. And that night, as I had watched her cry, I didn't understand. We had won, the Stratogassi had said. Weren't we supposed to be happy? I was too young to know the truth then. That victory meant another's defeat, and sometimes our own defeat. That winning meant sacrifices, and sometimes ones that even our own people were not willing to make. That in war, someone always paid. I thought of the Queen, the weapons piled high in Vias' shop, the anticipation of the crowd. If war came to Ara, what would I do? Did I have any choice but to use it to solidify my position? Use that position to help my own long-suffering people, the ones who had sacrificed everything for me? My butterfly withered, as if it was being consumed by flames. I hoped I wouldn't have to make that choice, perhaps because I knew what I would choose and hated myself for it. I slid back into bed, staring at the ceiling. Sleep felt so far away, but I closed my eyes anyway. In the darkness, I saw the palace steps, the Queen, Max's back, the blurry memory of my weeping mother, the blood running down those stairs again and again and again. Chapter 17. The shadows beneath Max's eyes the next morning told me he had slept about as well as I had. And then his pointed silence told me that he certainly had no interest in talking about what had happened the day before. I had so many questions about the war, about his family, about the Queen's father. But I'd spent enough time reading people and massaging my interactions with them to know that outright asking was not the best way to find out what I wanted to know. So I had obliged his unspoken request, sitting in silence, watching out the window bleary-eyed as the sun rose over the horizon. It wasn't hard. I felt like I had been trampled by a few dozen horses. We were halfway through breakfast when the front door abruptly swung open, revealing an unamused-looking Samarin. "I hear that you had a very exciting day yesterday," he said, calmly, in place of a greeting. Max grunted something wordless. "You're lucky to be alive." "Absolutely. So lucky." Samarin gave him a cold, hard look, one of those looks shared between friends who knew each other well enough to speak silently. Max shrugged. "She's a child," Samarin said. "You should have controlled yourself." At this, my mouth went sour, the image of the blood rolling down the steps overtaking my vision. "A child?" I said. My voice was raspy with exhaustion, like my headache was seeping into my throat. "She killed that man. That isn't the first one either," Max scoffed. "Someone had to say something." "Very noble of you." Samarin let out a silent breath, invisible except for the lowering of his shoulders. "If Ter had given her any other sign, it would have been your body kicked down those stairs." Max laughed bitterly. "Good point. All those years ago, would you ever have thought Ter would be the one holding so many lives in his hands? Ter," he shook his head, "ascended. What a time to be alive." "The Valtine with her?" I asked. Max had addressed him by name yesterday too, I recalled. "You know him?" "The orders are incestuous," he replied. "Everyone knows everyone, mostly because everyone has either screwed or screwed over everyone else. Sometimes both. Occasionally even at the same time." "Incestu?" "It means—" His brow furrowed, then he shook his head. "Never mind." Samarin sighed. "Just tread carefully, Max. You won't get chances like that again." Something softened in Max's expression, just slightly. "I know." Then he stood up, turning to me. "Are you ready?" I blinked at him, trying to clear the cloud from my thoughts. "You look like death. But you don't think you get a break because of this, do you?" I had assumed, judging by Max's foul mood, that I'd be practicing on my own today. But this was a pleasant surprise. "If you can do it," I said, "I can do it." A smirk glimmered at the corners of his eyes. "That's what I like to hear." Then to Samarin, "Excuse us, Samarin. We have work to do. Besides, I'm sure that moth is probably destroying something as we speak." "Probably so," Samarin muttered. His gaze went far away from a moment, as if imagining what he would go home to find. Poor moth. I hope that they didn't talk about me that way. Samarin turned to the door, then paused for a moment and looked back at Max. What were you doing in the city to begin with? Just picking up some things from Via. And then you stayed? Some might dare call that out of character, Max. Max shrugged, and paid a price for it. Lesson learned. Samarin gave us one of those quiet, unreadable looks and slipped out the door. This is awful, Max said, drawing his arm across his forehead and making a face of disgust. I couldn't disagree. Summer had come in the span of a few days, it seemed. I was used to the heat, but Aura's heat was a whole different beast altogether, so wet and sticky that I couldn't tell whether the slime on my skin came from sweat or from the air itself. Neck craned, I watched Max stand at the top of a modest pile of rocks, wiping perspiration off his face and looking down at the lake below him. Water lapped at my bare toes. We had stepped out of the cottage into this wall of humid heat, and Max had immediately announced, "I am not even remotely made for this." Then, after a moment of pondering, he led me off much further beyond the tree line than we normally ventured, deep into the woods. I was dripping in sweat and half eaten alive by bugs by the time we arrived at this spot, a break in the forest cradling a beautiful, idyllic-looking pond. Max yanked his sweat-soaked shirt off over his head with one hand. As he curled his back in a stretch, the tree leaves above flickered light and shadow over the muscles of his shoulders. He crouched to kick the crumbled fabric out of his way, and those delicate flecks were shattered by the brutal scar that sliced across his back. I stared more intently than I meant to. The Queen's words echoed in my head. Captain Farlione is nearly solely responsible for the end of the great Rivenai War. This was a body that was capable of things powerful enough to end a war, powerful enough to commit whatever acts had inspired such intense, divisive reactions in that crowd, the awe and disgust that had shocked through me like lightning. Gods, I had so many questions. Max peered down only briefly before he hurled himself off of the rock in one sleek, graceful leap. His head bobbed back up a second later, shaking his wet hair out of his face. Much better. Your turn. I looked from the rocks to the water and strangled a whisper of uncertainty in my stomach. I mimicked his path up the cliffs, then removed my wrapped shirt and trousers, leaving me in my undergarments, a chamois shirt and shorts. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. They were far less revealing than many of the things I wore every day in Esmar's servitude, and even in those days I was never thought twice about having so much of my body exposed. Now I didn't feel self-conscious exactly, but I was acutely aware of Max's gaze. That distraction, however, was far from my mind as I hung my toes over the edge of the rock and looked down. Seconds passed. "Are you afraid?" Max asked at last. "No," I lied. "The cliff was only about 10 feet high, not far. There is very little water in Threll," I added haltingly. "You don't know how to swim?" When I finally made myself look at Max, he was suppressing a smirk of amusement. "I promise I won't let you drown, unless, of course, you'd rather not jump." "Of course I will," I said, as if suggesting otherwise was outright ridiculous. And then, since I knew that that tone of voice meant I had to follow through, I squeezed my eyes shut, and then, a moment later, I was falling until the water slapped me. And then I was sinking, surrounded by cold and darkness. Fear seized me as my limbs flailed. "You said you wouldn't let me drown, you ass!" I wanted to screech. But of course I couldn't speak, or breathe, or see, until I felt a force solidifying beneath me, as if the water itself was propelling me up and up. My face broke the surface, and I sputtered, coughing. My hands instinctively shot out in a wild flail, grabbing at Max or at anything that might keep me afloat. Relax, Tisaanah. Stop moving long enough to feel it. Feel it? And then I noticed. I was floating all on my own. The water pushed up beneath my feet, catching me and supporting my weight. I curled my toes, squirming as the current caressed them. My head whipped to Max. "You can do this?" "No." Ripples circled his shoulders as he treaded, looking pleased. "You can." "Me?" And, as if on cue, the current sputtered and I dropped. This time, Max's hand snaked out to catch me, and he guided me toward the shore until I felt the squishy relief of earth beneath my feet. I let forth a fit of coughs again when my head emerged from the surface. Unpleasant, so deeply unpleasant. "You all right?" Max's palm did not leave my arm, as if he were afraid I might float away. When I nodded, he said, "You'll get better, or at least more consistent, I'm sure." I swirled my hand through the water, watching my spotted skin through the pulsating surface. I willed the water to move with me, and it did, running circles around my fingers. A satisfied smile twisted the corners of my mouth. I had done little tricks with water before for my performances, but nothing like this. "You look far too pleased with yourself." Max beckoned to me. "Again, you have no control. Show me some of those butterflies you like so much, and we'll see how much you earned that little smirk." I obliged. The first ones were sloppy, heavy, and dripping, but soon they grew more delicate, more controlled. "Better," Max said. "It's like speaking another language. Once you learn the accent, it comes easier." I was curious how far you'd be able to go. "Can you do this?" Water isn't quite a language I speak. The general rule is that water and air tend to be the domain of the Voltaigne, while Solari are more attuned to the more physical elements, like fire and earth. I arched an eyebrow. "Really? Nothing with water?" I intentionally infused the shade of a dare into my voice. As much time as Max spent instructing me, I had never seen him perform much magic of his own. And now, after yesterday, I was more curious than ever. "Some things." He looked at me like he knew exactly what I was doing. It was always the same skeptical look, pinched eyes, slightly narrowed, mouth pursed towards one side. "Like what?" He paused, as if deciding whether to accept my challenge. Then that wary look gave way to a more focused spark, and I knew I had him. He moved a few steps into more shallow territory until the water lapped around his waist instead of his chest. Then he flattened his hands at the glassy surface. At first, there was nothing. Then bubbles started to rise around him, faster and faster, like the water was leaping to a boil. Or a particularly childish image popped into my head and refused to leave. I couldn't help myself. I pinched my nose. "Max!" I breathed, aghast. In Threll, it is very rude to do that in front of others. For a moment, Max just looked confused. Then realization swept over his face, and his mouth flattened into a very tense, very straight line. Tisaanah ascended help me. Was that a fart joke? I just stood there, pinching my nose, grinning. Sorel and I had wielded this kind of immature humor with nothing less than mastery, and I hadn't known until this moment exactly how much I had missed it. Joking, even clumsily. Max's mouth twitched, first the left, then the right, and then, all at once, he burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. I realized then that I had never heard him laugh before, at least not in a way that wasn't some biting chuckle or a sarcastic scoff. I could, I admitted to myself, get used to it. "Sorry," I said, not meaning it. I couldn't resist. He shook his head, laughter slowly fading. "I don't know what impresses me more, that you made a joke or that it's one befitting of a 5-year-old. Now that that's out of your system, will you let me focus?" His final chuckles disappeared as a line of concentration formed between his brows. The bubbles rose more frantically. At all once, a wall of steam burst from the surface of the water, temporarily blinding me in warm gray. Slowly, the cloud dissipated, and it took me a moment to realize what I was looking at. A massive serpent carved from cloudy mist. It rose and rose and rose, and I craned my neck to follow its ghost-like face, transfixed. And then it lunged for me, circling around my body in wet, warm heat before launching into the sky. It was nearly enveloped by the clouds when, at last, it dissipated into, and here I could not help but smile, hundreds and hundreds of little butterflies. It must have been visible for miles. When I looked back to Max, sweat glistened over his skin. He dunked his head beneath the water and came up, pushing his hair away from his face. "That's it," I said, casually. "Is very performative. Fine, I was impressed. Throwing all kinds of words back at me today." He looked pleased with himself, even if he was trying to hide it. I don't recall saying you could stop. I managed a butterfly with wings so finely crafted that they were translucent, and smiled at myself. "Good," Max said, giving a little nod of approval. Then his voice grew slightly more serious as he said, "You're feeling better today?" I'd managed to distract myself enough to forget about yesterday's events, at least for a few minutes. At the thought of it, self-consciousness burned at my cheeks. "Yes, you were having a hard time. It wasn't a question." And of course it wasn't. It had to have been obvious how much the emotions of it all had overwhelmed me, drowned me. "I felt very much," I said quietly. "The thoughts of the crowd, the Lord, the Queen, very much." Even that small admission of vulnerability nearly stuck to my tongue. But Max's face softened, and his voice was surprisingly gentle as he asked, "Do you often struggle in large crowds of people?" I thought of the day I first saw Sorel, when I had choked beneath the emotions of the slaves in that pit. Torture, absolute torture. "Sometimes," I admitted. "It's a common problem for Valtaine," he said. "There's another reason why I brought you here. I wasn't sure at first how I was going to help you with this, totally unfamiliar to me after all." His fingers skimmed over the surface, releasing tiny waves. "But as a Valtaine, you're sensitive to what other people's minds release into the world. All of those ripples." A realization clicked into place as I watched his hands move over the surface of the pond. "Like water." "Right." He gave me a faint smile. "Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness." The nature or degree to which individual Valtaine feel and interpret them is very different, as I'm sure you're well aware. But we know how you feel them. "Emotions," I said, "generally mild as far as Valtaine mental abilities go, and when it's just a few, there's nothing to be concerned about." As if to demonstrate, he dipped his fingertips into the water, releasing delicate circles across its surface. "But when you're looking at a big disruption," I lifted my hands and brought them down in a violent splash, spattering myself and Max in water. He winced. "Exactly." He gestured to the surface, now shuddering with hundreds of indistinguishable ripples. "Right. It was simply too much, all of those waves of feeling clashing together until my mind was as disrupted as this water was. And that was almost exactly what it felt like. Like everything that had once been clear and smooth, defined waves and circles, had become a tangled mass of movement. In Aura, it's a universal and necessary skill to learn how to shield your own thoughts as much as possible," Max said. "There are a lot of Valtaine around, and no one, wielder or no, wants them poking around their thoughts. I've always thought of it like putting up a wall, or, if we want to keep this metaphor going, a dam." He gestured to the other end of the pond, where an old stone barrier extended towards the center, crumbling. Maybe once it had created a reservoir of some kind, though by the looks of it, those days were long gone. I thought of the one time I had attempted to so much as brush Max's thoughts. Whatever he did, it worked. "But," he went on, "you'd probably require something a bit more sophisticated. You need to cull what comes in and what goes out. An old memory whispered through my mind, my mother and I kneeling beside a muddy stream, thirst clawing at my throat. She held a swath of thin, delicate fabric in her hands, and together we ran the water through it until it came back clear. "Like filtering cloth," I murmured, a small smile. "Like filtering cloth." I closed my eyes and imagined it. Imagined draping a filter across my own thoughts and building a barrier between me and the world. The faint echo of Max's presence dimmed further, as did the thrumming presence of the birds and fish. My own head felt quieter. I lifted it, felt those tiny awarenesses bloom back to life. Lowered it again. I felt a smile begin to tug at my mouth. "It'll take some time to master, like most things," Max said. "And you're probably always going to feel it to some extent." "Good," I said, and meant it. I wouldn't want to cut myself off completely from that part of myself, even when it was difficult. As much as it hurt me to feel the overwhelming weight of all those slaves' emotions at the marketplace all those years ago, their pain was already mine. I would never want to turn that away. And the fear and anger that I felt yesterday? My gaze fell to a little waterfall above Max's shoulder. The water trickling over the stones reminded me so vividly of the blood on the palace steps that I suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Max followed my gaze, paled slightly. I knew we were both thinking the same thing. "There are many things I must know," I said, quietly. And when Max's eyes found mine again, a resignation had settled into them. He sighed. "I suppose there are." Chapter 18. "Tell me about the war," I said, when it became clear that Max didn't even know where to start. He lifted his chin toward my hands. "You keep going with those butterflies, and I will." I obeyed. So did he. "There is an area in northern Ara," he began, "a mountainous region called the Rivenai territory. Traditionally, the region has always had some tension with the rest of Ara, even centuries ago. They have always been somewhat separatist. Over the course of Araean history, they fought for independence no less than 5 times. But the one 8 years ago was by far the worst, because it was the first big one since the rise of magic and the establishment of the orders. Why worse? Because an abnormally large proportion of Solari are Rivenai. In fact, many people believe that all Solari are Rivenai in some way, even if it was centuries back in their bloodline. Are you? He let out a humorless chuckle. Enough to be stuck with one of those ridiculously long names. "So you fought for?" "I fought against the Rivenai, not for them. It didn't make me very popular with anyone." The more he spoke, the more his voice tightened, like a string drawing taut. I could tell this was difficult for him to discuss. "Why?" I asked. "I had been in the military since I was 12. It wasn't even a choice for me. Besides, I would never throw away everything I had built." 12? At my blink of surprise, he added, "I wasn't a soldier then. It was what I did instead of a traditional apprenticeship. I was trained by the military. Honestly, I loved it there. But it was different in peacetime." A faint steam rose from the surface of the water around him. "Anyway," he huffed, "this is not about me." "It isn't?" I pressed. "It isn't." He eyed me. "Butterflies, please." I obeyed, but my mind was far away. Did Samarin serve also? Yes. As a healer? A pause. No. Then? There were more useful ways to utilize someone with his mastery of flesh and bone. I didn't know what that meant, not exactly, but the darkness that imbued his voice made me think of Samarin's quiet, observing expression. It seemed so incompatible with anything that could ever be described in such a tone. Max shook his head, like he was chasing away an image of his own. Anyway, it was bad. Armies of wielders hurling all kinds of terrible magic at each other left and right, and not caring who was caught in the crossfire. No one had ever seen that scale of destruction before. and no one knew how to handle it. I thought of what I had done to Esmeralda, me, an inexperienced, fragmented girl, without so much as touching him. I could only imagine what trained wielders were capable of. And, in those kinds of numbers, Max cleared his throat. Butterflies, please. He sounded grateful to change the topic, even momentarily. I looked down at the still water, my fragmented reflection glinting back at me from the glassy water. And I made another butterfly. How long did it last? 2 years, Max replied, bitterly. There have been wars much, much longer, but none of them had even been half as bloody. And the queen? She was just a small child then. The war was nearly coming to an end, or so we thought. And then the king was killed by his best friend, the person he trusted above anyone else. And that sent everything to shit all over again. Apparently, his voice flattened, she was there when it happened. No wonder she was paranoid. But you won still? The crown won. In the end, yes. His correction was strained and firm. The crown, not him. Those words echoed again. This is the man responsible for the end of the war. Responsible for our victory at Sarlazai. Because of Sarlazai? I whispered. Max flinched, so slightly that I wouldn't have seen it had I not been watching his face so intently, tracing the tightening muscles around his eyes and jaw. Yes, he said, and offered nothing else. A victory or a devastation, strong enough to bring triumph to a country that no longer even had a king. It had to have been something incredible. He looked at me as if he were expecting me to press him for more information, and was dreading it. And he was right in that the questions were rising to the tip of my tongue. But something gave me pause, something that lingered beneath the stealing pains of his face, something vulnerable that begged not to be prodded. I recognized that hidden vulnerability. I nursed it in my own bones. So I didn't touch it. Not this time. Instead, I said, now she kills men in streets. It's been less than a year since she received control from the advisors that ruled in her stead during her childhood. She had that power for weeks before she started getting tyrannical.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. He said it with such disdain, and though I didn't know the word itself, I knew well enough what he meant. Especially when I thought of that blood spilling over the stairs, seeping at Max's feet. But something didn't sit right. What does she want? I asked. Max scoffed. Does it matter? Power, revenge, who knows? I shook my head. I had been excellent at the role I played at Esmeralda's estate, and it wasn't because I was the most beautiful girl or the most talented or the best dance. It was because every single time I turned my attention to a man, I asked, what does he want? Is more complicated and more simple than that, I said. Always. The man I whored myself to didn't want sex, not really. He wanted to feel powerful. Specifically, more powerful than Esmeralda. And once I figured that out, he was butter in my hands. Oh no, I couldn't. He would be so upset. He would never allow it. And that price went up and up and up. Once she starts slaughtering people in the streets, I don't care what she wants. I don't care that she's a child. It doesn't make those people any less dead. I thought of the fear that ripped through the air when I looked at the man on the steps. I felt such fear yesterday when I looked at that man, I said. Then I thought it belonged to him, and some probably did. But I thought of the little girl watching her father die, watching his death at the hands of someone she likely called an uncle. Perhaps it was hers. Max paused at this only for a moment. People do all kinds of terrible things out of fear. It doesn't change anything. I know far too well what that kind of behavior leads to. He was no longer looking at my butterflies. Instead, his gaze turned only to me. I met it. And your family were war casualties.
He said it with a finality that I knew I couldn't challenge, and I didn't want to, even if I could. He could keep his secrets a little longer. I knew how painful it could be to even acknowledge such memories, let alone force them to scald their way up your throat. "We all have sad stories," I murmured, and Max simply nodded. The ensuing silence was so heavy that it stifled my breath. I continued making butterflies, and long, wordless minutes passed. After some time, I shivered. "I am cold," I announced, grateful for any excuse to break the tension, and pushed my way to the shore. The unrelenting warmth of the air was actually a relief at this point, lifting the water on my skin to steam. I didn't even think to be self-conscious until I turned around to see Max standing completely still in the water. He looked like he wasn't even breathing, his searing gaze hurling an arrow through my chest, the intensity of it paralyzing me. "What?" I wanted to ask, but the force of his stare was so strong that the question died before it left my lips. "I hope that whoever did that to you died a terrible, painful death," he said at last, words hissing like steam. "And I hope that if there is an underworld, they suffer there forever." Warmth rose to my face. My scars. I had managed to forget about them, at least for a few hours. Did I hope the same? I wasn't always sure. "He would have killed you," a voice whispered to me. But every time I thought of Esmerus, I thought more about the way his life felt draining from his body than the frenzied fury in his eyes as he beat me. "We all have our sad stories," I said, content to leave my throat unscalded, and pulled my jacket over my shoulders. That night, I sat in front of the fireplace, looking over my notes from our lessons, with my legs crossed in front of me. Max slumped in one of the armchairs, a book in his hands and a pair of reading glasses perched over his nose. It was an oddly peaceful moment, to the extent that any moment was peaceful. In my head that was always reaching for the next thing, always thinking of Threll and Cyril and my family. None of that was gone, but some of it disappeared in the crackling of the fire, in the chuckle that I had released as Max grumbled to himself while lighting it with a snap of his fingers. Just like fucking a racca, the inside of an oven all day and then damn freezing at night. I raised my gaze from my books and watched the flickering firelight shudder over his features, imbuing the thoughtful lines of his face with intermittent flames. "Max." Nothing moved but his eyes, which flicked to me. "What is it that you want in life?" Only a very brief pause, and then he muttered, "Mostly, I just want everyone to leave me alone." Exactly what I'd thought he'd say. But then I thought of the way that he had agreed to train me after he heard why I was here to begin with, of the odd urgency in his voice when he had asked me what Zirith Aldris was doing in Threll, or when he pushed Vaya to tell him more about her weapons contracts. And I thought of how he had stood there in front of the Queen, what he had said to her, and the way he had jerked forward as those spears dove for that man's back. I answered slowly, "I think no." He peered at me over his reading glasses, eyebrows arched. "You think no? I think you are better than that." It took him a moment to respond with a quiet chuckle beneath his breath. He looked back down to his book and flipped a page as he said, "Well, thank you. Not many people think so." And we lapsed back into a quiet, comfortable silence. Chapter 19. I had one of my most vivid dreams yet that night. I awoke gasping, covered in sweats, the image of Esmerus's sneer and Cyril's eyes burned into the pre-dawn darkness. I threw the covers off my body, padded down the hall and out the front door, and practiced my magic until the sun crested the horizon. There was no time for sleep. "I would like to write a letter to Zareth," I said to Max in the morning. "How would I send it to him?" Max placed his teacup carefully on the table before responding. "Zareth Aldris, I take it?" "Yes. He is in Threll." "Right. I do remember that interesting bit." He narrowed his eyes just slightly. "Well, If you know exactly where he is, you could try sending it to him with a stratogram. Or you could send a falcon and hope the thing is able to find him before it keels over in the plains. So basically, he was telling me that I needed someone at the Orders to send it for me, since they were the only ones I knew who had any idea where in Threl Xerath was. Why do you need to write to him? Max stirred his tea far too casually. I need to find out what is happening in Threl with I wasn't sure what to call Esmerus, or his estate, now that he was no longer my master, and his home was no longer mine. My friends. You should talk to Willa, see if she can help. Despite his helpful answer, his voice still held the unmistakable tang of disapproval. How did you meet Xerath, exactly? He would stay at I stumbled, but I had no other word. My master's home when he traveled. We became friends then. Your master, Max repeated. Is he the one who gave you those scars? Does that matter? I think so. Yes. A pause. I didn't know who I was protecting, why it pained me to confirm it. Yes, he did. I watched Max pick at the wood grain of the table, his mouth drawn into a thin line. You do not like Xerath. A statement, not a question. Max was perhaps the least subtle person I had ever met. We have never gotten along. And, a brief moment of hesitation, he had the resources to have gotten you out and chose not to. It was not his for doing. He could not free every slave he met in Threl. I spoke casually, but the truth was, the first 2 times Xerath came to visit, I dreamed that he would take me with him when he left. It took a few years for me to decide that my freedom would have to be my responsibility, and no one else's. I couldn't fault Xerath for not taking that upon himself, especially since he spent so much time teaching me and indulging my questions. Lighting that fire in my stomach was its own kind of freedom. At least, that's what I told myself. Max shook his head. That just isn't what I would consider a friend.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. You do not have friends, I tried to joke, but Max shot his answer back with decisive intensity. I have one excellent friend who is far better than I deserve. And if Samarin were in that position, I would never, ever allow him to stay there. His words slid between my ribs and twisted in my guts. In that moment, my mind was far, far away from Xerath. No, my thoughts furled only around Sorel, around my mother. My cheek and forehead burned, scars left by everyone I had abandoned. It is never so simple, I shot back, too quickly, too loudly. And perhaps the vehemence of my answer told Max that somehow we had started talking about something different, because his face shifted in the beginnings of concern. But I was relieved when a knock at the door rang out. Max hesitated briefly before standing to answer it, muttering, I don't even know what that noise is, considering that no one ever bothers. He swung open the door, and there stood Nura. How wonderful to see you, Max said, baring his teeth in a smile. Chapter 20. What do you want? Max demanded. Nura gave him an icy smile. May I come in? If I say no, are you just going to wander in anyway? Because that seems to be how these things go around here. Yes, probably. You're that determined to lecture me? A low laugh unfurled from her breath. Don't be so self-important, Max. I'm not here to see you. I tried not to look surprised. They both turned to me, Nura with her mouth twisted into a little unreadable smirk, and Max with a hard glint in his eye that echoed of nervousness. Why? He barked. Let me in and you'll find out. Max hesitated, then stepped aside. Nura strode across the room and slid into the chair near me. She was wearing a variation of the same uniform she donned every time I saw her. The long white jacket, buttoned all the way up to her throat, moon insignias on her lapel and across her back. I was once again struck by how graceful and deliberate her movements were,
as if every muscle worked in perfect unison, even in the tiny expressions of her face. She was actually quite beautiful. As she moved to sit down, her white braids fell over one shoulder, rippling light from the windows across her face in a momentary softness. Then she settled, and that glimmer was replaced once again with steel. "Is your training going well?" she asked. "Very well." I would have given her that reply regardless, but I couldn't help but glance at Max as I answered, pleased I didn't have to lie. "Good. I've come because the orders request your help." I blinked, refusing to allow myself to look surprised, even though a wild hope leapt to my skin. This had to be good, didn't it? For what? Lord Savoy's son in Tyern is refusing to abdicate power, even though his family has been removed from leadership. It's merely a tantrum, but we need bodies to march upon the city gates and scare him out of his hideout. And I would like for you to join. It will not turn to bloodshed. He simply needs to be scared. "The guard doesn't have enough people to do this as is," Max cut in. "One fragmented girl will make all the difference." "One fragmented girl and one ill-tempered, moderately famous solarier, if you're cooperative." She said the word cooperative so dryly that it cracked and scattered across the floor. "But again, you're too self-important," she went on. "We're sending letters to many people in the area, since the guard is preoccupied in Vernaya. The war hasn't even started yet, and you're already overtaxed?" Max needled. "And what happened to the orders being politically neutral? Or have you given up that farce now that one of your own is driving this mess?" But I let Max's ranting fall into the background, watching Nura, thinking. I would take any opportunity presented to me. I couldn't afford not to. But I didn't give up anything for free. "I will go," I said. Max, who had been mid-complaint, snapped his mouth shut. "I thought you would seize the opportunity," Nura said, looking pleased. "I will go," I repeated, "if Zareth Aldris will bring my friend back to Ara with him when he leaves Threl." I spoke smoothly, confidently, even though I felt just like I had when I was a little girl demanding my freedom from Esmaris with my 50 sad silver pieces. I'm sure my presence at this city was nothing of value to them, but if it was, they wouldn't get it without giving me something in return. Not when there were so many things I still needed. I carefully avoided Max's gaze, though I could feel it searing a charred hole in the center of my forehead. Stark contrast to Nura's glassy ice that glistened with faint sheen of amusement. "Members of the orders need to follow directives without the luxury of conditions," she said. "Firstly, that does not seem to be true," I gestured to Max. "Secondly, you made very clear that I am not member of the orders. Not yet." Nura's eyes betrayed silent laughter. "Oh, Max, she really has learned a lot from you, hasn't she?" Then, to me, "Everyone in this room knows that you need us more than we need you. And yet, if I understand you correctly, you're asking me to inconvenience one of our most important members on one of our most important missions for you? You ask for my help, so I ask for yours." I leaned forward. Max's words still pounded in my ears. I would never leave him there. Well, I wouldn't either. Never. And this is not for me. You already denied thousands of people help. You said it was too much. Now I ask for one person? Is that still too much? Or are the orders less powerful than they say to be? Silence. I half expected Nura to look angry, but she didn't. Instead, she peered at me with one shallow wrinkle of thought between her eyebrows, a faint smirk tightening one corner of her mouth. "Fine. Give me a name and we'll see what Zareth can do." My heart lifted. "And, in return," Nura went on, "I expect to see you tomorrow at the gates of Tyern. Is this a deal?" I did not hesitate. Yes. Max stood there in rare, conspicuous silence. Your friend is lucky to have you. Nura crossed her arms, tilted her chin thoughtfully. Be careful, though, Tisaanah. It's easy to manipulate people who want one thing more than anything else. I nodded solemnly, as if this were new information, happy to be underestimated. But really, I knew this better than anyone. I just didn't have the luxury of choices. The sun throbbed at the back of my neck as I squinted at the cottage. Beside me, Miracel cooed over some peonies, stroking the petals between her fingers. I have no idea where she went when she wasn't wandering around Max's garden, but she always seemed to materialize whenever I found myself outside by myself. This was fine by me. As odd as she was, I liked Miracel. She was easy to be around and one of the few people who did not make me feel painfully aware of my accent, because she was the only RN I'd met whose vocabulary was even smaller than my own. Shortly after I made my agreement with Nura, she had turned to Max, who had been atypically quiet, and asked to speak to him alone. It was an obvious signal for me to leave, so I had retreated out to the gardens to practice on my own. Still, I kept casting glances at that house as the minutes ticked by. My curiosity clawed at me. Sometime later, they emerged. Nura only waved her hand to me from a distance before whisking herself away, which I chose not to find insulting. Max didn't so much look at her before marching toward me. Miracel leapt to her feet. "Good morning, Max. Isn't it a beautiful day today?" "What the hell were you thinking?" Max snapped his face to me with a set jaw, words sizzling out between clenched teeth. What was I thinking? I almost laughed. What else would I do? That's not how this works. You think you won something in there? No, I said, not completely. But I needed to try. Miracel crowded closer, her beautiful face drawn into overwrought concern. That woman had no sense of personal space. "Max, why are you so sad?" Max put up his hands, gently pushing her away.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Miracel, he snapped, then stopped himself, letting out a breath. 3 steps, please. That's all I ask. 3 steps of space. Miracel took 1, 2, 3 steps backward. Would you say I should do? I asked. Say no. That's what I'd say you should do. I cannot do that. You don't make deals with the orders, never. And it's not even as if it's a blood pact or anything that would stop Nura from going back on her word. Not that she even gave you her word. She'll try, he scoffed. Please. I regarded Max quietly. I would be lying if I said that his reaction didn't make me nervous. But nothing he was saying to me now was news. I knew that I had no guarantees. I had noticed Nura's distinct lack of promise. And I knew that I had bought Sorel only a sliver of a chance, and nothing more. Still, it was something. It was all I had. My friend needs even a chance, I said. I have no other option. And even if Nura said no, still, I would have agreed. I couldn't quite decipher the look Max gave me at that. You shouldn't. I need to impress them. You know this. I jumped as Miracel's hands began combing through my hair, and I had to stop myself from slapping her fingers away. Miracel! Max sounded as if it were taking every effort he had not to snap at her. Give us a minute. Miracel looked momentarily hurt before wandering back into the rose bushes. What's a blood pact? I asked once she was gone. A deal sealed in magic, so neither party can break the terms. What happens if they do? They can't. But what if Tisaanah? This is beside the point. You cannot trust them. They will use you. I was using them too. And besides, what possible use could I be to the orders, organizations populated with the most powerful wielders in the world? For what? I don't know yet.
Max looked at me with his strange eyes bright beneath the shadow of a furrowed brow, mouth twisted in thought, shoulders tensed. His concern settled at the bottom of my stomach and lay there, heavy. "I can do this," I said quietly. "That's what I'm afraid of." He drew in a long breath, nostrils flaring as he let it out. I hoped I'd never find myself on a battlefield again. I blinked at him, surprised. "She said you must go too?" Max snorted. "Nora? She could try and see how far that gets her. But if you're going, then I'm going. I'm not letting you go out there alone, Tisaanah." This realization, the realization that my goal and the things I chose to sacrifice in my pursuit of it no longer belonged to me alone, crushed me so suddenly that I could feel myself swaying beneath this new responsibility. I looked at Max in silence for a moment, lips parted, groping for words, and finding none. I had been nervous about marching on Tisaanah, but only in a resigned, distant way. Now something sharper lurched into my heart as I realized that, intentionally or not, I was dragging Max back into everything he fought so hard to escape. "You do not have to. Don't be ridiculous. I did not graduate from the Zareth Adris School of Shitty Friendship." "Max, not a discussion." Max still regarded me with that pondering stare, and I just stared at him in silence. Two realizations dawning. The first was that I was not going to talk him out of this, and the second hit me harder. The realization that something had shifted in the nature of our relationship, and I had simply failed to notice. But I understood with a resolve that settled deep in my chest that I had been given something precious in this fragile, tentative friendship. I closed my fingers around that delicate gift and drew it close. "Thank you," I said, and Max just nodded. One look at his faraway stare, and I knew he was already on that battlefield. Chapter 21. Max peered over the edge of the bridge and clutched the metal rail as if he might topple into the murky water at any moment. I watched the white overtake his knuckles, cloudy skin betraying his lack of composure. I wondered if I had a similarly obvious tell. I tried to bury my fear so deep inside of me that no echoes would reach the surface, but it still felt like it screamed from my every pore. Sweat pooled at the base of my neck, down my back, between my breasts. I tried to blame the stiff fabric of the Order of Midnight jacket that I wore, brutal in combination with the swampy heat, and not my own anxiety. I drew my eyes up, over the rows and rows of shoulders lined up in neat streaks of color. Most were gold, denoting members of the Crown Guard, who were not wielders at all. Then there were a few columns of blue, flashes of moon insignias across their backs, and green, marked with bronze suns. As I peered over my shoulder, I noticed a few sets of eyes flicking towards us, necks craning ever so slightly. Looking at Max, no doubt. Everyone, it seemed, was surprised to see him. The city of Tisaanah loomed over us, dark and silent, backlit by the rising sun. It was nestled at the apex of 3 rivers, built up on a rocky hill. As a result, it was notoriously inaccessible. 3 bridges led to the main city, which itself was all centered around one circular building topped with a single silver spire, the Savoy Estate, and the central hall of Tisaanah. I squinted up at it. That building apparently held Pather Savoy, the man we were here to coax out of hiding, the son of the man whose blood had soaked through my shoes. Samarin stood beside me, following my gaze. He, too, it turned out, had been asked or commanded to join the march, as a member of the orders, and a former member of the military, though unlike me he didn't get a personal visit to ask him to do so, which still perplexed me. We watched another dove fly over the wall, parchment clutched in its feet. 15, Samarin remarked. The 15th dove. 15th letter. 15th attempt at negotiation. We had been here for hours. Max had spent nearly all of that time leaning over the railing, looking into the water. I did not ask him if he was all right. He was awful at hiding his emotions, and it was clear that he wasn't. Instead, I crafted a little butterfly from the swampy lake below and drew it up to hover in front of our faces. "How is it wrong?" I asked. He hardly looked at me. "What? What is wrong with it?" Slowly he turned, then looked to my butterfly. "So?" I prodded. "Too heavy," he grunted at last. With each word his voice got a little clearer. "And you got sloppy with the movement. It's lurching like a—" But then there was a crash. We whirled around. I let my butterfly fall back into smelly water. All faces snapped to attention as we watched Nura step back as the black-clad figures smashed their spears into the bottom of the gates. An orange glow crawled up the planks of wood, seeping into minuscule cracks, tearing them apart. Max straightened, exchanging one of those looks of silent communication with Samarin. He somehow managed to look even paler. My heartbeat quickened, but I strangled my nervousness, forcing it down my throat. "Those soldiers without eyes, they are wielders?" I croaked, searching for distraction. "The Syrian?" "Yes. Solary, sort of." His voice sounded far away. Then he asked quietly, "Do you remember everything I showed you last night?" I nodded. Later that evening, he had called me from my magic practice out into the garden, holding 2 daggers and handing me one of them. "If you're going to agree to do something stupid," he had said, "then you need to know how to protect yourself." We spent the rest of the night going over various defensive maneuvers, mostly movements meant to keep me alive if I ever found myself in a tricky situation and magic failed me. Now, I watched the vestiges of those gates come down and prayed I would not have to use them. Still, I mentally rehearsed the movements, just in case. "I suppose this didn't scare him out of his tantrum after all," Max muttered. Samarin shook his head, silent. I closed my eyes, thought of Sorel, and reminded myself why I was here. And then we began to move.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. The cold metal of the bridge was replaced with slippery cobblestones beneath my feet. The sun beating down on my face gave way to damp shadows, courtesy of the tall townhomes that crowded narrow, winding streets. I peered back at the bridge over my shoulder, soon blocked from view by the soldiers behind me. I noted in a distant, matter-of-fact thought that we were now trapped on this island. Max nudged my shoulder, as if he too shared my realization. "Stay alert," he whispered, voice taut with caution, beads of nervous sweat dotting his nose. "And stay right here." The streets of Tyre were so narrow and twisted, tight turns bathed in the shadows of the surrounding buildings. Max, Samarin, and I were packed nearly shoulder to shoulder. We were near the front of the group, only just behind Nura and the Syrian, but even then, the city itself seemed to bear down on us. To make it worse, every step brought us into a thicker and thicker fog, so dense every breath felt as if I was inhaling liquid. The bodies in front of us became little more than silhouettes. Ahead, Nora would lift her arms to push the swampy mist away, like a swimmer parting water, only to have more arise steps later. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood, cold nausea turning in my stomach. Something wasn't right. "Something isn't right," Max murmured. The city was completely silent. Shop booths stood empty. Some even had fruit in them, flies buzzing around softened berries and oranges. I looked at the darkened windows, obscured through the fog, and my brow furrowed. The silence extended beyond my ears, seeping into my mind. An unnatural stillness for a city of this size, a dangerous stillness. I leaned towards Max. "Look at the blank windows." I noticed. "I hear no one." I pressed a finger to my temple, shaking my head. Nothing. Then I raised my eyes to that central tower, perched at the top of the hill, silver spire poised to pierce the hazy circle of the sun obscured through fog. And when I looked at it, my mind erupted into a wordless mass of light and activity and iron fear. I saw the back of Nora's head pause, turn, as if she too were noticing what I did. "They're all there," I started to say. But then, where there had been nothing, there was suddenly something. The fog shifted, moved, changed, thickened and thinned at once, sculpting. And I could see them, feel them, people everywhere, surrounding us, figures unfurling from the mist. Nora let out a wordless shout of warning. She raised her hands and shadows roiled around her, around us, shielding us beneath a cover of darkness. The last thing I saw before darkness overtook my vision was the Saracens' spears lighting up with warm orange light, their bodies leaping into the air and flickering into nothing, simply disappearing. A deafening crash. Blue sparks barely penetrated Nora's blanket of shadows. I felt the cobblestones under my boots shift. Smoke filled my lungs. My eyes groped frantically in the darkness, finding nothing but black. But then, something beyond sight, deeper than sight, sensed a presence beside us, sensed a blade lifting and swinging toward Max. I didn't think before I grabbed his shoulders and pushed, sliding my body in front of his, grabbing onto the presence and twisting and pulling and snapping as hard as I could. A sharp pain sliced my hands, raised in front of my face. Then I felt myself being yanked backwards, felt the ground shake, felt a sharp impact at the back of my head. And then the darkness melted into something deeper. I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was blood. Blood dribbling through cobblestones, covering piles of wet, broken wood. Blood dripping into my eyes, covering my sideways vision, smearing against my cheek as it pressed to the ground. My fingers touched something soft, and I almost jumped until I pulled it closer and realized it was a torn-up stuffed dog toy, stained crimson. My hand was soaked. "That was stupid," Max's voice murmured. It was weak, nearly trembling. "Never do that again. I would have been fine." I tried to sit up. Pain screamed in my palms as I pressed them against the floor, and the world spun, but I forced myself to steady. Max caught my shoulders, stabilizing me. When I raised my head, he looked at me with an abject fear that would have caught me off guard had I not been so completely focused on not vomiting. Nora's shadows were gone, the harsh morning casting grotesque patches of gold over broken beams and crumpled stone. I was in what looked to be someone's home, or had been once. The building had collapsed into rubble, leaving eerie fragments of some poor family's life scattered in stained sand. Max and Samarin knelt in front of me. Samarin rubbed blue dust between his fingers. "Lightning dust," he said, brow furrowed. I turned my head and strangled a cry. Two outstretched hands reached from beneath a massive beam. The rest of the body, or whatever could possibly remain of it, was buried beneath a pile of rubble, the river of blood trickling from beneath that mass of broken beams. Max said something, but I didn't hear him. He tipped my chin with his finger, turning my face toward me, and said it again. "Are you hurt, Tisaanah?" I shook my head, even though I wasn't totally sure if that was an accurate answer. I looked down at my palms, which were slashed so deeply I caught white flashes of bone. Without speaking, Samarin took my hands in his. I bit back a yelp as my skin began to burn. "He blew up his own city?" Max crouched at the ground, peering at the blue dust. "Ascended, above. That's fucking insane." "Perhaps he thinks it's better than letting Sasri take it back," Samarin replied. I watched, rapt, as the skin of my palms crawled like hundreds of tiny spiders,
threads crossing the chasm of my wounds and bridging flesh to flesh. It hurt fiercely, and the gory image of it was nauseating. But when Samarin released my hands, the wounds were replaced with smooth skin. Samarin stood, pulling me to my feet. The rubble around us was intact enough to form a shadowy shelter, albeit one that looked like it might collapse at any moment. Outside, the soupy mist had returned, obscuring the wreckage to silhouettes. But I could hear the sounds of dull, blunt fighting, shouts and grunts and moaning, of calls for help. Still, always quieter than one expects to be. Just like the night the slavers came to my village. Blew up his own city, so that was why it was empty. But I couldn't imagine what his final goal could possibly be. How this could possibly end well for his people. I peered out of a gap in the rubble. Ghostly figures melted into physical forms, only to melt back into the fog, as if they were nothing at all, striking our soldiers with lethal, silent strokes. I felt ill. Max's gaze flicked to mine, and I could tell he did too. "They have a Valtane up there," Max whispered. "Probably several, good ones, to cast a spell like this over so many of their soldiers." "Everyone is in that tower," I said, pointing. "We need to—" A crash shattered my sentence. A morass of shadow and fog, thrashing with a young soldier, smashed against our pile of rubble. Max yanked me back away from the opening, and the three of us held our breaths in the darkness until the Tyranian soldier's body was left twitching on the ground. And then Nora appeared, stepping out of the shadow. Blood smeared over one cheek. "You're alive," she breathed, panting. "Good. Can't believe the bastard would—" She let out a sharp shudder and breath, then shook her head. "Get to the estate gates. He and whatever traitors are doing this are hiding in the hall. They'll see how much they like to play with explosives when we bring down the building." My heart stopped. I hoped I misheard her. "You can't," I blurted out. "The whole city is— It's the Saracens' directive, not mine, and we don't have time to fuck around. Nora, even you can't think—" She cut Max off before he could finish. "I don't have time for your judgment."
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Either we get in there and root out those rats, or the Saracen bring the whole damn thing down. Silver strands escaped her braids, echoing the whites of her eyes. A flicker passed over the icy determination in her face. I tried to tell them, "You don't know how many bodies I've yanked out of these buildings." Her throat bobbed. "Get to the gates, that is an order." And then she was gone, her white hair and skin and jacket melting into the fog like she was one of those cursed soldiers. I didn't notice or watch her leave. All of my attention was drawn to that morass of heartbeats that I could feel pulsating in my mind. Thousands of people piled on top of each other beneath that building. I looked down at the ripped-up dog toy. Terror hardened into something sharper, stronger in my veins. When I looked at Max, his stare was already meeting mine, mirroring my determination. "If we get in first," I started desperately, and he returned it with a sharp nod. "The Saracen only care about their goal. If they've made up their mind, it's the only thing we can do. Besides," he let out a puff of air through his teeth, "as good a way to die as any, I suppose." We both turned to Samarin, who gave us a look of silent resignation. "We all know," he said, "that I'm committed." Then he poised himself at the gap in the rubble. "If we go now. Ready?" "Yes," I lied confidently. Max's answer was not nearly as reassuring. "Ready as I'll be." And then, before there was another moment to think or doubt, we were out and into that mass of mist and blood and sweat, fighting our way to the tower. Fire leapt from Max's hands, curling up his forearms, casting grotesque red light into the mist and illuminating garish silhouettes for only a split second before they lunged at us.
I grabbed at those shadow mines in frantic fistfuls, pulling tight on the invisible threads that connected us, twisting, snapping. Half the time they slipped away before I could grab them. Other times they stumbled long enough for Max's fire to catch their clothing or hair, crawl around them, yank them back into their fragile physical existence, and send them careening to the ground. But he never struck to kill. And once they were on the ground, out of our way, he pulled the flames back with him when we moved on. Out of the corner of my eye, flashes of bright gold sparks alerted me to the Tisaanah leaping into the air, flickering and disappearing mid-jump, then reappearing further into the sky as if they were flying. "Pay attention," Max grunted, as fire lit up my face, knocking one of those misty figures away from me. "Blades up, Tisaanah." I would have laughed if I could catch my breath. My little daggers felt ridiculous in a battle like this. What good would these little pieces of steel do against illusion and smoke and flames? We fought our way forward, Max surrounded by fire, Samarin wielding blades like mine. Neither of them had either explicitly told me that they fought together in the war, but now that was beyond a doubt. Their movements silently coordinated even without looking at each other, as if one constantly had their hand on the other's pulse. I could only imagine what the two of them would be capable of if I weren't dragging them back. Even still, we flew, slipping between bodies and battles, engaging only where necessary. Nura's words echoed in my head, and I was constantly aware of the flashes of the Tisaanah's movements. With every pounding heartbeat, I could hear the ever-present pull of all those people drawing me forward. By the time we reached the tower's solid brass doors, there were so many soldiers hidden in the fog that we clashed every few steps. Our own men were far behind us. We moved slower as Max and Samarin's practiced grace gave way to something choppier and more desperate. I tripped as Max shoved me aside, warmth spattering my cheek. Too late, I saw a figure tear from the air, sword raised. Max staggered, flinging a vicious stream of fire before I could react. I didn't see the body until it hit the ground. Max grabbed his shoulder. "I'm fine," he rasped. Blood seeped from between his fingers, but he only stared down at the listless body of my attacker. He was not fine. But there was no time for Samarin to do anything now. We were surrounded, our backs now pressed against the metal doors. My mind was as soupy as my vision, catching only glimpses of the people we couldn't see, fire illuminating their broad strokes. Overwhelmed, I blinked, squeezed my eyes shut to clear my mind. And in that moment, I could see all of it. Spots of light in the darkness. Like I was looking at an inverted version of the world, with each soldier, each life, each ball of thought clearly illuminated. In front of me, the invisible soldiers. Behind me, the people huddled beneath the tower. The Tisaanah, everyone. It was so vivid that I snapped my eyes open again, plunging back into my normal dulled senses, gasping. Without thinking, I raised my arms in front of me. An invisible force sprung from my arms, pushing the soldiers back, buying us precious few seconds. "Good." Max's voice was a gasping grunt. His right arm was soaked in blood. His left was still crawling with fire, creating a wall around us as he peered over his shoulder at the door. I knew what he was thinking. We weren't getting through. Not by physical force. I could feel the faint magic pulse of someone holding it from within. Iron was not the only thing keeping it closed. The ground rumbled. The Tisaanah had begun to compromise the base of the tower. No, I thought. No, no. I winced, squeezing my eyes shut, and as I did, the world once again lit up like a map in the darkness. All those souls, so close and yet separated from us by so much. So close, so close. All at once, an idea hit me. I whirled to Max. "Can you send fire in without looking?" I asked, straining to raise my voice over the chaos. He looked at me like I was insane. Too dangerous. I can't go in blind. I can see, I said, pressing my finger to my temple. When he just stared at me, I said again, more urgently, I can see. Let me in here. I brought my hand to his forehead. And I can tell you where to go. We can push them out. Max's face went hard as stone. No, absolutely fucking not. At that moment, the ground rumbled again, this time accompanied by a bone-rattling cracking sound. We were running out of time. We have no other ideas, I pushed desperately. And Max winced as if the truth of the statement physically struck him. But again, he shook his head. I can't, he said, more quietly. I can't. But I heard what was really hiding in the razor's edge of his voice, in the hard tension of his features. Before I gave myself time to think, I took his bloodied hand in mine, ignoring the startled jump of his fingers. His fear was so intense that I felt it vibrating from his skin. Trust me, I murmured. A plea, a request, a command. I wasn't sure which, or perhaps all three. Max looked like he didn't know either. He paused, grimacing, fire still springing from his other hand. He looked at the battlefield, then me, then his eyes lifted to the Sirazin at the base of the building. And then his gaze fell back to mine. And even before he opened his mouth, I knew the exact moment that he made his choice. Samarin? He started. Samarin nodded. Somehow, the man still managed to appear perpetually unshaken. I can cover. He slipped his blades into his belt and lifted his hands. And what I saw next had me transfixed, horrified. The dead bodies piled around us began to move. Not in a lifelike way, but in grotesque, skin-crawling lurches, their limbs dragging at awkward, sickening angles, heads lolling, clawing over each other to the base of the bridge that led to the tower. They were creating a wall of human flesh, slithering over each other into a twitching morass. There are more useful ways to utilize someone with Samarin's mastery of flesh and bone, Max had told me. Gods, he had been right.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Tisaanah, Max barked, yanking my attention back. He opened his palms. A spiral of fire lengthened and broadened between them, creating a ball, then a tower, then something larger, more organic, a serpent, like the one he had produced out of mist that day in the water, but carved from searing flame. It circled our bodies, so close to my skin that it could have scalded the hair of my arms. Still, it grew until it was larger than either of us. The fire dyed the mist red, silhouettes through the fog looking like they were swimming through blood. Samarin's growing wall of human bodies were reduced to broken crimson shadow puppets. You need to tell me where to go. Max's arms were trembling, as if controlling this serpent took every ounce of his strength. I've opened the door for you. Don't you dare poke around in there. His mind, he meant. I nodded, as if I knew exactly what I was doing, even though that couldn't be farther from the truth. And I allowed myself to drop my shield, squeezing my eyes shut. The world lit up in a map of souls and flames. A pair of blue serpent's eyes opened in the darkness. I stepped into them, surrounding myself with Max's presence, slipping into a crevice of his mind that he had carved out for me. I'm blind, I heard his voice echo. Be very careful, for both of us, and for everyone inside. The muted terror on his exposed nerves twined with mine. I tried to send him shaky reassurance. The civilians were beneath the tower, huddled in one giant mass beneath the earth. But a smaller group lingered near the top. This, I thought, had to be Pather Savoy and his commanders, who must have been overseeing the battle from the highest vantage point. And if we cut them off, we'd be forcing their surrender. Go, I whispered. And the Viper, Max listened.
The wild path of flames raged through the winding halls, roaring past doors, around corners, scalding tapestries and paintings. And I inhaled it, became it. Smoke filled my lungs, my stomach, my eyes. I guided Max with seamless, wordless direction. His power was mine, and I could feel it thrash forward. I realized his muscles had been trembling not because he was pushing so hard, but because he was holding himself back. With every confident turn, every furious surge, it grew wilder. "Careful," he murmured in my ear. I could feel him tasting shadows of past memories, recoiling. Every heartbeat danced on a blade's edge between intoxicated power and agonizing fear. "We're fine. Stop." "Not yet," I soothed. "A little further." Blood pounded in my ears. The lights grew closer, the smoke thicker. Door after door shuddered past my view. Max's tension grew tighter, like a bowstring pulling further and further back. Control threatened to slip away. But he waited, his tentative trust still cradled in my hands. "Not yet," I whispered. "Doors, smoke, now." The fire obeyed, the serpent roaring through every crevice of the floor, rising through the doors and between stones. And there they were, a handful of huddled, well-dressed figures. They jumped, terrified, as the fire tore through the room, encircling them within a ring of flames. A spell snapped in two, and then a ragged gasp. My face against stone. Eyes snapped open into darkness, weak and dark and dull. My own eyes. Back on the bridge, back in my body. Black boots and golden sparks flew by my blurry vision. Then a flash of white. Dark hands pulled me upright. My shaky vision settled on Samarin, then Max, slowly pushing himself up from the ground. And then the open brass door, flickering in firelight. Open. Nura and the Syrazan were running down the hall. Or perhaps flying would be a better term. The Syrazan's lithe bodies soaring into those leaps, flickering and disappearing and reappearing further and further, like stones skipping across the surface of a pond. Behind me, I felt the warmth of flames. I glanced only briefly over my shoulder to see the city on fire before running after them, delving into those dim passageways and scaling the tower steps. Didn't have to think, didn't have to breathe. I knew exactly where to go. Pather Savoy and his companion were at the very top of the tower, in a room surrounded by windows. The first thing I saw was Nura's back, stark and white. Despite the bright sky and open windows, the room was growing steadily darker, like she was calling shadows to her. A young man stood before her, his hands outstretched, shielding a small cluster of people behind him, including 2 Valtane. "Your queen murdered an innocent man," he snarled. "My father was no traitor. She is a tyrant." The darkness leached from the corners, clouding the windows, misting the air, forming an inky cape around Nura's shoulders. My breaths came quicker. When I blinked, I could have sworn I saw Esmarissa's blood-spattered face, saw Voss' body dangling from gallows. "I have no concern for your father." Nura's voice moved like ink dissolving into water. The shadows grew thicker. My heart beat faster, slipping from my control. Distantly, I recognized that this was not natural, that the darkness that crawled from the shadows and writhed around us was no trick of the light, that the sudden panic surging in my veins was not entirely my own, that some terrible magic curling around Nura's fingertips was drawing it all to the surface. But it hit me too quickly for it to make any difference. My knees struck the marble floor with the force of dead weight. The white stone was cold beneath my skin, white like Esmarissa's floor. Crack, 26. I plunged into cold terror. "It's not real," I hardly heard Max's voice. "It's not real, Tisaanah." I could feel Esmerissa's whip striking me, again and again, flesh opening across my back. I could feel his life cracking, could feel Sorel's hand sliding away from mine. I don't care if your father was innocent. You certainly aren't. Nura, a silhouette of white in darkness, raised her hands. The Savoy man was on his knees in front of her, clutching his head. Your people are dead because of your actions. Did you know that? Every last one. I hope you like how that blood looks on your hands. I flipped my palms up to see crimson. Perhaps I screamed. Terror suffocated my senses. Max's hand slipped into mine. At his touch, I caught a brief, powerful flash of snake eyes and sheets of long black hair, echoes of a familiar face peering between them, and grief so sharp it split me in two. Snap. Deafening silence as the bodies hit the floor. All at once, the darkness was gone, and so was that unnatural fear, leaving only sore exhaustion in its place. Blinding midday light slapped me across the face. I lifted my head from the ground, watching the Syrazan spears bury themselves into Pather's fragile flesh. They made quick work. The dozen people huddled in this room were executed within seconds. The sound, I realized, was always the same. Nura watched in silence, her arms crossed over her chest. When she finally turned, she only said, "Good work," before striding past us. Beside me, Max let out a rough groan and a shaky breath. I slumped against the wall, so exhausted I could hardly lift my body. Ghosts echoed in my vision as darkness slowly overtook me. Chapter 22. Cleanup was almost worse than the battle itself. In the frenzy of the fight, adrenaline had shielded me and numbed me. But afterwards, the brutality of what had been left behind was stark beneath the still midday sun. Every sight and smell, every remaining fractured moan, every shocked survivor's sob raked across my skin. Still, I drew myself together, as if with little pieces of twine, and worked diligently, even though when I first pushed myself up from the ground, I thought that I might topple. Max and I had stared at each other for a moment, still standing in that room of dead bodies. I wondered if I looked as terrible as he did. I was certain that he'd whisk us back home immediately, since he looked like he was dying to get out of there.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. But then he peered out the window, let out a heaving sigh, and said, "If we're going to be responsible for this, even indirectly, it's only decent to help deal with the aftermath." I agreed. And, more selfishly, I didn't want to give the orders any reason at all to go back on their commitments. So we threw our exhausted bodies into the cleanup effort, even when I thought I had nothing left to give. All this for what? Max spat, heaving as he yanked aside a beam, nudging a pile of discarded clothes with pained, visceral anger. For a big fuck you to Cesare? All this for his personal revenge? I didn't understand either, and every time I looked at the shattered fragments of some family's life, fury careened into my stomach. But then I thought of Nura's lie, of the agony on Pathier Savoie's face when she made sure he died, believing that he had killed all of his people. Was he a man who truly didn't care about his city? Or had his rage and grief twisted his judgment so thoroughly that he believed he was doing the right thing? It was amazing, the mental somersaults minds and hearts could do to justify their actions in the name of love. By the time we were finally dismissed, it felt like the last several days hadn't even happened. The city was still in ruins, bodies were still left unburned, or worse, still unrecovered within the wreckage, and the Tyernian people were still wraiths, wandering lost. But I couldn't take any more, and I knew Max couldn't either. Even Samarin, who always exuded unwavering stability, looked like he was ready to collapse.
I had never been so grateful to smell the fresh, clean scent of those flowers, or to be greeted by the crowded warmth of the cottage. I waited until Max disappeared into his room before I went to the basin and let myself retch. Chapter 23. I barely even tried to sleep that night. The echoes of what I had seen in Nura's shadows were burned into me, so visceral that remnants of that panic sat beneath every breath. But even worse were the images that I saw when I closed my eyes, bloody scars from the battle and the aftermath. I was so exhausted that my mind and body hurt. But I couldn't just lie there any longer. Eventually, I slipped from my bed and retreated outside into the garden, the cool dampness of the bare earth beneath my feet a relief. The flowers had exploded since the spring, thriving in the moist heat that had descended upon us in these last weeks. Vines and leaves tickled my ankles as I traced my steps through the paths. Clip, clip, clip. I turned my head to see a figure crouched in the garden. A gentle orange warmth illuminated Max's face, intently focused on the rosebush that he tended. I crossed the path and settled next to him. My limbs screamed with every movement, and I knew Max still felt the impacts too. I glanced at his shoulder. In the moonlight, I could see the darkness of old blood still seeping through his shirt. He'd refused to let Samarin heal it, insisting he needed to save his energy for more dire patients. Clip. You too, huh? He plucked another dead blossom, then collected the wilting petals in his palm and consumed them with a gentle burst of fire, dumping the ashes into the dirt. Yes. I watched Max's profile in moonlight and his intermittent fire illuminating the line of his straight nose and still, serious mouth. Max's mouth, I had noticed, was rarely still. It was always thinned in concentration, or twisted in a sneer, or curled in a sarcastic smirk. Not now, though. Now he just looked tired, empty, as if the events of the last few days had peeled the muscles from beneath his skin. And he went out there for me. I drew my knees up to my chest, rested my cheek on my kneecaps. I know it was difficult for you, I whispered. I didn't need to say what I was referring to. It's difficult for everyone. His eyes flicked to me, eerily bright even in the darkness. And how are you? Fine, I lied. He looked as if he didn't believe me for a second. Nura really hit you. At the mention of her name, I could feel that razor-blade terror shoot through my veins. See Esmerice, Cyril, Voss. Despite myself, I shuddered. And that was just overflow, what you and I got. That wasn't even close to full force. Max shook his head, letting out a breath of a humorless laugh. Pathier Savoie is lucky that they killed him. I've seen her lock people up like that indefinitely. The thought made the hairs on my arm stand upright. What was that? She drowns people in the worst of their fears. Or usually, worse, the worst of their memories. Like a living nightmare, but more real. It's bad. Clip. I thought of what I had seen when Max touched my hand. The snake, the girl with the long black hair, and the sheer crippling force of his terror. As if he knew what I was thinking, he said, "It was a two-way passage, you know." He paused. "I saw your master, with the whip." Crack. 27. I flinched, just as a wrinkle of a sneer sliced over the bridge of Max's nose. "Please tell me that man is dead." Clip. His fingers curled around the dead petals, and the ensuing flames felt slightly brighter, slightly more vicious this time. "He is," I said hoarsely. "I hope you did it, and I hope it hurt." My stomach somersaulted. And Max's eyes flicked to me again, bearing a particular kind of knowing look that made me wonder what else he saw, whether he knew what I had done. And he added quietly, "that you don't regret it for a second." He knew. He had to. He would have, I whispered. He would have. Clip. Fire. Fucking monster. Not always. He was... My voice trailed off. How could I even describe what Esmerice was to me? All of the twisted, uncomfortable shades of our relationship? He was kind, sometimes. I thought he cared for me, in his way. And yet, that man who looked at me with such sparkling affection was the same one who stripped the skin from my back lash by lash, with every intention of continuing until I was nothing but a lifeless sack of flesh. But it was only at the end that I realized, I said, he loved me as a thing belonging of him, not as a person. It hurt more to say it aloud than I thought it would. Max's jaw was so tight that I could see the muscles flexing even in the moonlight. He deserved it. He cast me another sidelong glance. And what about the blond man? Gods, how much did he see? My surprise must have shown on my face because he gave me a tiny smile. You weren't exactly mentally prepared, and you were still in my head. I had a front row seat. My question now, I said, instead of answering. The girl with black hair. Who was that? Max's expression hardened. He was silent for a long moment. That was my sister. Clip. He looked away as he spoke again, in blunt, removed sentences. To answer your next question, yes, she died with the rest of them. War casualties, he had said, with that same choppy finality. You had more? Siblings? Yes, there were 7 of us, and my parents. Clip. Faster and sharper. It was a loud house. 7. How horrible and eerie it must have been to go from a family of that size to nothing. Tell me of them, I said, quietly. About my family? Yes. What were they like? I watched Max's hands pause, the corners of his mouth tightening ever so slightly, and I watched his eyes go far away, as if dipping his toes into memory. Too much to say. My father was loud and friendly, my mother shy and reserved. Clip. More slowly. I had 3 brothers and 3 sisters. Brian, Variuslus, and Atraclius. And then the twins, Shailia and Mariska, and then Kira. 6 siblings. I imagined a young Max tucking himself into corners to get away from the ruckus or squabbling with siblings over everyday mundanities. No wonder he was so particular about his things. He probably grew up having to defend them constantly from a house full of people. You were probably second most old, I guessed. Old enough to hone the sense of protective vigilance that I caught hints of here and there.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Young enough to have to prove that vigilance by joining the military? He glanced at me, revealing a faint glimpse of surprise. Good guess. I pressed my finger beneath one eye, pleased with myself. I see you, Max. You are no great question. Only partially true. It was a nice sentiment, but there were definitely still many questions. He gave me a smirk that said he knew this too. In that case, all-knowing one, I can stop answering yours. Tell me about the sister I saw. The smile disappeared. Not in death, I added quickly. Tell me of her in life. That was Kira, the youngest. Clip. Instead of burning the dead blossom, he held it loosely in his hands as he folded them in his lap. She was the strangest person. She liked, how else do I say this, gross things, like spiders and things. Smart as sin, and she was just getting started. She was 12 when she died. No one got the chance to see what she'd become, or what she'd... He groped for words, then gave up and lapsed into silence. As always, Max's thoughts were closed behind a curtain I couldn't part, but I could still feel his grief tainting the air between us. Echoes of what I had felt when I was inside of his mind. Echoes of what I felt in my own heart. I knew that loss. When the slavers came to my village, I said, I left behind everyone I knew. My friends, my family, my mother. They were sent to mines. Only I was sold to the lords. I could still remember the way they looked, their backs rod straight as they were led off into the night, dignified in those silver-dipped straight lines. And I watched them from that rickety cart, steeling myself in preparation for a new life. I'm sorry, Max murmured, and he sounded like he really meant it, like he felt it with me. I'm certain they must be all dead now. The mines kill quickly. Or perhaps they all killed themselves first. There was always talk of it among the adults, what they would do if they found themselves standing at the entrance of those tunneling coffins. It was not unheard of for entire villages to swallow poison hidden beneath their tongues, rather than face a demeaning and inevitable death. I imagined those silhouetted lines collapsing, row after row. Blinked back the thought. Swallowed. The worst thing, though, I continued, slowly, is to think that they are all buried somewhere in a hole, with so many other slaves. And I hate their deaths. But what I hate more is that there is no one left who remembers their lives. No one but me. My mother was powerful and wise. She was the center of the world to me, and to the people of our community. And she had faded away to nothing but a clutched handful of my memories. A warm breeze rustled my hair, sending a shudder through the leaves. I could feel the heat of Max's shoulder next to mine, even as we were both completely still. "And who the hell are we," he finally said, voice low and thick, "to carry something so precious?" One of the many uncertainties I did not dignify aloud, but that plagued my thoughts every day. I had no answer. I heard the dull sound of the clippers dropping to the damp earth, Max's hands still. We sat there for a long time in silence, grief and memories twining into ghosts around us. I wasn't sure how long it was before he spoke again. "How did you make it to Ara?" "I do not remember most of it. I was very injured." "You dragged yourself across the ocean with those wounds?" "Yes. I let myself fall backwards into the grass. My friend helped me go. The blonde. Shame ripped through my chest. The remnants of Searle's goodbye burned my cheek. I left him," I whispered. "He helped me, and I left him." "You're going to get him back," Max murmured. "I will. I must. He's fortunate to have you fighting this fight." "Maybe. Maybe not. There was only one me, and there were so many Searles." Gods, I was tired. "Thank you for coming with me to Tiern," I murmured, "and thank you for trusting me." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Max slump backwards too, lying beside me. The warmth of him was oddly comforting, radiating even though we didn't touch at all. That same warmth infused his words as he said, "We made an all right team." And we did not speak again as we lay there, grounded by the grass and earth and whispering night air, eyelids finally fluttering into a tentative sleep as the sun crept toward the horizon. Chapter 24. Well, this is cute. I opened my eyes to the aggressive blaring sun, which seemed like a personal insult to my throbbing head. I blinked again, and a silhouetted form took shape, backlit to illuminate silver braids. "Late night?" Nira asked. "Just who I like to see first thing in the morning." Max's voice, still hoarse with sleep, came from beside me. I glanced at him only briefly as we pushed ourselves up from the ground. We hadn't so much as touched, though we had fallen asleep inches away from each other. Still, something felt uncomfortably, though not unpleasantly, intimate about the whole thing. "Still, that's flattering, Max. Maybe a little sad." Nira watched us get up, not moving. Despite her quip, her voice was flatter than usual. Once I got to my feet and got a good look at her, it was obvious that she was exhausted. Purple shadows circled her eyes and the hollows of her cheeks. Whereas I had always thought she looked lithe and powerful, today that same body seemed thin to the point of frailty. "Besides," she added, eyeing us, "it's actually nearly noon." Max grumbled something wordless. "But then, I can't judge you for doing whatever you have to do to get some rest after all that. You deserve it." "I didn't get the chance to tell either of you how well you did." She looked from me to Max to me. "Clever idea. Someone had to figure out something that didn't involve crushing a few thousand people to death." Max rubbed his left eye with the back of his hand, glaring at Nira with his right. "But hey, they shit in their own beds, right?" Nira visibly flinched.
It didn't come to that, she said. Thanks to you. Thanks to her. Max jerked his chin to me. Now what can we do for you, Nura? I came to speak to Tisaanah. She looked me up and down. I crossed my arms over myself, suddenly very conscious of my cotton nightgown. Taking that as his cue, Max grumpily excused himself. As he sauntered off to the cottage, he cast one glance over his shoulder, meeting my gaze for the first time since we woke up. There was something raw and more honest in the look we shared. How has he been? I turned to see Nura staring after him as well, brows furrowed slightly, the corners of her mouth turned down. Her voice sounded so different in that shade of understated concern. But then, everything about her seemed so different, I almost wouldn't have recognized her. Fine, I said. Not entirely true, not all the time, but I knew it was what he would want me to say. A good teacher? Yes. A brief, faint smile tightened her lips. I knew he would be. Nura's gaze flicked back to me, and something grew more distant in it. You did very well in Tisaanah. Better than I even thought you would, I'll admit. And beyond that, I owe you a personal thanks. So do the people of Tisaanah. I thought of the ruins, that stuffed dog, the devastated looks on the residents' faces as they emerged from the basement of the tower. Even still, they lost very much. Yes, Nura agreed solemnly. I'm sorry that you had to witness what you did. I knew instantly, even with the vague phrasing of that statement, that she was talking about herself, her vicious, brutal display in that tower. Even now, it was impossible not to look at her and remember it, a silhouette of stark white in a room of darkness, emanating terror. Why did you lie to Pather Savoy? I asked. Before his death? Nura's face hardened. It was only minutes away from being true. He was ready to make sacrifices that didn't belong to him for his own personal vendetta. I have deep sympathy for his loss and his pain, but I have no patience for such terrible, dangerous selfishness. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Right now, she looked like she had no patience left, period. Like whatever shield she had constructed between herself and the world were worn down. But I'm sorry, she added, more softly, that what I did affected you too. No one prepared you for that. No one ever does. A biting, humorless chuckle. It reminded me eerily of Max's. True, then she said. You fulfilled your end of the deal, and, well, fulfill ours. Zareth wanted me to give this to you. She reached into the pocket of her jacket and pulled out a wrinkled letter, sealed with silver wax pressed into the shape of the moon. The outside said only one word, rendered in perfect curling script. Tisaanah. I turned it around in my hands. Despite the fact that it was stored in Nura's pocket, the paper was so cool to the touch that I nearly flinched. Thank you, I said. Nura didn't answer, and when I looked up again, her chin was tilted towards the cottage. Max had come outside again and was rearranging piles of firewood near the door. I couldn't quite decipher the expression on her face. I prided myself on my ability to understand people, but Nura remained such a mystery to me, visible only in blurry, broad shapes, like a figure lingering behind ice-glazed glass. He went out there for you, you know, she said, so you wouldn't be alone. I know. I felt the weight of that responsibility, even though it was oddly warm and comforting in my chest. Nura's eyes flicked back to me, a dull glimmer glittering as the corners of her eyes crinkled, the one sign of a small, distant smile. I knew he would. Then, before I had the chance to say anything more, she raised her palm, uttered a tired goodbye, and folded away into the air. I went back to the cottage before opening the letter, reading it aloud as I paced around the living room. Max watched me with a cup of tea in one hand, the other loosely hanging into his pocket. Tisaanah. It made my day the first time Nura mentioned your name. I hear you have been trying to reach me. I offer you my deepest apologies for my absence and my silence. I return to Ara shortly, and I will not come back without every possible effort to fulfill your noble and well-deserved requests. You have my personal assurance, along with my deepest respect. Always knew you had it. Z. I looked up when I was finished, catching the end of Max's exasperated eye roll. I flipped the paper over, folded it, unfolded it. That's it? A few sentences with a vague promise of something? Zareth and his personal assurances. I'm sure that was what you were hoping for. Max slurped the final sip of his tea, shooting a sardonic stare to the letter in my hands. But at least he gave you that sweet, patronizing little bit at the end. I'm sure it was all worth it to know that the dazzling arch-commandant always believed in you. I didn't even hear his bitter sarcasm. I nearly let the paper slide from my hands. Arch-commandant? I squeaked. Max blinked at me. What? Zareth is arch-commandant? You didn't know? How I would know? How would I know? You would know what? I was correcting your Afranan. Max cocked his head. You really didn't? I looked down at the letter again, brow furrowed. I never would have imagined that the man I had spent so much time with could possibly be the most high-ranking member of one of the most powerful organizations in the world. He never said. I'm shocked. I thought he'd start to melt if he went more than an hour without mentioning it. I paused, silent, turning this new information around in my head. On one hand, this was good. Just to be known by name by the arch-commandant had to be a good thing, no question. On the other, I felt something bitter and acidic seep into my stomach. I had dismissed Max's anger on my behalf before, but now, to think that the damn arch-commandant had befriended me in slavery, and then I clenched my teeth, allowing the tension of my jaw to cut off the rest of that thought. And I placed the paper on the table, folded neatly. It makes nothing different, I said, curtly. We're late on training. Chapter 25. I sat cross-legged in the garden, watching as Max dragged a circle in the dirt with a stick. Then he punctuated his drawing with 3 lines, all running through the center at various angles. I held back a grin of anticipation. A week of delicate, tentative normalcy had crept by, and it had taken about that long for Max and I to slowly settle back into our own heads. When we got there, it was as if we both mutually looked at the calendar and realized with a start that my evaluations were only 2 months away. All things considered, that was not a lot of time at all, which was why I was thrilled that Max had finally decided, Max announced. He dropped the stick, held out his hand, and various flower petals appeared in his palm as if snapped to his skin by a magnetic force. My smile faded. I looked at him, unimpressed. Only this? Only this. Please. He spread out his fingers, picking through the flower petals. There was 1 lily petal, 1 hydrangea, 1 violet, and more, never more than piece of any given flower. What I just did, he said, was provide instructions. I want 1 single petal of every type of flower in this garden. That requires magic to go in a lot of different directions at once, and it requires it to think. Think? I need to tell it that I want 1 of every separate species of flowers, and it needs to recognize that. It may seem simple, and in a lot of ways it is, but it does require magic to go in a lot of different places at once. Controlling it is easier with stratograms, though they aren't necessary. This is why most wielders need to use them for travel, for example. They need to tell the magic where to take them, where to leave them, and how to get them there. Complicated to do mentally alone. He reached into his pocket and produced a small stack of paper. Then into his other pocket, revealing the bottle of black liquid I had chosen at Vias. It's ink, I said, in realization. In a sense. Ink with a little something extra built in. His eyes glittered, and I got the impression that I was about to be on the wrong end of a joke. Now I want you to do what I just did, a petal of each flower. Since you find it so unimpressive, it should be easy for you. I opened the ink, and Max handed me a pen. I observed Max's circle, drawn in dirt on the ground, then went to draw the same thing, and let out a yelp, tumbling backwards. And as soon as I touched the pen to paper, a shock ran up my hand, releasing a puff of sparks and smoke, and slapping me in the face with a force that I was thoroughly unprepared for. By the time I got my bearings again, the first thing I heard was Max's laughter. I glowered at him. "Thank you," I sniffed, sarcastically. "You're so very welcome." Max composed himself, though the laughter remained in his eyes long after it faded from his mouth. "To be fair, you picked a particularly fierce one. Fitting, I suppose. Ready yourself for it this time." I settled back onto my knees, steeling myself before I touched the pen to the parchment. When I was ready for it, I only jolted slightly, but quickly got a handle on the magic flowing from my fingertips, like I was grabbing the reins of an unruly horse. "Good," I heard Max say, but I was too focused on glancing from his circle to mine from beneath a furrowed brow. I copied it stroke for stroke, and then I opened my palm in preparation for the flower petals. And nothing happened. I flicked my eyes up to Max, who looked far too amused. "I wonder why it isn't working," he said. "Here, let me demonstrate again." He used the stick to draw another circle in the dirt, and another series of lines. And just as before, a flurry of flower petals rushed to his hands. But my brow furrowed. This circle was completely different from the first. They didn't even have the same number of lines within them, and the positions of the ones that remained were wildly different. I do not understand.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Magic is just as much of a living being as you or I, so the way you direct it needs to change. This stratogram is how I needed to direct it 5 minutes ago, but this one is how I needed to direct it 30 seconds ago. And if I were to do it again, that one would be different too. My lips tightened. I drew a circle, then paused. "But," I asked, "what do the lines mean? How do I read them?" "Do you know what I hear when you ask me that?" Max narrowed his eyes at me. "I hear, Max, how do I ram my head through this with unrelenting and methodical brute force?" "That's not what I meant." "It was, a little." "Well, you can't force these," he said smugly. "You just have to feel it." I tried another circle, then another. Nothing. "They do tend to be more difficult for Valtane," Max said, after several failed attempts. Magic is just more nebulous than mine." "Does Nora use them?" "Yes, I've seen her do some incredible things with them. For all her flaws, she is an exceptionally talented wielder." At the mention of Nora, I thought back to my odd conversation with her in the garden. There were many times when I almost asked Max the questions that lingered at the tip of my tongue. It never seemed like a good time, especially not when we were both still recovering from our time in Tyern. Now, my frustration made me bold. "So," I said, drawing another circle, "Nora was your lover." "Yes." "Excuse me?" Max let out a strangled chuckle. "What a topic change." "It's true, though." "Yes." Another circle. Another set of lines. No response. "Yes," he said, finally. "Long time ago." It was no great surprise to me that Nora and Max had been together, but I still couldn't quite envision them as a couple, like they were two puzzle pieces that didn't quite fit. Then again, maybe that was because Nora was still such an enigma to me. "You seem very different," I said. A long pause. I kept my eyes trained to the paper, repeating circles. "As much as it pains me to say this," Max answered at last, "Nora probably knows me better than any other living human being. I've known her since we were children. But when we were together, we were very different people, and far more aligned." "Aligned? Why did it end?" Our views had become totally incompatible, and that became obvious in the most violent possible manner. I glanced up at him, and he scrunched up his nose. "Don't give me that look.
he said, as if I owe you the dirty details. I gave him a cloying smile. He rolled his eyes. And after? I asked. Other lovers? Nosy, nosy. My hand stopped. I pressed my finger to the tip of my nose, raising an eyebrow. Nosy. Aran was a strange, strange language. It's a term for someone who sticks their nose where it doesn't belong. The definition might as well include your name. I chuckled as I drew another circle. Max's face brightened. Look, he said, pointing. I peered over my shoulder to see a smattering of random flower petals scattered across the ground. That's something. Not what I wanted, I scowled. Better than nothing. It'll work when you think about it the least. I watched as the smile faded on his lips, though it still clung faintly to the corners of his mouth. I would admit it. He was handsome, with those high cheekbones and, of course, those delicate, striking eyes that peered out from beneath his perpetually thoughtful brow. My gaze swept down, over the solid line of his shoulder, then following his arm and landing on the ropey muscle of his forearms. Surely it wouldn't be difficult for him to find female companionship if he wanted to. But he never brought anyone home. Then again, bringing someone home implied that he left in the first place, which he didn't. Ever. His eyes dropped. I wondered if I had been staring too intently. Too quickly, I looked back to my parchment. You did not answer, I said. I haven't had anything in a long time that went beyond the physical. Not that it's any of your business. Physical? I echoed. Well, you know, more shallow, romantic interactions. Shallow? I leaned forward, doe-eyed. How shallow? Well, poor word choice. A slight but distinctive flush rose to his cheeks. Definitely not shallow, but... He stopped short as I struggled to contain my laughter, eyes narrowing at me in realization. You shit! I shook my head, still giggling, drawing another attempt at a stratogram. I caught a glimpse of a flurry of directionless flower petals out of the corner of my eye. Not good enough. Why am I the one being interrogated here? He crossed his arms. What about you? How long have you been with your lover? He said the word lover in what I could only imagine was supposed to be an imitation of my accent, louver. I have no lover. The blonde? Cyril? I laughed, shaking my head. No, he would be more interested in you than me. Ah, I see. Max was silent for a moment. So, no one? I didn't speak. A different reality flashed through my mind. A reality in which I was a normal Iran girl who lived an unremarkable Iran life and could tell him a story of an innocent first love or a dim-witted ex-beau. And that false reality just seemed so appealing, simple, compared to my truth, my complicated, painful truth. And yet, somehow, I got the impression that he knew what he was really asking me. It was there in the gentle tone of his voice. An open door. Well, there was Esmaris, and the men I performed for. I tried to speak as casually as possible, even though the words suddenly grew thick like rancid honey. But that was survival, not love. I knew my value, and I needed to use it. I chanced a glance at him, and his lips were tight. That shouldn't have happened to you. I shrugged, even though the movement was stiff, forced. Many had much worse. Are you aware of how well I treat you? Esmaris had asked me minutes before he tried to kill me. That doesn't change anything. He shook his head. One burning movement. It doesn't make what they did to you any less terrible, Tisaanah. His words hit on something within me, a wound that I had covered up, deep within my chest. I'd told myself so many times that I was lucky. I survived, after all, when the people I'd left behind had not. And yet I knew, too, that Max was right. I'd known it since the day Esmaris tried to beat me to death. I had seen such terrible things, lived such terrible things, that I mistook Esmaris's meticulous care for love. Even though he cared for me the way one cared for a prize horse, pampered it, groomed it, broke it, and rode it, and discarded it when it began to kick. After all, I was the lucky one. The day I tried to buy my freedom, I said, quietly, he told me that I forgot what I was. When I glanced at Max again, his jaw was set, his gaze sorrowful, contemplative. He did not speak. Perhaps, in a way, he said, but I forgot what he was, too. I forgot that he was someone who could never see me as more than a possession. I had been just a child when I met him, just a child, and he had taken me in, told me I should feel grateful because he only beat me sparingly, because he waited a few years to rape me, because he didn't send me off to my death like he did to so many others. Aren't you lucky, Tisaanah? Don't I treat you well? My knuckles were tight around my pen. When I tore another vicious, mindless stroke over the paper, my fists were suddenly full of flower petals. I spent the night drawing stratagrammes, though unsuccessfully, other than that one singular victory in the garden. Max and I had settled into a comfortable routine. I was in my typical spot near the hearth, crouched on the ground, paper scattered around me, and Max, as usual, draped himself over an armchair with a book perched in his hands. The night ticked by, and in the flickering flames, my ink was beginning to waver and blur in front of my eyes. Sometimes we both fell asleep like this, waking up to greet each other bleary-eyed in the harsh morning. Tisaanah. Max's voice was hoarse with almost sleep, so quiet that I almost lost it in my own exhaustion and the crackling of the fire.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. When I looked up, he peered at me from behind low, slightly crooked reading glasses, face taut and thoughtful. The way I look at it, he said, very solemnly, so quietly that his words slipped into the air like steam, you didn't forget what you were. I think you remembered. And I hope no one ever again has the fucking audacity to tell you otherwise. For a moment, I blinked at him in silence. An odd, fleeting sensation rustled in my chest, like I had swallowed a handful of my silver butterflies. I know, I said at last, as if it were nothing, I am wonderful. Max shook his head, rolled his eyes. And in the dying scuff of his chuckle, we lapsed back into that quiet, comfortable silence. Chapter 26. 8 weeks. That's all we had left until my evaluations. And Max and I, armed with this odd new intimacy that Tiern and its aftermath had created in us, surged forward toward our goal with renewed focus. Our training days lasted 10, 12, 16, 18 hours. Or as long as it took until one or both of us collapsed into an armchair in exhaustion. Something had clicked into place, and neither of us seemed to be able to identify what it was, but we both saw it in each other, in the growing ease of our conversation, in the unspoken understandings of our training sessions, in the safety and silence of our evenings at home. Our life settled into a pulse, a heartbeat, a collection of breaths. In the silence between them, I memorized the cadence of Max's barefoot steps padding down the hallways at night, the way one single muscle in his throat twitched when he was stressed, the whisper of a laugh that always followed one of my quips, however unfunny. I learned that one side of his smile always started first, the left side, a fraction of a second before the right, and that he loved ginger tea above all else, and the list of things he wasn't made for. And, in turn, he quietly memorized me too. I knew he did, because one day I realized he had long ago stopped asking me how I took my tea, and that we mysteriously always had a never-ending stock of raspberries, even though I knew he didn't like them. And he would ask me, in quiet ways, about my life, always in the sleepy moments at the end of the day. Tell me about Sorel. Tell me about your mother. Tell me about Nizarine. And for my part, I did the opposite. Treaded carefully along the edges of questions with raw answers, pulling my fingers away from seeping, carefully hidden wounds.
Max's past still held so many mysteries. But as much as my curiosity nagged at me, I saw those shrouded winces. I understood the value of the relief, the mercy, in leaving them unasked. In this mutual understanding, we became each other's stability. On the nights when my nightmares woke me, prodded me out into the clean air of the garden, he always found himself mysteriously restless, taking a walk through the night and offering me some quiet company. My Iran improved dramatically. Still, every so often, I would unleash a string of truly nonsensical words that butchered every conceivable rule of grammar. On one particularly exhausting day, I committed one such crime when asking Max where the stratogram ink had gone. Has gone where black water? Max hadn't so much as paused as he reached into a drawer and produced the ink. At Samarin's look of somewhat horrified amazement, he shrugged and said, "After a while, you become fluent in Tisaanah speak." And we looked at each other and exchanged a small, proud smile. The days slipped by, one after another, blending together. Days stretched longer, then curled shorter. A bite nipped into the air, warning of distant autumn. The garden grew wild and overgrown, vines snaking over each other, blossoms curling over cobblestone pathways in beautiful feral greed. We practiced amongst those flowers one crisp morning, 1 week away from my evaluation. I made some terrible joke, and in response, Max winced and shook his head. Awful, just awful. You say this now, I retorted, twisting air between my hands, but what will you ever do when I'm gone? I meant it as a preening joke, but as soon as the words left my mouth, they landed like a thrown brick, striking us both with a blunt, unforgiving impact. Max's grin had stilled and wilted. One wrinkle formed between his eyebrows. We stared at each other in startled silence, something palpable and indescribable thickening in the inches between us as realization careened through us both. We had carved out these small, intimate spaces for each other in our lives, and by some miracle of human denial, neither of us had thought about what that would inevitably mean. Now, for the first time, I realized the breadth of the gaping absence we would leave in each other. That, at least, he would leave in me. "I suppose," he said at last, nudging a crawling vine with his toe, "I'll finally get this garden back under control." I shut my mouth and feigned sudden interest in something on the ground, fighting an odd emptiness that suddenly caved in my chest. I had been so singularly focused on where I was going that I hadn't stopped to think about what I would be leaving behind. The thought of it filled me with words I wasn't ready to say. Chapter 27. A bead of sweat dangled at the tip of my nose, refusing to fall. Max circled me, eyes razor-sharp with militant focus as he barked command after command. My palms were open, juggling with air and water and sparks and illusions, and of course, those silver butterflies, leaping into the air in great desperate bursts. Start, stop, hover, higher, faster, smaller, slower, control. I anticipated each word before it was out of his mouth, yanking illusions closer or pushing them further, sculpting water into perfectly formed likenesses. "What's this?" Max barked, wiggling my loose, dangling elbow. "Intentional," I gasped between clenched teeth. "Good. Trick question. Don't lock up. Show me those butterflies." And then, before I could move, "Seamless, please. Control." The ball of water hovering between my hands was a perfect sphere, completely circular, without a drop escaping from its form, even as keeping it there took complete concentration. The water rushed in a circular motion, flowing within that sphere, even as it never broke its bounds. With perfect fluidity, I peeled the butterflies from it, one first, then two, then five, then the sphere broke and gave way to a pack of them. First wet, flapping things, then shifting into blue, translucent light that rose into the sky. Call them back. I did, yanking the butterflies back to my palms, circling them around my body. My hair rose with the breeze that swirled around my face. Still, that damned drop of sweat didn't fall. Back to your hands. They gathered in my palms, cupped between my hands. Now, surprise me. I smiled, closed my fingers. When I opened them, the handful of butterflies were cast in glittering metal. Max peered into my hands, a smile twitching at one side of his mouth. What is that? Steel? Yes, stronger than glass. Very poetic. I shrugged, holding back my own smug smirk. I thought so too. But Max straightened, that echo of a smile gone beneath layers of stone, his hands clasped behind his back. He regarded me with hawk-eyed intensity that seemed so unlike him that it might have made me laugh if I wasn't so focused. This, I thought, is what Max the soldier must have been like, this straight-backed, sharp-tongued, stone-faced captain. Seconds passed. My stomach tightened. And then, just as I was getting nervous, his face split into a grin. Perfect. He raised his hands, palms open, as if bestowing a blessing. Tisaanah, you are ready. Nervousness quivered beneath my skin. My ensuing smile was short-lived. Even without, you don't need the stratagrams. They won't be expecting that. But I'm far too pessimistic to tell you it's fine if it's not fine. There is no possible way they could look at that display and argue that you don't know what you're doing.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. You ready? I'm ready. My fingers fidgeted with each other. But perhaps I should spend the night practicing for... No, not allowed. This is the cardinal rule. The night before an evaluation, you rest. Did you obey that rule? No, but I didn't have a teacher as good as me. He reached out with his thumb and swiped the tip of my nose, looking at his fingers and making a face. I've been waiting for that to fall for the last 15 minutes. Couldn't resist. He turned on his heel and began striding back to the cottage, waving me to follow. Go take a bath. You're disgusting. And I swear to the Ascended, if I see you sneaking stratagrams like the most boring possible kind of addict, I'll wring your neck. I ran my fingers through wet hair, pulling it over one shoulder and twirling the damp ends around my fingers. It had grown significantly since the night I first arrived here and chopped it all off in Max's washroom. Funny how I didn't notice until now exactly how much. The passage of time slipped by like that. With my other hand, I absent-mindedly traced circles on the wood of the table. Then one line, and two. Tisaanah! I jumped. Max stood above me, arms crossed. How disappointingly predictable. I wasn't really. Please. He scoffed, then slid a glass of red wine down the table to me. Here, a much better coping mechanism for uncooperative nerves. I'm not nervous, I said. I took a sip anyway, enjoying the bitter tang over my tongue. We both know we're past this bullshit. He pressed a finger below one eye, raising his eyebrows at me. I see you, Tisaanah. No great question. I laughed a quiet, uncomfortable chuckle, unsure of how to react to the way my chest tightened, the way my palms seized. Should I be, taking you out on the town or something? He slid into the chair across from me, leaning back, his own wine glass dangling from his fingers. Feels like we should be celebrating. And it occurred to me that maybe your idea of celebrating isn't sitting around at home with an unpleasant recluse like myself. It's too early to celebrate. Maybe we can go after I pass. The truth was, there was nowhere else I'd rather be than here, drinking up these final moments of comfortable companionship. One way or another, pass or fail, I had the distinct feeling that everything would be different by this time tomorrow, and there was so much that I didn't want to change. Max raised his glass. Tomorrow, then, when we'll really have something to celebrate. I'm sure it'll be much more fun to go out with you than sitting in a corner watching ladies stumble all over themselves for Samarin, anyway. I snorted at that mental picture. It's something to behold, honestly. Max leaned over the table, making intense eye contact, lowering his voice in an imitation of Samarin's smooth, quiet drawl. Oh, you're a hat maker. How fascinating.
I knew from the moment I saw you that you had an artistic spirit." He shook his head. "It's disgusting, and yet riveting." I could imagine it, and imagine Max glowering from a corner, watching unamused. "And what about you?" "I'm not made for that." He raised the glass to his lips, paused. "I'm referring to the social graces part." "But the part after?" "You are made for that." The response slid out of me so easily, in a voice that hadn't surfaced since my days dancing in Esmeralda's court. I took another sip of wine, drowning my own mild surprise. Watched Max's mouth curl, ever so slightly. "I receive no complaints," he replied smoothly. A shudder rose of the surface of my skin. I tore my eyes from Max's face, traced the pattern of the wood grain. Dangerous territory. I didn't even know where that came from. For a long moment, we were both silent, the air taut as if we were holding our breaths. "I have something for you," Max said at last. The lightness to his voice snapped the thread of tension, and I exhaled. He rose from his chair and disappeared down the hall, emerging a moment later with a small, unassuming box in his hands. He placed it in front of me. Then he leaned back against the doorframe, casual and yet oddly tensed. I looked down at the box. It was perhaps the size of my splayed hand, flat, neatly crafted from brown leather. I flicked my gaze back to Max. I couldn't help it. A lump was already rising in my throat. He barked a rough, uncomfortable chuckle. "Open it before you give me that look. It could be a terrible gift." I obliged, and all I could do was sit there and blink at what was revealed, utterly stunned. Inside the box was a golden necklace in a bed of black silk. The back of it was an elegant thread of gold, which then widened into a beautiful tangled mass of glimmering butterflies. Their wings were so perfectly crafted, I could have sworn they quivered, the metal so delicate that it seemed like light refracted through it. Glinting vines and thorns and familiar blossoms twined between them, weaving them into a wild landscape. On closer inspection, I saw that there was one snake nestled in between it all, small and unassuming, curling off to one side. He'd had this crafted for me. He must have. It was too specific. My chest hurt. "Flip it over," Max said, quietly. I obeyed. And there, where the metal would rest against my skin, were 3 tiny stratagrams. I didn't notice that he had moved until I felt his breath next to my face, leaning over my shoulder. "This one," he said, pointing to the first stratagram, "will help you heal. Not a lot, but enough for little cuts and bruises. I had Samarin help with it." That thought touched me so deeply, I thought my heart might fold in on itself. His finger moved to the next circle. "This one will bring you warmth, help you start fires. Again, limited, but—" he paused, letting out an awkward, scuffing laugh. "I thought maybe if you're traveling all over Threll, you might need that kind of thing." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. There was a long pause. Max's hand hovered. "What about this?" I said at last, pointing to the 3rd stratagram. Max straightened. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, rougher, as if he were tethering something back. "That one will bring you here." He paused, cleared his throat. If you ever wanted to return. It'll only work within a few miles, but—" his voice trailed off and did not resume. Gods. At once I understood. This was not about the necklace, beautiful and finely crafted as it was. He wasn't giving me another pretty trinket. No, Max, the man who had taken such great care to carve out his own solitary corner of the world, was giving me what I'd never had. The real gift was not the necklace. The gift was a home to come back to. "Just if you want to," he said, quietly, awkwardly. My eyes burned. I wanted to say, "Of course I want to return." I wanted to say, "I don't even want to leave." But I didn't even smile, because I didn't know what would come out of my mouth if I opened it. Instead, I slipped the necklace into Max's hand, then lifted my hair, presenting my neck.
As he fastened it around my throat, every brush of his fingers left little paths of fire along my skin, burning as they hovered there at the nape of my neck. "Thank you," I murmured. "It is perfect." I let my hair drop. His fingers slid from my shoulders. "I figured you should have something both beautiful and functional, like you." He said it so quickly that it almost didn't register. I whipped my head around to look at him. "Max," I breathed, touching my heart with exaggerated awe, "you think I'm functional?" A dancing smile glinted in his eyes. "I think," he said, "that you are breathtakingly functional." My fingertips brushed those butterfly wings as I swept my eyes over him, over the muscle twitching in his throat, over the twist at the corners of his mouth, the unruly wave of the strand of hair that fell across his forehead. Honestly, I thought he was breathtakingly functional too. He was the most breathtakingly functional thing I had ever seen.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Chapter 28. I couldn't crane my neck back far enough to see the top of the Order's towers. They rose and rose and rose, like two walls of gold and silver, disappearing to misty clouds. I had been nearly unconscious the last time I stood at the entrance to the towers. Certainly not conscious enough to be amazed by the staggering height, staggering presence, staggering everything. Now I had never felt smaller in my life. Almost as a nervous tick, my fingers drew a circle on my palms, as if trying to capture the stratagrams that still evaded me. The four of us, me, Max, Samarin, and Moth, stood in their shadows, anxious energy hanging between us. "I haven't stepped through these doors in a very long time," Max muttered, eyeing them. Then Moth. "Nervous?" Moth fidgeted. "Well," he said, with faux confidence, "it took some work, but I think I've finally got energy distortion right. So I think I definitely won't have any accidents." Max and Samarin exchanged a look, one of those silent ones that batted unspoken words between them. "Moth has gone an entire week without destroying even one thing," Samarin said. "We're all very proud of him." "Except for the pitcher," Moth added, "but that wasn't really my fault." Samarin winced. "Except for the pitcher." "Thankfully, I don't think they have any pitchers at the evaluations, so you should be in the clear there." Max looked at me. "And you?" "Fine." My voice did not betray my anxiety, but I'm sure he knew how nervous I was. Normally, I found Moth endlessly amusing, but today I couldn't so much as crack a smile at his oblivious antics. At least for Moth, this was only one of 6 yearly evaluations he would be given. If he failed this one, he could redeem himself next year. I had no such luxury. Samarin and Moth began making their way to the doors, and I went to follow, but Max gently caught my wrist. I spun around. "I want you to know, Tisaanah, that I have complete and utter faith in your ability to do this," he said. "Now, let's go show those bastards what you're capable of." Even though I was so nervous that I quaked, a smile tightened my cheeks. "Yes," I agreed, "I like this plan." And with that, we opened the doors. If I hadn't been so nervous, the first stage of the evaluations would have been utterly hilarious. Max and I could not possibly have stood out more. Max was the only solaree there, one messy splotch of color among a long row of pasty-skinned, white-haired Valtane teachers. And if the sheer peculiarity of a solaree training a Valtane wasn't enough, his reputation took what might have perhaps just been mildly awkward and made it outright hilarious. No one seemed to know what to do with him. Every interaction was a tumble of awkward handshakes and confused raised eyebrows and hesitant surprised greetings. During my personal favorite of these interactions, one Valtian said to him, "I thought you didn't do this anymore." When Max flatly provided, "What, order bullshit?" the Valtane shook his head, flailed his hands weakly, and said, "I meant, well, the world."
I snickered through all of this, grateful to have at least one small sliver of my brain occupied by enjoying Max's highly visible, highly amusing social discomfort instead of my own nerves. Noticing this, Max prodded my ribs. "Don't get too comfortable," he grumbled. "Just you wait." And oh, he looked like he was enjoying that grin when the evaluations began and I was rounded up with several dozen other apprentices, all of which were at most 12 years old. Needless to say, between the fact that I was nearly twice as old as my fellow students and my fragmented skin, though to my pleasant surprise, I did spot 2 other fragmented students in the crowd, I earned just as many confused stares as Max did. But unlike Max, who glowered and squirmed through these interactions like a collared cat, I drank up the attention. I needed to impress, after all. And if the eyes were already on me, that was only easier. And impress I did. We were led through a series of structured exercises as a group, forcing us to demonstrate refined control of our abilities. And gods, it was easy. These exercises were simpler, more boring than anything I did under Max's instruction on a daily basis. So I showed them what I could do. Asked to manipulate water, while those around me struggled to maintain a smooth orb, I peeled out into perfectly crafted butterflies. Asked to conjure, I summoned 2, 3, 4 illusions at a time, twining them around each other in a perfectly controlled, as Max would emphasize, dance. Asked to steel our minds against the sneaking tendrils of each other's thought-sensing abilities, I shoved out my partner, then turned around and echoed his own thoughts back to him. Every request met with an easy smile and a "yes, and?" By the time the first part of the evaluations concluded, I was feeling very pleased with myself. "I'm both disgusted and impressed by the delight with which you flaunt your superiority over a bunch of children," Max said, when I rejoined him between stages. "At least try to look like you aren't enjoying it quite so much." "Why? Some might call it distasteful." I gave him a sly smirk. "But not you." The corner of his mouth twitched. "No," he admitted, "not me." I knew he loved every minute of it just as much as I did. And, just as there was no use in him denying that, I couldn't deny that his support curled around my heart and squeezed. Still, I was nervous about what lay ahead. Too nervous, at least, to eat much of anything, so instead, Max and I used the recess to slip across the lobby to the Tower of Daybreak and peer in on the solar re-evaluations. One look at Samarin sitting in the spectators area, sagging in his chair, staring through the windows with a look of what I could only describe as resigned horror, told me exactly how Moth's tests were going. I grimaced. Poor Moth. Max chuckled. Poor Samarin. We heard the faint echo of a crash, a flurry of activity from the next room, and whatever Samarin was seeing made him put his head in his hands and let out a heaving sigh. We took that as our cue to leave. When we returned to the Tower of Midnight at the end of midday recess, Willow was waiting for us. Her face brightened as we approached. "There you are! I wanted to congratulate you on those group evaluations, Tisaanah. You were terrific." "Too early for congratulations," I said, but found myself suppressing a grin anyway. She gave a cheerful shrug. "Well, still, I don't think anyone could argue. All that's left now is your individual evaluation. That's why I've come to get you, actually." A knot tugged in my stomach. I had been particularly nervous about this part, mostly because I had no idea what to expect. My eyes found a group of other apprentices heading down a hallway, and I nodded. "I'm ready," I said. I began to walk in that direction, but Willa's voice stopped me. "Oh no, dear, yours will be somewhere else." She gave me a faint smile. "Come with me." I hesitated, exchanged a brief, nervous glance with Max. A good thing, maybe, I told myself. I was clearly an unusual case. Of course, my test would be different. "All right," I said, and I followed her. Chapter 29. I was led into a large circular room. Perhaps on typical occasions it was a ballroom or some kind of event space. Today, it was stripped completely bare, devoid of decoration other than the moons etched into the wall and the glistening beauty of the white marble floor. Only 4 objects stood in it, 3 pedestals, each holding a simple silver sphere. And in the center of the room, there was a large, smooth basin. Nora stood beside it, arms clasped in front of her, waiting for me. The sight of her stirred a nervous surprise in my stomach. I wouldn't have expected someone so important to be here. I looked over my shoulder, up at the balcony that curved over half of the room. Max leaned over the rail, watching, fingers intertwined. When I looked at him, he gave me an uneasy smile.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I suspected he had the same thought that I did. Nura cleared her throat, and my eyes snapped back to her. This, she said, will be your more advanced evaluation. You'll notice that there are 3 spheres in this room. She gestured to the 3 pedestals arranged around the edges of the room in a triangle formation. Your goal is to take each of these spheres and deposit them in the basin at the center of the room. She placed her hand on the curved lip. My eyes darted between the 3 spheres. Then the basin. It seemed too simple and too game-like. I wondered if this was normal, a standard part of every evaluation, or if this was a task cooked up just for me. Do you understand? Nura asked. As always, she was unreadable. I do, I said with a nod. And in her returning nod, the corners of Nura's mouth curled. Good. In that case, we begin. She raised 1 finger. Then 2. 3. Now. Then she lifted her hands, and I was plunged into complete darkness. The darkness swallowed me like a vat of ink, gargling in my lungs. I had to remind myself to breathe. My heartbeat quickened in pulsing shivers at the edges of my vision. Breathe, Tisaanah. This isn't your only sight. I closed my eyes out of habit, as the room was so dark that it made no difference in visibility, and reached around me, feeling the edges of the room with invisible hands, searching for the spheres. In my mind's eye, they began to throb with a faint silver light. I caught their thread, and with it came a silent breath of relief. I have this. This is nothing. I began to draw one of the orbs towards me, pulling it from its stand. But the moment I did, it was immediately knocked away, a violent force sending it careening across the marble floor. I lunged after it, and was yanked somewhere far away, into a wall of cold. Cold that surrounded me, inhaled me, settled deep into my bones and guts. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, the darkness melted into endless rippling grass and smeared stars. I felt liquid run down my back, down the backs of my thighs. Scalding compared to the icy air. My blood. I was in the plains, in Threl, wearing that dingy coat, with my dying horse. A shiver of cold, of fear, of terror ran up my spine. An illusion, I told myself. This was Nura. It wasn't real. Isn't it? I closed my eyes again. The backs of my eyelids revealed the same scene. The plains seared into my brain. My mind groped forward, searching for that thread of reality, dragging myself back to the tower, back to the room, back to those pedestals. The plains flickered away, dissolving like sand in the wind. The orbs glowed in front of me again. One of them slowly rolled across the floor. I used magic to yank it towards me, snapping it to my fingers. It was pleasantly cool in my hands, firm and solid and real. I turned to drop it into the basin, smiling with satisfaction at the sound of metal against metal. And then, suddenly, I was hit with a force, a wall of air so strong that it struck my body like a block of cement. Before I knew what was happening, I felt myself careen across the room, felt my back slam against a curved wall. My throat released a muffled, wordless cry. Darkness again, and as I slid down the wall, I dipped back beneath the surface of that drowning illusion. The marble beneath my hands and knees was the marble of Esmerous study. Crack. 24. 25. Esmerous face flickered through the shadow, peering out from beneath a wide-brimmed black hat. Terror drowned me. You forgot what you are. Not real, not real, not real. It is real. No, no. I was stronger than this. I sliced through Esmerous' face, groping for reality. I pushed myself to my feet, only to feel the air knocked from my lungs again. But this time, at least, I was ready. I threw my arms up in front of me, like I did on the bridge in Tyre, and shielded myself. My whole body shook from the impact, but I remained standing. In my mind, I sliced the remaining threads of Nura's illusions, unraveling them like a tattered tapestry. Sweat rolled down the back of my neck. It took everything I had to shield myself, both externally and internally, but I was doing it. I pushed forward towards the second orb, reached out, placed my fingertips against its cool surface. I was just about to lift it from its stand when I felt something shift. I looked up to see a dim, gentle glow seep through the darkness. And as the shadows danced away like a floating curtain, they revealed Zareth Aldris. Chapter 30. Zareth crossed his arms over a broad chest. "Hello, Tisaanah." My fingers froze, struck with confusion, but it melted away with the heady warmth of his smile. The sight of it took me back to the evenings we had spent together in my little room at the Miskov estate. Some of my fondest memories there. But memories aside, it was borderline impossible not to be stunned by Zareth's smile. Somehow, I had managed to forget the sheer impact of him. He was the kind of handsome that seemed almost offensive, the kind that leached out into the air around him in a magnetic cloud. He wore a close-fitting white jacket, similar to Nura's, and with his white clothing and white skin and shoulder-length white hair, he stood out so starkly against the slithering shadows that I found myself squinting to look at him. "Zareth," I said, in a tone that couldn't decide whether it was pleased or confused or annoyed. I glanced back down at the orb, which sat between my fingertips. Were we done? I hadn't completed my task. "Tisaanah," he said, "come here." I removed my hands, watched my fingers slide away from the metal, and I stepped forward, past the pedestal, towards Zareth. His gaze swept over me, starting at my feet and traveling slowly up until he reached my eyes. "You look different than the last time I saw you," he said. His teeth glittered. "Tell me, how long has it been?" "1.5 years," I replied, and his grin broadened. "Your errand is much better, too. What a treat to communicate so clearly with you now." He slid his hands into his pockets. "Tell me, do you like it here?" "In Aura?" "I do." "You've enjoyed training?" "I have." "Your instructor must be very pleased to hear that." He nodded up towards the balcony. "Turn around and wave to him." I turned, lifted my hand, snapped my eyes up to the balcony. They settled on Max, and the look of hardened fury on his face snagged my slippery thoughts on something sharp. Wait, this was strange. I looked at my raised hand, curled my fingers. There was something I was supposed to do, something important. I was here for a reason, and somehow I'd just forgotten. My thoughts solidified as I looked to my right at the orb that still sat on its pedestal. I began to turn around, to walk back to it. "Stop," Zareth said. My feet stopped moving. "Look at me." I turned back to Zareth. He tilted his head. "Why do you want to leave?" That was a good question. "I don't," my thoughts hummed. "I don't want to leave. I don't want to go anywhere."
but I forced my mouth to comply. There is something I must do. Nothing important, nothing important. Come here. I did. Get on your knees. Get on your knees, Esmaris had said to me. I shuddered. No. Yes, yes, my mouth started to say, but at the last second, no, 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 no. I realized what was happening. Realized that I had never seen Sereth use magic before. Realized there was a pressure against my thoughts, a saccharine coating, melting everything into one sticky, formless blob. This was part of the test I needed to finish. Get on your knees, Zareth said again. My body froze halfway down. My thoughts slipped from between my fingers like handfuls of worms. But I grabbed onto my evasive thread of consciousness with painful ferocity. I looked at Zareth, straight into his white, expectant eyes. No, I said. I'm not done. Zareth shot one brief glance at Nura, who stood a few feet away. Then everything went black again. Black and cold. A living morass of all my greatest fears, all my worst memories.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Gods, no, no, I couldn't. I was plunged into a terror that made what I experienced in Tyre look like child's play. I was being dragged through every fear I've ever had, everything I had ever had ripped away from me, every face I saw in the darkness at night, all rolled into blackness and blood, and the crack of the whip, the searing warmth of Cyril's lips against my cheek. Sit down, Zareth's voice echoed. Sit down, pretty butterfly. Rest. I know you're so tired. I was so tired, but I'm not done. I didn't know if I'd said it out loud, but I screamed it in my own head loud enough to drown out everything else. I struggled to my feet, staggering like a newborn foal. I'm not done. I tethered that sentence to my heartbeat. I whipped a string of magic from my hand to bring the nearest orb to me, but just as I did, a wall of wind bludgeoned me so hard that I went flying across the room. A sharp pain tore through my skull. Come back, Tisaanah, Zareth purred, an offering of relief, of safety. No. I touched my head and felt warm blood over my fingers. My legs were already beginning to obey, crawling towards him. But I found it, the one sharp piece left in my brain, clutched it. I rubbed the blood between my fingers. Come here, Tisaanah. Rest, little butterfly. I drew a circle. My legs still moved, only my fingers still clung to the ground. A line. I closed my eyes, and I could see all of it, lit up like a map. Me, the orbs, the 3 Valtane. I'm not finished. Another line. I won't say it again. No, I thought. You won't. And I drew one final line of my stratagram. And then, all at once, there was a crash. Metal on metal, and shocked grunts, and a wall of light all converged into one beautiful, chaotic cacophony. I opened my eyes just in time to see the final 2 orbs ricochet into the basin, to see Zareth, Nora, and the 3rd Valtane pushing themselves up from the floor, to look down and see my stratagram smeared in my own blood beneath me, and to hear a familiar voice shouting from the balcony, "What the fuck was that?" I slumped back against the ground. When I opened my eyes again, Max was leaning over me, hands on his knees. I saw his lips move, but his words didn't register. The events of the last few minutes hit me in flashes. Nora, Zareth, the shadows. Get on your knees. And the stratagram. My successful stratagram. Max spoke again, each word hammered with sharp-edged intensity. Are you all right? I did it. I did it. I touched the side of my head, still warm and damp. pulled back my fingers to look at the red. I didn't realize that I was grinning until I started to wonder why my cheeks ached. Max pushed back my hair, examining the wound. I hardly felt it. "Samarin can take care of that," he said, "but I couldn't care less about that cut, because I did it. Tisaanah, I need verbal confirmation that you're all right and that none of that turned your mind to custard." I couldn't stop smiling. "I am very good," I said hoarsely. "Very, very good." Max dropped his head, letting out a sigh that started in relief and ended in exasperation. "Ascended above. Get up. You look like a lunatic." Lunatic. New word. I hadn't found one of those in a while. My head spun as Max pulled me to my feet. A crazy person. Like, for instance, one that rolls around on the ground grinning to herself while covered in her own blood. Lunatic. I liked it. A firm hand clapped me on my shoulder, shaking my knees. "Excellent work, Tisaanah. Incredibly impressive." Zareth stood beside me, greeting me with a pleasant smile. His hand remained around my shoulders. That otherworldly magnetism was gone, replaced with a much more comfortable human friendliness. Still, I resisted the immediate urge to shrug away from his hands. "Get on your knees." But I simply smiled, gave him one befitting of the sweet teenage girl that I first met him. Insulting the Arch-Commandant was not in my best interest. "It's good to see you after so long, Zareth," I said. One telltale wrinkle flickered over the bridge of Max's nose, and I immediately knew what was coming. "What the hell was that?" he spat. 3 high-ranking Valtane against 1 apprentice? In what world is that reasonable? I shot Max a warning look. As touching as it was that he was so angry on my behalf, I didn't need him undermining my success, even if his intentions were good. Besides, I wasn't afraid of being pushed hard. Not when it gave me that much more of a chance to prove myself, which I had. That was all that mattered. Maxantarius. What a surprise. Zareth had remained on my arm. His easy smile hardened. "Are you finally attempting to rejoin society?" "It's a temporary testing period. So far, my opinion is mixed." "Really? A happy-go-lucky person like you?" Max practically snarled. "You didn't answer my question. Do you want to explain why you thought it was acceptable?" "Shut up." "Max is a very loyal teacher," I said to Zareth, infusing my voice with a shade of too pleasant, too sweet good humor. Max caught my glare and shut his mouth, though doing so looked like it put him in physical pain. Zareth waved my comment away, chuckling. "We're old friends. Trust me, I'm very familiar with his charming idiosyncrasies." Then he turned back to me, and his smile softened from hard-edged to gentle. "I can't tell you how happy I was to hear that you made it here, Tisaanah. But then again, if anyone could do it..." I beamed. "Thank you." I could hear Max's unspoken response, visibly thrashing behind his teeth. "Well, she would have made it here a hell of a lot sooner if you had." I gave him a look, capital L, before it could escape, and he turned his face to the ground, scowling. And then, my most sparkling gaze firmly planted back on Zareth's lovely face, I finally asked the only question that really mattered. "Do you have any news from Threll?" Zareth's expression stilled in a way that made my stomach lurch. "Yes, we need to talk." He gestured to a small door off the main room, then turned to Max. "If you'll excuse us, Maxantarius, I promise I'll bring her back in one piece." "I'm not worried. She already had you on your ass once today." "Gods, Max." But Zareth just let out a low chuckle. "We can't argue with that, can we?" Then he turned to me and beckoned. "Follow me, Tisaanah. Let's talk." We wound down white halls, narrow and empty. Zareth was significantly taller than me, certainly well over 6 feet, and I had to crane my neck to look up at him as we walked.
I apologize for my slow response to your requests, he said casually. I was, you see, preoccupied with quite a lot of travel. Of course. I was quite surprised when I first stopped at Esmeralda's estate to find... He let out a breath. Well, every muscle in my body tightened. Tell me. My saccharine facade was beginning to melt. Things there were in significant disarray. Esmeralda, as I'm sure you know, was dead. He glanced at me. I wondered if he knew or suspected what I had done. If he did, he didn't say anything about it. His son was there to take his place. Azine. I had met him only twice and intensely disliked him. He looked just like Esmeralda and had inherited every bit of his father's ruthlessness, though none of his charm. Yes, not a very friendly person, it turns out. That was an understatement. While I was there, he was in the midst of a ruthless manhunt for his father's killer. And when I say ruthless, I've never seen anything quite like it. I could only imagine. No one did manhunts quite like the Threlian lords did, all of those impeccable white outfits switched out for blood red. There was a ritualistic quality to bloodshed that they embraced, inhaled. And Azine had a greater reason than any to throw himself into the bloodiest possible path. Esmeralda had all but disowned his son. The final time he came to the estate, he and Azine got into a very loud, very public argument that escalated to such brutality that it ended with Azine being dunked at the gates with a missing eye.
Azine's reputation and respect would always be hampered by his father's very well-known distaste for him. But in Esmeralda's death, he would have an opportunity to earn back the respect that came with the family name without the inconvenience of Esmeralda himself. That is, as long as he proved himself to be strong and committed enough. I was there twice, Zareth went on. Once on my way out when I arrived shortly after Esmeralda's death, and then once on my way back after I wrote back to you last. We rounded a corner. The first time, Azine and his men were still frantically carving a path through Esmeralda's enemies, slaughtering anyone and everyone who could possibly be connected to his death. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. A perfect excuse to show dominance over rival families. That was a very dangerous game. But then, when I was there again a few months later, that wasn't the biggest concern. The estate was facing serious retaliation from the other lords. I was hearing about it all over Threl. My hands were trembling. With every new piece of this story, my vision flashed with another way that Serral could be killed, slaughtered in the initial bloodshed, or rooted out in the internal manhunt, or sent to his death on a bloody, impersonal battlefield in the name of a man he despised. We came to a door and stopped. I put my hand on Zareth's arm, at first for emphasis, and then left it there because I needed the stability. Tell me, did you find him? The person I asked for? Zareth gave me a serious, unreadable look. He reached for the doorknob, but didn't turn it yet. I did everything I could. I know this is important to you. Important to me? I wanted to scream. Important to me? You think this is about me? As if this wasn't so much bigger than I was? As if this wasn't an imminent danger hanging over the heads of thousands and thousands of people? My fingers tightened, clenched until I could feel the muscled flesh of his forearm beneath my fingernails. Show me. Zareth opened the door. Chapter 31. I steeled myself with such ferocity that it took me a moment to realize that the wisp of a body lying in the bed in front of me was not Serral. No, that was a head of fiery copper hair, resting on that pillow, face turned away from me. And the arms that extended over the layers of blankets were long and gangly, not Serral's lean, tanned muscles. My mind stalled, unsure whether I was disappointed or relieved.
But whatever whirring thoughts began materializing within me froze when the figure in the bed turned their face to look at me. I clamped my teeth down on a gasp. For a split second, I didn't even think the face that greeted me was human. But he was human. He was an old friend. I swallowed my shock, smoothed my voice into something so calm and melodic that I thought it had to belong to someone else. "Voss," I breathed in Therini, "I'm so happy to see you." I saw only a glimmer of surprise in Voss' eyes. Even that was easy to miss, mostly because it was impossible not to be distracted by the two gaping triangular holes where his nose once was, or the burn withering the freckled skin of his right cheek, or the scar that traveled across his mouth, splitting his top lip in two. No, eyes. Look at the eyes. Those are the same as the last time I saw him, when I lied to him about my departure at Esmeralda stables, tricking him into letting me leave. Voss stared at me flatly, not reacting as I crossed the room and dropped to my knees next to his bed. I reached out to touch his mind, brushing my fingers against his thoughts, and was greeted with a searing wall of pain and fury that was so strong that I almost let my pleasant mask slip. Voss' breathing, which came in whooshing gasps through the holes left behind by his missing nose, quickened, and his expression hardened. "Voss," I slipped my hand over his and didn't show my surprise when I felt only 2 fingers beneath my touch. "What are you doing here?" His voice snapped like a twig breaking in two, vicious and ragged. "It looks like you made it then, didn't you?" "You did too. You're in Ara. You're free now." For a moment he had no response. Then rage descended upon his features like a blanket of fire, muscles around his missing nose twitching into what would have been a sneer, that split lip curling. I had always loved Voss for his unabashed enthusiasm, the way every emotion danced across his face in illuminated colors. Now the darkness of his anger, his agony, crossed him with the same intensity. "Free?" he spat. "You call this free? You're in the territory of the most powerful wielders in the world. They can help you." I stroked my fingers across his hand and across his mind. "It won't always be like this. I promise it won't. Again. This happened to me because of you." He yanked his hand away. "Did you think of this when you lied to me that day? Did you think about what they would do to me when they found out you were missing?" Yes, I did. The answer curdled in my throat. Did that make it better or worse? Did it matter? My eyes burned. "Tell me what happened." "What do you think happened?" Interrogation, when Azin realized that Voss was a witness and a key part of whatever bloody story he wanted to tell? Punishment for Voss' incompetence or his perceived betrayal? Probably some mix of the two. When it came to the lives of slaves, Threllians were not particularly discerning. "I'm so sorry, Voss," I whispered. "I'm so sorry." Then I leaned forward, staring so deeply into Voss' amber eyes that our faces were only inches apart, every decimated scar on his face painfully sharp. "Please, Voss, what happened to Cyril? Where is Cyril?" I didn't know it was possible for the rage to lurch deeper into Voss' face, but it did. "He was sent for to go fight Azin's fucking wars. Before they took me, before they questioned me. So I didn't get to see them drag him away when I named him." My skin went numb. Voss' eyes burned into me. "You did it," he hissed. "You or him. I know you did." His head dropped back against the pillow, as if all his energy left him at once, leaving behind only a residue of his fury. "I told them everything," he whispered. "Not that it made them stop. They didn't want the truth. Didn't want a useless enemy like some poor slave boy. They were looking for bigger game. But I named him anyway. And I hope that wherever Cyril is now, His nose is rotting right next to mine. I looked down at my hands. When I looked back at Voss, for a split second, it was Cyril's disfigured face that glared back at me. "Get out," Voss rolled, turning away from me, so I was left staring at the back of a head of copper hair. "I don't want to look at you." "Can you fix him?" The moment Zareth closed the door behind us, I threw myself into a solution. It was all I could do to keep myself from melting into a puddle of grief and terror. But I was still numb, my hands trembling as I twined them together. Willa has been working on it, but it's not an easy case. The scars, maybe, but the nose will be difficult, and the fingers are gone. I have Solari friend, healer, he maybe will help. Aran's words felt awkward and clumsy on my tongue. That brief conversation in Therini felt like it had knocked my Aran vocabulary back to where it was months ago. Or maybe that was just the fact that I couldn't think straight, couldn't think at all. "Maybe that will help," Zareth said. "Something must help. I will not let him stay in that way. Of course, we'll do everything we can. Everything they can." How many times had they said that to me? Did they mean it? Did those words mean anything? I stopped short, turned to Zareth. "When will we go to Threl?" Zareth's white eyebrows arched. "This is not only about Voss," I said. "So many slaves have been hurt like him, yes?" Sadly, I shook my head, one brisk movement. "I will not allow it. I can send out word through our networks to watch for your friend."
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Get him out as soon as... This is not just him, I shot back, more sharply than I had intended. But names and faces welled up inside of me, honing the edge of my words. This was so much bigger than Sorel, than Voss, than me. For each of us, there were so many equally broken souls, thousands who hurt and loved and grieved just as hard as we did. And for every Esmerisse, for every Azine, there were hundreds of other Threlian lords who threw bodies into wars and beds and beneath whips like they were nothing but sacks of flesh. It hit me all at once, a wave that threatened to knock me off my feet. There are so many more. We cannot allow it. They have no power. I looked up at Zareth, softened my voice. "But we do." Zareth's brow twitched. "We? You are strong enough to do it. The things men will do in pursuit of their egos. If they'll tear down countries for it, maybe they could do something good with it too." But Zareth shook his head. "It isn't that simple, I'm afraid." He said this dismissively, as if he were turning down an invitation to dinner instead of justifying the deaths of thousands. "So, what will we do, Tisaanah? We will do nothing? You will do nothing?" "Nothing," a voice whispered, "like you did when you met a pretty little teenager collared by a vicious man 4 times her age and left her there?" Zareth's face hardened. "You're standing here in the Tower of Midnight right now," he said, sharply. "That's not nothing. What was that even supposed to mean? I dragged myself here, put myself through their demands. What had he done to help? Sent a flattering letter to Nora? Dragged back one injured slave who was useless to Azine anyway? But one look at Zareth's face forced me to cull my anger. Too far. I was going too far. I'm sorry. You are right. I gave him a weak smile, gentle, girlish. "You've done so much for me. I don't forget that." For a moment, he gave me a cold stare down his nose, and my heart clenched, terrified that in my inability to manage my anger, I had thrown away one of my greatest advantages. Then his face softened, and I exhaled. He placed a strong hand on my shoulder. "We got you out. That's a start. Patience, Tisaanah. We? I got myself out. Sorel got me out. And Voss paid for that with his something more valuable than his life." "It is not enough," I wanted to say.
It is never enough. But I looked up at Zareth with big eyes. Patience, I echoed, and the word tasted like blood and treason on my tongue. Chapter 32. I didn't even trust myself to open my mouth after that, for fear of whatever would come tumbling out. I kept myself tightly bound, carefully wrapped, as I returned to Max in the tower lobby. As I nodded politely when Willa invited me to some ball or party or some other frivolity, I wasn't paying attention. And as Max and I left those oppressive towers into the crisp, almost autumn air. Max tilted his chin towards the city, a cluster of activity just down the hill. I've already broken my record of time spent in polite society for the last 5 years. We could keep up the streak and have that promised celebratory outing if you want. Get a drink or 3. Talk about all of the ways in which that test was bullshit. There was a certain veiled softness, a certain imploring question to his tone that made it very clear that he knew something was wrong. No, thank you. Do you want to? No, I said it more sharply than intended. I only want to go home. Please, I want to go home. I didn't even know which home I was talking about. Max's house? My room in Esmerice's estate? My little cabin in my village, beneath the wings of my mother's safety? A Nizrini city I barely remembered? All of them, or none. I just didn't want to be here, in the judging shadow of the towers when I fell apart. Of course, murmured. I closed my eyes, heard the welcome crinkle of paper and ink, and opened them to flowers. The sight of those wild, twisting vines was just enough to make every strained knot inside of me snap at once. My knees hit the dirt. Max listened in silence as the words spilled out of me. With each one, his mouth grew tighter, his eyes harder, the tight wrinkle at the bridge of his nose more pronounced. "They are fucking with you," he said quietly when I was done. "Don't accept that from them." I drew my knees up, wrapping my shaky fingers around them. Even now, all of my muscles were still tensed, as if holding back something unpleasant that I couldn't allow to reach the surface. Were they fucking with me? Or did they just not think of me, or anyone like me, at all? Why would they do that? I don't know. But that? What they did to you during that evaluation? He shook his head. One sharp movement that burned more than a string of curses. "They needed to test me," I said quietly, "and I did it. It doesn't matter." That was so far beyond the bounds of a typical evaluation. You were better than they expected you to be, but that doesn't change the fact that they stacked the deck against you. I'm not afraid of that. Max let out a violent scoff. "So, to you, all of this is all right? It's all right for them to humiliate you this way? It's all right for Zareth to leave you in slavery, even though it would have taken nothing for him to get you out? It's all right for them to screw with your head for some stupid game? He tried to force you, literally, to your knees. That's fucking demeaning. And that's all right with you?" "No, not all right." I swallowed a surge of rage. "But I cannot change what they do. I can only change what they think of me." "Right, because Zareth Aldris's friendship has done so much for you so far?" My head hurt, heart hurt. I pressed my palms to the ground, soaking up the coolness of the damp earth. "I need his favor. You know this." Max stared at me for a long moment, cold fire rising in his eyes. He stood up, paced, crossed his arms, and then turned back to me. "Do you know what I don't understand about you sometimes, Tisaanah? Why aren't you angry?" That made me want to laugh. Why wasn't I angry? I wasn't angry because I devoted so much of myself into turning that energy into something else, stuffing it so deeply into myself that it lined the inside of my skin. I can only control myself. That's all. No one has any responsibility to me. No, they do have a responsibility to you. They have a responsibility be decent human beings. He let out a breath through tight teeth. Sometimes I look at you and I'm amazed at the sheer fucking scale of how people have failed you. Just utterly failed you. It's enough to make me sick, so what about you? How can you look at any of them and not want to claw their eyes out? This is not about me, I shot back. I want to make things change, and to do that, I need to use whatever tools I have. Whatever tools you have. Yes, and what is that exactly? What is this tool that you're utilizing? You are more than your value to powerful men, Tisaanah, and those people will use you and throw you away. I drew in a breath so sharp that it sliced me from my chin to my navel. I heard that. I heard that shade of judgment. I knew it so well, whispered in hallways and corners, and in the cloying tones of every man I danced for. I knew it so well, it only had to lift its head from a mile away for me to catch its scent. I jumped to my feet, fists clenched. That is not true, I spat. I had nothing more than that, Max. My value to powerful men is why I am alive, so don't you dare speak of me in that way. His face immediately shifted, lips parting. No, You do not get to tell me how I should feel about what has happened to me. And what will anger do for me? Why do I need that? So I can drown in it? So I can use it as excuse to do nothing with my life? His mouth closed, tightened. I saw a flicker of hurt cross his face, then felt it echo in my chest. I'm guessing, he said, tightly, that you're thinking of someone specific. Silence. We stared at each other, both simultaneously wishing that we could inhale our words back into our lungs. My blood rushed in my ears. It drowned my words.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. So I was relieved when Max came first. I would never, ever judge you. That was an ignorant thing to say. Most people averted their eyes when they apologized, but not Max. He looked right at me, unwavering, the corners of his mouth twisted. Sorry. Shame was an unfamiliar shade on his face, softening all those hard-edged features. He looked sad, just as drained as I was. I watched him, a question stirring. Once, in Threll, I was walking the bounds of Esmerus Estate and came across a dead bird in the street. It had been crushed to death by a wagon wheel, smashed right up its middle, glossy black fire-tipped wings splayed out against the white cobblestones. I knelt down beside it and examined the morbid beauty of the day-old blood against those shiny black feathers, the grotesque symmetry of the way it flattened in the street. I imagined it just standing there as the wheel rumbled over it, and I wondered, how did you get here, little bird? Why didn't you fly away? Sometimes I found myself looking at Max, at the aftermath of all those hidden scars written across every inch of his body and mind, and wondering the same thing. What happened? Why didn't you fly away? You want me to hate the orders as much as you do, I murmured, but you won't tell me why. What did they do to you? He let out a quiet breath. I can't give you those answers. You do not want to. He gave me a long, considering look, brow furrowed. You're right. I'm a mess. I know I am. I can't argue that. He shrugged. Its forced nonchalance only highlighted the rough weight of his voice, anything but careless. I do nothing because I already did everything and failed, and I couldn't take it. Just couldn't do it anymore. Just couldn't do it anymore. I could feel that starting in my own bones, the crushing weight of that hopelessness. I looked down at the dirt, at the leaves covering my toes. The moss on the rocks reminded me of the burns crawling over Voss's face, the space between the leaves echoing the gaps of his missing nose.
I felt fingers on my chin, lifting my gaze. Max looked back at me with serious determination. But I think you are better and stronger than I am in every way. That is the truth. A lump rose in my throat. I waited for his fingers to leave my chin, but they didn't. Don't let them ignore you, Tisaanah. You're better than they are. They should be terrified of you. Make them scared. Be angry. I blinked and saw everything in that split second of darkness, every wide-brimmed slaver's hat, every lash of Esmerus' whip, every one of Xerus' condescending smiles, every injury that tore Voss's body. They dug their fingernails into me, clutching at my heart like desperate ghosts. My answer shuddered in a broken breath. I can't. Why? Because it's too much. Because my fury petrifies me. Because the last time I got angry, I felt a man's life wither in my hands. I opened my eyes and looked into Max's, cloudy and blue, a reflection of my own. Because if I allow myself to be angry, I will never stop. He leaned closer. So close his nose brushed mine, so close I could count his eyelashes, and so close that I felt his warm breath across my face as he smiled and said, with the viciousness of smoke and steel, "Good." Chapter 33. I stood at the entrance to the towers ready for battle, watching the spy-line of the Capitol glow with the faint, failing light of dusk. I told myself that I wasn't nervous, even though I knew it was a lie. I was alone for now. Max had left me a stratogram to get to the towers, but told me he had some errands to run and would meet me here later. Just as well. It was easier for me to get ready alone. Maybe he understood that, though I don't think he knew exactly what I was planning. I turned and swept my eyes over the tower's dazzling splendor. They were lit up so brightly that they cut into the sky like two infinite columns of light, glass glittering in sunset. Each tier was now decorated with clusters of overflowing flowers and spilling swaths of shimmering chiffon. A little much, I thought, but still, it was amazing how much they had managed to do since just yesterday. I heard a familiar voice call my name and turned to see Moth bounding towards me, Samarin not far behind. Both were impeccably dressed, even Moth, to my surprise, who wore a double-breasted jacket rendered in a striking orange brocade. His blonde curls tamed, however temporarily, into something that could possibly be described as neat. As he approached, I could see that he had torn the edge of one sleeve. I'm sure it would be ruined by the end of the night. "You look very nice, Moth." His eyes dropped. "Thanks, so do you." I looked to Samarin, who was just catching up. He really did cut an impressive figure when he wanted to. He was always neatly put together, yes, but tonight, in a close-fitting coat rendered in amber silk, a black velvet cloak falling over one shoulder, he was downright striking. I hoped I would get the opportunity to witness his famous flirtations. He was certainly dressed for it. "And you, Samarin?" "Thank you." He paused, regarded me. I wondered if I should be insulted by the faint surprise that flickered across his face. I decided I wouldn't when he plainly stated, in that low, smooth tone, "You look beautiful." I looked down at myself, at the blood-red silk that hugged my body all the way to the ground, the skirt just light and billowing enough to float around my feet with my steps. Airy fabric slipped off my shoulders and fell into a low neckline of flowing crimson, all supported by a golden chain that clasped around my neck. The necklace Max had given me was nestled against my collarbone. I gave Samarin a little smile of thanks, and then I turned in a circle, slowly. When I reached them again, Moth and Samarin's faces were rendered in a shock that I found extremely satisfying. That, after all, was exactly my goal. My back was completely exposed, showcasing the full topography of scars over spotted skin. The fabric dropped so low that when a breeze blew, I got goosebumps at the dimples at the bottom of my spine. But I didn't care about decency. I wanted to make an impact. I wanted to show everyone who wouldn't listen. That was why I'd taken the simplest dress I could find and slowly carved away pieces of it until it showed every single one of injuries. Removed the bottom of the sleeves to expose the scars on my forearms, dropped the shoulders to highlight the nicks at the crook of my neck. I swept my hair up so it wouldn't cover 1 inch of it. They wanted to ignore me? Fine. I'd show them what they were ignoring. I'd show them what their complacency meant. "What happened?" Moth asked at last in a small voice. To your back? I was a slave before I came to Ashra. Did you know that?" His eyes widened. I didn't. And I got these scars when I tried to buy my freedom." His mouth closed, puckered slightly in something between thought and realization, as if he had never considered the possibility of such things existing in the world. I wondered what that was like, to live a life so untouched by such ugliness that the very concept of it was startling. "I think you look nice anyway," he said, quietly. "Thank you, Moth." Samarin regarded me in silence. I could have sworn I saw a glimmer of satisfaction cross his face as he said, "I do too." Then he lifted his chin, gesturing to the towers. "Shall we?" As we started towards those foreboding gold and silver doors, I adjusted the white lily that I had tucked into my hair. It was a last-minute addition that I stole from the garden as I left. I figured that Max wouldn't mind, and besides, it all felt incomplete without it. How poetic, after all, to wear Esmerus's sigil as I exposed every terrible thing that he did to me. As if I were carrying him with him, hissing into his ear, "Look at everything you failed to destroy. Look at what your cruelty created." I could feel their stares on me.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I could feel it as clearly as I could feel fingers brushing my skin, touching my face, running their hands over those ugly, ugly scars. Good. The lobby of the towers had been completely transformed. Flowers and tapestries covered every surface, the light of hundreds and hundreds of candles dancing over them. Both sides of the lobby were combined into one giant room, the gold of the Tower of Daybreak on one side meeting the silver of the Tower of Midnight on the other. Music permeated the air, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, mingling with voices and slightly drunken laughter. That mural of Rosira and Arak loomed over it all, their faces drawn to the ground as if casually observing the festivities. There had to be several hundred people here. All were impeccably dressed, though most more modestly than I was. But that was for the better. With my fragmented skin and my red dress and my scars, I stood out exactly as much as I wanted to. Muth disappeared into the crowd almost immediately, wandering around to explore with wide-eyed fascination. Samarin didn't try to stop him. "I know he's going to get into trouble," he said with a twitch of a shrug. "Why fight nature?" I chuckled. "Indeed." "Is every member of the orders here?" I asked. "Far from it. There are plenty who chose not to come. These things get a little tedious year after year." It was easy to forget sometimes exactly how many wielders existed in the world. When I looked back at Samarin, his eyes were drawn off across the crowd. I followed his gaze to a woman lingering near the wall, drink balanced in slender fingers, who sporadically peered back at him through chestnut waves. I nudged his shoulder. "Go. I will be fine." "Go?" I arched one eyebrow. "Go?" He paused, holding back a little smile. "Order events are a special kind of dangerous." "So am I." I grinned. "I'm not afraid." "You did come dressed to inflict some damage." He stepped back into the crowd, then hesitated and turned back to me. "Max will be here soon, I'm sure," he added, raising his voice slightly over the crowd. "Will he?" Max had said, somewhat begrudgingly, that he'd go to the event if I did. But now that I was here, I couldn't even imagine him existing in this environment. "Oh, he won't miss it," Samarin replied, and I caught only a hint of that familiar, unreadable glint in his eye as he melted into the party. With Samarin gone, my eyes scanned the room again. Now that I was looking, it was easy to spot Zareth.
The whole room seemed to bend around him, like he was the center of gravity around which this entire affair revolved. He stood near that enormous mural, making exuberant conversation. He had the light of someone who was utterly in their element, and dressed in an impeccably tailored jacket lined with white silk and silver thread that glimmered beneath the lights. He looked the part. Nora, on the other hand, lingered against the wall alone, nursing a drink. Her dress was an almost comically faithful adaptation of the outfit she wore every day, white, high-necked, with long sleeves that hugged her slender arms and a skirt that reached the floor. I stepped out into the crowd. Necks craned to follow me, stares immediately followed by horrified gasps at the sight of my back. "Did you see that?" I heard one man whisper to his companion, and I held back a furious smirk of delight. "Look at me," I commanded, and they all obeyed. I felt every one of those eyes, but I felt Zareth's most of all. And when I turned around and looked over my shoulder, pretending to be surprised to find his gaze meeting mine, I gave him a dazzling, vicious smile. "Zareth," I purred, by way of greeting. "Dance with me." A dusty, well-worn metronome started in my head. I hoped I remembered my dancing steps after all these months. "I'd be delighted." My arms were around Zareth's neck before the words fully left his lips. His hand rose to my waist. In one smooth movement, he swept me out onto the dance floor. It was amazing how quick, how fluid the whole transaction was, like we were two stars colliding and flying away. And if people were staring at me before, well, now they were gawking. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Zareth's white hair was neatly tamed into a tail at the base of his neck, though a few strands escaped and danced around his face as we moved. He grinned at me. "I always knew I'd see you at one of these things one day. And you're just as stunning as I thought you'd be." 4, 5, 6. I returned his smile with my own, one I pulled back and dusted off for the first time in a long time. I am very happy I have made it here, too. It is an opportunity that most people like me never get to have. Zareth's face, ever the picture of pleasant charm, didn't so much as flucker, but I felt his fingers tighten slightly at the base of my back, as if extra aware of my scars. "I'm sorry I couldn't give you the answer you wanted yesterday. Your friend has my greatest sympathy." "That's very kind of you. We should be grateful to have even the thoughts of the Arch-Commandant." 1, 2, 3. We spun around the room, moving so quickly at the crowd smeared behind Zareth's face, and my smile was so unwavering I thought it might crack. What more could we ask for? A brief hesitation. "Well," he started, "what more could I have asked for, Zareth?" My smile disappeared, although Zareth's only barely soured. "I would have gotten you out if I could, Tisaanah," he said. "I do not think that's true. But my words leapt up my throat like ropes of fire. "I think that you enjoyed the way I looked at you when I was 14 and you were the only thing I knew of a world beyond Threll. I think that felt good to you, and I think you liked me. But I do not think you wanted or cared to get me out. It is a complicated situation. That may be true. But nonetheless, my life was not worth your inconvenience, and that is what it is. But do not lie to me about it. I'm tired of lies and performances." Zareth's eyebrow twitched. With little warning, he launched me into a twirl. I managed to catch myself before I lost my balance, spun in a gliding swirl before he pulled me back against him. As I landed, he tilted his face toward my ear. "Isn't that what we're doing now? Performing?" 4, 5, 6. "A performance shows people a pleasant lie," I replied. "Tonight, I show them an ugly reality." A cool breath of a chuckle caressed my cheek. "I see nothing ugly here." I returned his laugh with my own. "Then you are not really looking, Zareth." "Aren't I?" He pulled back, just enough for his gaze to meet mine. One eyebrow quirked. "You and I aren't so different. Lots of the people you see around you today were born with privilege, your instructor included. The world was theirs to lose. You and I, we had to claw for it. I look at you and I see a victor." His next words came closer, reverberating against the skin of my ear. "And that is very, very beautiful, Tisaanah." For the first time, I allowed the sneer bubbling up within me to reach my face. "This is not a game, Zareth," I said. "I have 27 scars on my back from the night I tried to buy my freedom and Ismaris rewarded me by trying to beat me to death. I was beaten, I was raped, I was almost killed. It is written into my body and soul, just as your guilt in it is written into yours, whether you want to see it or not. But you cannot ignore it. Neither can I. And neither can they, because I will not allow them to." I lifted a palm, waving to the crowd that had gathered around us. Zareth's expression remained smooth, perpetually unrattled. But something, a certain spark of pleasure that I couldn't quite read or understand, leached into it, as he said, "I have never ignored you. No, you'd just rather see me on my knees. I had to test you, and you passed." "Test me for what?" I wanted to ask. What would possibly excuse that? But instead, I only said, "I do not need you to apologize for the past. I have only one question for you. What will you do to help me keep others from meeting my fate?" And there it was.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. A crack across his serene, smooth exterior, so delicately masked that I almost didn't see it. Tisaanah. But before he could finish, I brought my mouth to his ear. And in a breathy hiss that sizzled into the air, I whispered, "I don't care if you're sorry. 4, 5, 6. And I spun away from his hands, hurling myself back into the crowd. I didn't look back. I didn't need to know he was watching me go. The spectators parted as I slipped away from the dance floor. They were watching too. A little, satisfied smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. And it was then that my eyes looked out across the room and immediately settled on a familiar figure, one that I recognized instantly, even through the throngs of people that separated us. As if he felt my gaze, Max glanced up from a conversation that he looked like he would much rather avoid. And when he saw me, that expression of disgruntled weariness melted into a little, knowing smile that, I knew, was meant only for me. And without thinking, I returned it. Chapter 34. Max left his conversation so abruptly that it looked like he didn't even say goodbye, turning to glide through the crowd toward me. And even from this distance when he stood, I was a bit stunned by his appearance. He wore a purple silk jacket that looked incredibly expensive, meticulously tailored to his shape, lined with gold buttons and thread that sparkled beneath the flickering blue lights of the party. His hair was unusually tamed, combed and parted. He was, at first, so striking that he was almost unrecognizable as my disgruntled and vaguely disheveled friend. But as we approached each other, I noticed a smattering of little off-kilter elements. That his jacket was open a button too low, the collar curled on one side. That one rebellious strand of hair had already escaped the oils meant to keep it in place. That the white shirt beneath his coat was slightly wrinkled. I loved those little idiosyncrasies. I loved all of it. "Thank you for providing a much-needed reason for escape," he said to me, once we tucked ourselves into a quiet spot. We were relatively secluded, though stray glances still followed us. I wondered if they were intended for my scars or his reputation. Both, maybe. "You are very late. I wasn't sure if you would come." "Of course I would." I watched the corner of his eyes crinkle, just barely. Watched his gaze hold on me for a moment before flicking away. "Oh," Samarin had said, with that mysterious glint, "he'll be here." Then I ran my eyes again down his throat, over his shoulders, over sleeves crinkled as if they had been pushed up his forearms and then hurriedly straightened. And then I craned my neck, peering at his conversational companion, who now sat awkwardly alone. She was pretty. I didn't notice.
I certainly did. And I also noticed the way that his gaze dipped down my body, ran back up. This was smart, he said, too casually. The dress. I batted my eyelashes. Oh, is that all it is? Don't pretend that you need me to stroke your ego. You know you look good. Then he glanced over my shoulder and raised his eyebrows. Everyone knows it, apparently. I followed his gaze to a cluster of people who looked at us a little too long to be accidental before hurriedly turning away. I think you're making an impression, Max said. His eyes flicked away, off towards the cluster of activity around Zareth, and I wasn't sure whether I imagined the change in his voice as he added, "The dance was smart too. You two put on quite a show." I do not know if it worked, if he'll listen. If nothing else, it got you plenty of attention. No one can count on Zareth suddenly developing a sense of moral decency. But if your goal is awareness, you're making progress. Progress? Was that enough? I am not done yet, I murmured, and a hint of smile twitched at the corner of Max's mouth. I'd expect nothing less. For a long moment, we just stood there, shoulder to shoulder, looking out into the party. The crowd was growing louder, the music more aggressive, the smell of perfume and skin more pungent. I caught a glimpse of a familiar face on the outskirts of the dance floor and grinned, nudging Max's shoulder. Look! Across the room, Moth paced, hands awkwardly clasped behind his back, casting nervous glances towards a pretty Valtane girl in an atrocious pink dress. Ascended above. Max groaned. Don't do it, Moth. Valtane girls are trouble. I laughed. Even me? Especially you. We watched as Moth approached the girl, and after a brief conversation that looked so awkward I felt myself physically cringing, the two strode off together to the dance floor. One day, Max stated, matter-of-factly, he will look back at this as the beginning of his downfall. I scoffed. You are only jealous because no one would dance with you when you were his age. Only one, he replied, and my eyes inadvertently found Nura across the room. But to be fair, I was a bit chubby then, and nearly as dashingly handsome as I am now. His lips curled around the words with the cloying coating of sarcasm. But when his gaze flicked to me, a lump that I didn't quite understand grew in my throat. There was something about the way that he looked at me, heavy with an unspoken question, blue lights dancing across his face, heat radiating from his skin even from inches away. I lifted my chin towards the open doors leading out to the gardens and the cliffs. It's too loud, I said. Come outside with me. Together we slipped through the crowd and out the doors. A heavy fog had rolled in with the sunset, and the wall of cool, moist air felt like stepping into a cloud. We walked in silence down the weaving pathways, encountering fewer and fewer other partygoers, until finally we were alone, standing on a stone patio that opened up to the cliffs and the sea. The fog was so thick that it softened the moon to a thumbprint smear, blending the line between the sea and the sky. The towers stood mournfully behind us, chiffon gliding in the slight sea breeze. Music warped through the mist in distant echoes. We were still in the shadow of the towers, but the party felt so far away. And yet, even in this solemn solitude, even in this chilly night, that heat still remained. I looked out over the sea and pointedly not at Max, even though I could feel his eyes on me. I'm a terrible dancer, I said. Did you know that? You were a dancer in Threll, weren't you? I was, but only by memory. I counted the steps. Simple, if I practiced enough. I did not even need music. He chuckled. Brute force. I should have known. Then, after a moment, I think that may be the first time I've ever heard you admit weakness aloud. Gods, it probably was. I lifted my eyes to him and placed a finger over my lips. Only for you to know. And I only tell you this because I don't want to embarrass myself when I ask you to dance with me. Silence. Such deep silence that the vestiges of distant music mixed with the